Amid the raging seas, when the roaring waves seemed ready to swallow the sky, a legend was reborn. Not in the pages of history, but in a new soul, someone who suddenly transmigrated into the body of WhiteBeard, the strongest man in the world. From the moment he opened his eyes, the ocean stirred and the heavens trembled. A single punch from him could split the seas in half, and one step was enough to make the entire new world tremble before the power of a Yonko. But that power was not meant for domination. It existed to protect his family, to protect those who called him father. And this is the journey that rewrites the entire legend of WhiteBeard. A man standing in the vastness of the great sea declared, "If you wish to lay a hand on my family, defeat me first." At this time, this building was known as the Sacred Mariajbal, a forbidden area within the laboratory. Vegapunk was also watching the live broadcast, and seeing WhiteBeard's actions, his usually calm heart was still shocked by WhiteBeard's ferocity. Resurrected from the dead, a weapon capable of acquiring Logia-type devil fruit abilities truly possesses incredible power. Wounds heal incredibly fast. What kind of science and technology is this, anyway? Vegapunk frowned. The more concern he showed for WhiteBeard, the more WhiteBeard surprised him, even to the point of fear. Despite being hailed as having 500 years of wisdom ahead of the rest of the world, Vegapunk was encountering for the first time a mystery he couldn't solve. Grand Tesoro was surrounded by one of the enormous 1-3 class warships. The earth-shattering battle destroyed the Golden City in an instant. The city was quickly annihilated, leaving behind a massive island, its surface riddled with terrifying cracks and fissures, a horrifying sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Such a horrific scene was fully revealed to the world. Fujitora was forced to retreat, but WhiteBeard might not stop his attack. WhiteBeard, wielding his sword, suddenly swung it towards Fujitora. The blazing red divine fire, burning and distorting the very air, burned fiercely like a large, sweeping blade, engulfing Fujitora. Facing WhiteBeard's attack, Fujitora dared not underestimate him. His gravity manipulation ability suddenly erupted, creating a terrifying gravitational force around his body. In an instant, it resembled a swampy mud pit, suppressing the fierce, suicidal charge of the raging flames. It's not that the flames have weight, but rather that gravity, under the influence of gravity, pulls the air down like countless tiny threads, thousands of these threads creating a terrifying, waterfall-like airflow that forces the flames to descend. The incredibly powerful gravity, yet it couldn't force down the fiercely slashing blade that was hurtling towards them. Because the blade had already undergone elemental transformation, the flames were weightless and unaffected by gravity. This one point almost drove Fujitora to despair. Own. As expected, the sword strike came directly towards Fujitora. In this critical moment, Fujitora used his staff to parry the blow. It was instantly engulfed by flames. Final. Fujitora was flung out of the sea of flames, his entire body charred black, looking incredibly disheveled. One could even see a shocking circle of fresh blood around Fujitora's mouth. He's injured. Fujitora, along with the sweet treats for star generals, a group of 5, surrounded and attacked WhiteBeard. This battle was full of ups and downs, thrilling and perilous, brimming with uncertainty and ever-changing intensity. In the end, all 4 sweet treats for star generals perished at WhiteBeard's hands, while Fujitora was wounded, spitting blood and flying backward, bringing the fight to a temporary end. Before long, Fujitora, Aokaji, Bartholomew, and Kuma were forced to retreat and gathered together. WhiteBeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Hawkeye are 3 individuals who opposed the previous 3. Kill, kill, kill. On WhiteBeard's side, the remaining pirate crews were still locked in fierce combat with the Marines and Blackbeard's pirate crews. The shouts of kill shook the heavens. Long. Shiryu brought the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates, but under the fierce attack of the Ice Witch, they were all cut down. The Ice Witch, accompanied by numerous pirates, rushed to WhiteBeard's side saying, "Father, the current situation is not optimistic." Everyone knew that the most dangerous situation was absolutely not facing the 3 supreme powerhouses, but rather the outer reaches of the ocean, those enormous warships, and the intense artillery fire that made the summoning order seem unusually dim and fading. Edward Newgate. Let me avenge that old man. At this moment, Momomaru, wielding a gigantic battle axe and slicing through countless pirates with a single blow, appeared on the island, accompanied by a squad of powerful Pachifista warriors who were all science-trained. In his mouth, the old man was, of course, Borsellino Kizaru. I also don't know what kind of relationship Kizaru and Momomaru actually have. Kizaru was killed by WhiteBeard on Punk Hazard Island. From then on, Momomaru still wanted to find an opportunity to avenge Kizaru, and he needed to kill WhiteBeard, but Akainu consistently refused. Let's get to this one time. The world government directly ordered Momomaru to lead the Pachifista into action. Momomaru finally wants a chance to get his revenge with a direct hit. Despite being a newcomer, Momomaru was fearless, recklessly domineering, completely unafraid of WhiteBeard's terrifying power, and unafraid of death, theft. Momomaru swung his massive hammer, and as he passed by, he instantly slaughtered a group of pirates who were quite powerful. The battle axe is stained with fresh blood, which is still dripping down. Momomaru looked even more ferocious and wild than before. Behind him were countless humanoid weapons that knew no pain, no life, no death, and were fearless of all living things. The pacifistas were incredibly powerful, sweeping through pirates who either fled or resisted. Lasers swept across the area below, and all the pirates were killed instantly upon impact. "WhiteBeard, you have a severed head on your neck. Let me take it off." Momomaru, overflowing with confidence, roared wildly. "Lulelo, take my head off my neck. Don't joke around. Little brat, your meager strength is only enough to tickle me. WhiteBeard is even more awesome, truly captivating." Dark clouds suddenly gathered over Gran Tesoro, lightning flashed within the thunderclouds, and thunder roared in everyone's ears. Before long, the sky was completely covered in dark clouds, and the already heavy atmosphere instantly became even more oppressive. The weather in the New World is so unpredictable. One moment it might be a clear sky with dark clouds, the next it's thunderclouds looming, brewing thunderstorms and strong winds, with lightning and torrential rain at any moment. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning illuminated the sky and earth. Thunder suddenly roared, deafening the ears and shaking people's hearts beyond compare. Everyone watching the live broadcast couldn't help but take a deep breath. A dense swarm of pacifistas surrounded the entire island, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, creating a scene that felt like the end of the world, a truly terrifying sight. WhiteBeard. This time, I'm afraid things will get worse than better. Some people were amazed, and everyone tacitly acknowledged that with countless enormous warships and intense artillery fire surrounding Gran Tesoro Island, the entire island would likely be destroyed in an extremely short time. And on the island, there was an even denser swarm of Pachifista. Those pacifistas, armed with terrifying laser weapons, shone brightly at the climactic battle. People remember those Pachifista pirates who, with their crushing dominance, swept across the Summit War, effortlessly slaying countless pirates. The destructive power was terrifying, enough to dim and fade even the heavens and earth. Is this the true face of the world's greatest swordsmanship tournament? Someone is reminiscing about the entire world's greatest swordsmanship tournament. From WhiteBeard's epic battle against the Four Emperors' grandmother, which unleashed a storm of swordsmanship, to Guild Tesoro's influence, which launched a new wave of swordsmanship in the underworld. WhiteBeard himself was listed among the top powerhouses on the Golden List, defining every formidable pirate as a true strong man. Follow Guild Tesoro to the Golden Castle to witness the world's greatest swordsmanship tournament. Next, countless warships, moving at a speed almost impossible for an ordinary person to react to, surrounded Gran Tesoro. Soon after, Pachifista appeared, taking over the island of Gran Tesoro. All of these things, when put together, simply form a perfectly orchestrated, earth-shattering conspiracy. Extremely well-planned. Thinking about it carefully is incredibly scary. Each pirate's heart was stirred by a storm of fear. If all of this is truly a monstrous conspiracy targeting WhiteBeard, a monstrous conspiracy targeting the New World pirates. Once successful, the entire New World, all the pirates in the Grand Line, will likely be plunged into a shadow of fear. Is this the terrifying world of government? WhiteBeard and the Gran Tesoro pirate crew. How exactly can they escape? Countless pirates understood clearly that this time, WhiteBeard was in danger. But deep down, they still hoped that WhiteBeard could create a miracle. But creating miracles isn't that simple, is it? Everyone understood clearly that this time, the world government had deployed such a massive force, clearly indicating they wouldn't give up until they achieved their goal. Especially after Akainu assumed the position of Marine Admiral, He completely and unequivocally practiced justice, even if it meant destroying the entire island of Gran Tesoro. Regardless of whether there were ordinary civilians on the island, I'd rather kill 3,000 innocent people than let a single one escape. This is Akainu, the epitome of justice. Gran Tesoro is on the island. Momomaru, despite his arrogance, was very self-aware and not conceited because he had nearly 100 pacifistas by his side. What is this concept? The Pacifista Championships are a top-tier competition, and there aren't many opportunities like this one. In the Summit War, the Pacifista emerged with an overwhelming advantage, highly valued by world governments, and in the past year, their numbers have continuously increased to hundreds. Momomaru, leading over 100 pacifistas, landed in Gran Tesoro. They intended to wipe out all the pirates on the island. First and foremost, the target is WhiteBeard. Momomaru wants to avenge Kizaru. Today, those who commit crimes will not escape the wrath of heaven. Momomaru's fighting spirit sword, his massive, spherical body wielding a huge, gleaming battle axe. Momomaru charged forward, slashing at dozens of pirates in quick succession. His battle axe, imbued with fierce killing intent, was stained crimson with fresh blood. The lightning bolt cast a shadow upon the battle axe, its cold light dazzling. Momomaru aimed directly at WhiteBeard. Justice will send all evil to hell, including you, WhiteBeard. Tap, 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 tap. Each Pacifista opened their lasers in front of them, aiming at WhiteBeard. Gurgle, gurgle, millions of dollars, gurgle, gurgle. The situation here is extremely precarious. On the island across the sea, countless large bubbles suddenly erupted, one after another, surging upwards. The bubbles became more numerous, larger, and denser with each passing moment. What the hell? Momomaru looked over. Bang! But at this moment, one by one, massive warships emerged from the depths of the ocean. 1, 2, 3, perhaps a dozen or so warships, their hulls billowing from the seabed, surged forward. Captain, we're late. Ian, clad in a navy blue coat, disembarked from the ship, waving a head of soft, wavy, navy blue hair as he approached WhiteBeard, speaking apologetically. Because the time delay was considerable, fortunately, I accelerated the ships 10 times. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to stop this earth-shattering battle that would be famous throughout the land. Wearing a helmet and with a full beard, Beardy World, in an instant, appeared beside WhiteBeard, speaking with a respectful expression. Following closely behind, Zephyr, wielding his enormous flour mill, jumped down from the warship, stomped forward, and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! WhiteBeard, I'm not late, am I?" Now, everyone is being transparent. From the bottom of the sea, 977 emerged from the membrane of a warship. Who exactly is this divine being? The force that caused this conflict to shift is none other than Neo Navy Marshal Black Hand Zephyr. The world destroys people. The MC fruit user, Beardy World. There's also a neo-naval warship. It's noisy. At this moment, the whole world is in an uproar, and countless pirates are seething with excitement. Oh my god! The entire Neo-Marine force is being mobilized. Do they really need to assist WhiteBeard? I heard that WhiteBeard could have killed Zephyr initially, but ended up letting him live. The battlefield can truly be changed by the joining forces. Gran Tesoro is on the island. Momomaru saw Zephyr and his group appear, his confident expression turning into rage. He gritted his teeth and pointed his battle axe at WhiteBeard. WhiteBeard, don't think that those few people, plus a bunch of useless Neo rebels, can turn the tide of the battle and achieve victory. Under the Pacifista, everything will turn to dust. Behind Momomaru, there could be over 100 pacifistas. This is enough to crush any nation, to destroy any island. A terrifying force. A newcomer is still a newcomer. Didn't that old Sengoku tell you that Neo's power shouldn't be underestimated? Zephyr spoke with immense confidence, his face beaming, as he had been enjoying himself immensely lately. Tap, tap, tap. According to Zephyr, the voice faded away. On the Neo warship above descended a group of humanoid weapons that looked exactly like the Pacifista, giant white bears. The real and fake Pacifista. These humanoid weapons have previously annihilated pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Their strength is evident in the scattered points. At this moment, Momomaru was violently startled by the earthquake. Does the Neo Navy also have pacifistas? Momomaru was previously immersed in training and only began to be involved in naval missions before the Summit War, so he doesn't know much about Neo. Momomaru, originally full of confidence, instantly lost all his self-assurance when he saw the fake pacifista from the Neo Marines appear. This is a slap in the face. Slap him in the face right there and then. Just moments ago, Momomaru was so confident and self-assured, boasting about having the pacifista behind him. The next second, Neo Marines similarly unleashed humanoid weapons, each possessing the same terrifying power as the real and fake pacifista. Momomaru's original advantage vanished in an instant, slapped in the face in an instant. Originally, Aang and Beardy World were supposed to accompany Whitebeard to Gran Tesoro to participate in the world's greatest swordsmanship tournament. However, just before arriving in Gran Tesoro, Whitebeard suddenly assigned them to find NEO Marines. This is also why, when the world's greatest swordsmanship tournament was held, Whitebeard arrived at Gran Tesoro alone and was the last to do so. At that time, Aang and Beardy World were completely baffled by Whitebeard's arrangements. Up until now, the two of them have held Whitebeard in the highest regard. Only then did the two realize that Whitebeard's foresight far surpassed that of ordinary people. He had long anticipated that this world's greatest swordsmanship tournament was extraordinary, containing earth-shattering conspiracies, and had prearranged a plan to thwart the world government's wicked schemes. Of course, Whitebeard's ability to have such a broad perspective is partly due to his observation hockey. Although Whitebeard's current observation hockey isn't strong enough to predict the future, it can still predict danger. Therefore, everything was arranged in advance. As expected, the world of government has finally surfaced. Damn it! Momomaru couldn't help but curse. With the addition of naval forces to the NEO, the battlefield situation became unpredictable, making victory or defeat difficult to foresee. Even Fujitora, who had always been so composed, couldn't help but be surprised at this moment. His inner thoughts were increasingly uncertain. With Whitebeard's forces now strengthened after acquiring Zephyr and Beardy World's group of powerful individuals, whether it's a battle of powerful fighters or a pacifista competition, the world government's marine headquarters will no longer hold any advantage whatsoever. Even Fujitora vaguely sensed a kind of danger. Because of Whitebeard this variable, Whitebeard's power level was such that he was practically 2 or 3 times stronger than everyone else. Currently, both sides are evenly matched in terms of strength. If Whitebeard eliminates any member of the world government, the scales of victory could easily tip in Whitebeard's favor. Fujitora isn't the only one worried. The remaining people who stood on the opposite side of Whitebeard were also extremely worried. This is an epic battle. Blood must flow like a river. What? Thinking of backing down now? Whitebeard looked towards Fujitora, Momomaru, and the others, and said in a domineering tone, "If you want to run away, then bow your heads first. Own." Whitebeard takes action. No unnecessary rambling. The flames shot up high, engulfing the entire Gran Tesoro in fire. The raging inferno surged towards Fujitora and his group, engulfing them. Fujitora didn't hesitate for a second. He took Whitebeard up. Two terrifying forces were unleashed, and the entire island of Gran Tesoro trembled. Fujitora's strength is truly extraordinary. It can be said that, looking across the entire Grand Line, he is a super powerful being, capable of slaying powerful rulers and supreme commanders. He's taking a huge risk in this situation. This further demonstrates the unparalleled and terrifying power. That's right. He was facing Whitebeard. He absolutely couldn't gain any advantage over Whitebeard. Whitebeard versus Fujitora. The two exchanged only a few blows. Whitebeard's terrifyingly powerful flame sword forced Fujitora to retreat repeatedly. Under the intense flames, Fujitora suffered greatly. Even his purple attire was burned to a charred black. The duel between Whitebeard and Fujitora began at 17 o'clock. Aokiji takes action. Shiki the Lion King launches a furious sneak attack. The two of them started fighting. Aokiji's freezing ability was truly impressive, befitting a terrifying warrior who fought Akainu for 10 days and 10 nights. Unfortunately, after Akainu severed one of his legs, his strength slightly diminished, and he couldn't gain any advantage against Shiki the Golden Lion. Idiot! If you don't give it your all, I'll kill you. Shiki, the Golden Lion, with his wild, flowing blonde hair, let out a roar, and as he unleashed his lion's claw, the entire ground was swept back, tearing apart all the lion heads in a frenzy as he violently lunged towards Aokiji. The Ice Age. Aokiji's ultimate technique, the Ice Age technique, was unleashed, and in an instant, all those ferocious lion-headed creatures were frozen solid. The Earth's crust was turned upside down, revealing all the enormous, enraged lion-headed stone statues, shaking people's hearts beyond compare. In fact, the very next second, Aokiji was sent flying out of the room, because Shiki, wielding two famous swords, Kogarashi Oto and Kim SPTT, somehow pierced through the air and struck Aokiji at his feet, feigning an attack in one direction while actually attacking in another. Ginger was still the seasoned veteran, but Shiki, with his calculated moves, put pen to paper, and the little girl instantly gained an invisible advantage. Even though Aokiji retreated quickly, he was still injured by the sword energy, dark red with fresh blood at the airport. It's also unclear whether Shiki's statement about not using his full power was true or false. Perhaps only Koza himself knows the answer. Even the purpose and reasons behind his actions against WhiteBeard were something few people could understand. If you're a representative of the Blackbeard pirates, even if I don't kill you, WhiteBeard will. Shiki the Golden Lion laughed loudly, chasing after Koza and attacking him relentlessly, giving Koza no chance to catch his breath. That brat teach, there's only one outcome for him: death. Following others will only lead to the same fate as Shiryu, all of you being slaughtered by WhiteBeard. No need for so many words. Koza, silent and reserved, used his incredibly dangerous twin-pointed spear to block Kogarashi and O2. Just as he was about to counterattack Shiki the Golden Lion, he discovered that the cunning Golden Lion had already prepared a backup plan. Amidst the roaring sound, several berserk lions surged up from the ground, engulfing Koza. This forced Koza to halt his planned counterattack and put up a defense. If you can follow closely, Shiki the Golden Lion is right up close to attacking. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Anyone who is even slightly careless will have blood splattered, or even have their head smashed open, losing their life on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The entire ground shook violently, as if violently oscillating. In the midst of such terrifying battles, the Earth's crust cracked into countless bottomless fissures. The entire massive island was like a small boat tossed about in a storm, teetering on the brink of collapse. Boom, boom, boom. Beardy World, despite his age and unwavering strength, displayed immense power. Even though he was outmatched by WhiteBeard, he could single-handedly fight Momomoru with remarkable ease. Powerful armament hockey combined with the formidable power of the Mokumoku fruit grants Beardy World a brutal and destructive force. 100 times the bullets, directly blasting Momomoru into oblivion, leaving him no way to find his bearings. Even though Momomoru displayed incredible resilience, he still couldn't withstand the 100-fold power boost from the Momomoru fruit. Facing the agile Beardy World, Momomoru could only passively endure the attacks. With this level of power, you dare to dream of attacking the captain. In the captain's hands, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. Beardy World, while berating Momomoru, didn't forget to add a few sarcastic remarks. This made Momomoru incredibly angry. He came here with one purpose: to avenge old man Kizaru. It's possible. The result is that even one of WhiteBeard's subordinates couldn't defeat him. Even attacking WhiteBeard wouldn't be a chance. And then one of WhiteBeard's subordinates mocked him on the spot. This is simply a grave humiliation. Momomoru gritted his teeth, his heart filled with a raging storm of indignation. Faced with Ivar's mocking words, Momomoru remained silent, not retaliating. What a shameless newcomer. Even Kizaru, in front of the captain, would only be brutally killed. Beardy World unleashed 100 times the force of the bullets, the immense destructive power causing Momomoru unbearable pain, making him constantly cry out in agony. Beardy World, while attacking, also spoke incessantly, rambling on and on, mocking Momomoru. If you want to become a rival captain, you still need to train for another 10 or 8 years, and you'll still be 108,000 miles short. You! Shameless! Momomoru was so angry he almost coughed up blood. Dark, stormy clouds hung low below, and a world-shattering battle raged on. The earth shook, and the mountains trembled. The island was violently shaken, and the Genzi was shaken. All around the island, the sea surface was stirred up by huge waves. Momomoru was simultaneously subjected to physical torment and spiritual enlightenment. Beardy World is the kind of place where old tricksters get shameless. Once they become brazen, young people can only retreat and look up in awe. But Momomaru was determined to get some advantage from the old man to seek revenge, to vent the deep-seated resentment and anger in his heart. The more this happened, the more Beardy World cried out, and with each bullet 100 times stronger, Momomaru suffered both physical and mental blows, truly experiencing extreme pain. On the other side, Bartholomew, Kuma, and Hawkeye are engaged in battle. Compared to other people's fierce, spark-throwing battles, the fight between these two showed a much greater degree of gentlemanly conduct. They even fought silently and without a sound. It's just that. Any slash that appears, no matter how silent or imperceptible, will cleave through even the clouds. The fleshball fruit, with a single pressure blast, is both silent and merciless, possessing devastating power that can pierce even the earth's layers. It might seem like a duel between gentlemen, but each strike is incredibly dangerous, ruthless, and merciless. Any slight mistake by either of them could cost them their lives. Eventually, the fight between the two became increasingly fierce. Laser. Bartholomew. Kuma finally unleashes his ultimate weapon. Perhaps the eagle's eye reveals that the Yura Blackblade, this supreme greatsword with 12 techniques, is one of the most terrifying. And its claim to be the strongest black sword in the world is not just empty boasting, but truly terrifying. The two were locked in an ultimate duel, and the very sky seemed to crack. Extremely dangerous. In its path, all people and things must yield, otherwise they will be instantly destroyed, annihilated, and cease to exist. Zephyr and Ain, the two commanders of the Neo Marine Group, along with the real and fake pacifistas, were carrying out an assassination attempt against the world government's pacifistas. Terrible fighting is constantly erupting. Boom, boom, boom. This was a world-shattering battle, which erupted in an instant, directly fueling intense hatred. Countless pirates were killed. Blood flowed like a river. Not an exaggeration at all. This epic battle, broadcast live to all corners of the world, drew countless admiring comments. Oh my god! This level of combat, it's not inferior to a top-tier battle at all. Gran Tesoro Island is a self-contained nation, perhaps incomparable to the small island of Marineford. Even its entire area surpasses Marineford. The original Golden City was an independent kingdom recognized by the world government. WhiteBeard, Admiral Fujitora Eisho, Aokiji, Shiki the Golden Lion, Hawkeye, Bartholomew Kuma, Beardy World Destroyer, Black Hand Zephyr. My god, any one of these powerful individuals, if placed on the Grand Line, would be a super powerful figure capable of shaking an entire region. An absolute visual feast. So many powerful figures appearing at the same battlefield. Unprecedented. Never before, never after. Almost once. Countless pirates were amazed. Everyone watching the live broadcast of the pirate battle was incredibly excited, some even overflowing with enthusiasm and excitement. Boom, boom, boom. WhiteBeard, with an overbearing demeanor, unleashed a terrifyingly powerful slash, a slash enveloped in divine fire unstoppable. Having been repeatedly defeated, Fujitora's expression changed drastically at this moment. The longer his fight with WhiteBeard lasted, the more terrified he became, because he could clearly sense that WhiteBeard was becoming even stronger after recovering from his illness. Fujitora used his staff to block the attack. In an instant, the entire person was engulfed in divine flames and burned. That terrifying slash sent Fujitora flying. Not only that, WhiteBeard, either doing nothing or doing it thoroughly, followed closely behind, catching up to Fujitora and suddenly unleashing a powerful slash. How hateful! Fujitora coughed up blood and flew backward, only able to forcibly activate his armament haki, strengthening his physical body to withstand WhiteBeard's attack. Boom! There were no unexpected events. WhiteBeard instantly slashed Fujitora with a single sword strike. The terrifying sword strike directly cleaved Fujitora deep into the earth's layers, creating a bottomless chasm. Fujitora was trapped inside, his fate unknown. So noisy. What a scene! The entire group was in an uproar watching the pirate battle. Fujitora is incredibly powerful, displaying unparalleled strength, yet even he might not be able to stop WhiteBeard in his ultimate form. Even watching Akanu's fight, one couldn't help but have their eyes bulge to the point of being furious, a look of utter rage filling them. their teeth clenched as they ferociously spat out a few words. Edward Newgate, since you possess such immense power, then let's all bury you at Grand Tesoro. The tiny phone was connected to Byakunu's call. Transmit my order. Sink Grand Tesoro. Annihilate everyone on the island. Remember, everyone. At this moment, Akainu, acting entirely in the name of justice, is eliminating WhiteBeard and directly leaving Momomaru Island to await a series of fiercely fighting powerful individuals from the world government. Upon hearing Akainu's command, even Vice Admiral Tokikake, the commander of this operation on the other end of the warship, couldn't help but tremble. The usually cold and unyielding Tokikake had never entertained such a crazy idea. He instinctively inquired, "Marshal, do we really have to open fire now? There are several brave officers on the island, like the Admiral Momomaru and others, ready to fight alongside us. Even if we can ignore those pacifistas, we can't just take the officers and Marines with us like this." At this point, Tokikake couldn't bring himself to say anything more. "This is my real, living friend." Tokikake saying ignore it, don't pay attention is already putting it mildly. This isn't just about ignoring or disregarding, but about killing your living comrades together. Even if it's considered righteous, how can one stand idly by and murder their own comrades along with them? Cold-blooded and ruthless, killing one's comrade. Even Tokikake couldn't possibly do that. "Lieutenant General Tokikake, your only task now is to obey my orders." Akainu's words are unquestionable. Tokikake could even hear the resentment in it. Was Marshal Sakazuki expressing dissatisfaction with his own words just now? This left Tokikake with a lingering sense of unease. He and Akainu were of similar age, and although his rank was 2 levels lower, he had ultimately dedicated countless hours to the world government and the Marine headquarters. Yet, to receive such a response from Akainu, he was met with the words, "You only need to carry out my orders." "Marshal Sakazuki," Tokikake said, his voice low and filled with indignation. "Today, our disregard for the lives of our comrades will leave a lasting trauma and lingering resentment in the hearts of the Marines. They will remember, will there ever be a day when I to become one of the abandoned comrades on Grand Tesoro Island? Sacrifice the small for the greater good. If sacrificing a few soldiers' lives can eliminate WhiteBeard and his gang of cancerous, vicious individuals, it's worth it. The Marines who sacrificed themselves on the island should feel honored. This is the honor of being a Marine, not the abandonment of comrades." Akainu was seething with anger. He had intended to yell at Tokikake, but just as he was about to speak, he realized that the number of capable people under his command was dwindling, and he ultimately managed to control his temper. Although Akainu had a fiery temper and acted domineeringly on his own, he wasn't stupid. He knew that the position of admiral and the rank of general were different, and that sitting in such a high position required prioritizing the greater good. Akainu immediately said with unwavering determination, "Grand Tesoro, a soldier from Shanghai, sacrificed his life to eliminate WhiteBeard and a group of extremely vicious villains. This is upholding justice. It is a righteous and honorable sacrifice. They sacrificed themselves, one group for the safety of many more." Vice Admiral Tokikake, I believe that on the day you took your oath to join the Navy, you understood that becoming a Marine, joining the Navy headquarters, means being prepared to sacrifice yourself for justice at any time. Akainu speaks with righteous indignation. This perfectly suits him. He's completely righteous. According to Akainu, possessing pirates is evil. Righteous sacrifice. No problem. We just need to get rid of the pirates. It was all worth it. After Akainu finished speaking, he fell silent, thinking to himself, even if he didn't destroy the island, the Marine troops would eventually be wiped out by WhiteBeard and his crew. But once WhiteBeard and his crew win, the warships will act again, giving WhiteBeard and his crew a chance to escape. Akainu knew that if WhiteBeard was given even the slightest chance, he could create a miracle, escape, or even counterattack. This is something Akainu absolutely will not allow to happen. Moreover, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to eliminate WhiteBeard. Consider it an even greater sacrifice. I wouldn't refuse either. Fresh Flower Bridge Zero? Hesitating and being cowardly is not Akainu's style of doing things. After all, if he misses this opportunity, he might never find such a heaven-sent chance again. In Akainu's heart, WhiteBeard must be eliminated. Faced with Akainu's relentless barrage of brainwashing attacks, Tokikake chose to remain silent. He actually understood that this was the best chance to eliminate WhiteBeard. Don't miss this. Okay, I'll have all the warships prepare. Tokikake ultimately chose to stand on the same tightrope as Akainu. Ken-ket. Gran Tesoro Island, the outermost ring of ships on the sea, surrounded it one by one. One by one, these enormous warships adjusted all their cannons and firepower, aiming them directly at Gran Tesoro Island. The Navy wants to destroy Gran Tesoro. Seeing the live broadcast of images of pirates, everyone simultaneously shuddered. At this point, are they already preparing to bomb Gran Tesoro? There are still countless brave Marines fighting alongside the pirates on the island. Does the world government really intend to abandon these Marines? Now is the time to destroy Gran Tesoro and strike fear into everyone's hearts. It's over. Now that Gran Tesoro Island has been destroyed, everyone on the island is doomed. The world government is completely denying WhiteBeard any chance of escape. At this moment, countless people were terrified, countless eyes simultaneously staring at the live broadcast image. With the warships and firepower they possess, they're all aimed directly at Gran Tesoro. WhiteBeard. How exactly does one defy the heavens? Nobody knows. It caused a sensation all over the world at the same time. After hanging up the phone, Akainu let out a long sigh, looked up at the projected image of the phone on WhiteBeard's screen, and muttered confidently, "Edward Newgate, this time, you have no escape." Akainu isn't blindly overconfident either, but he had absolute knowledge of this warship, which he had personally designed, and knew the terrifying destructive power of this fleet. This is the massive fleet that Akainu once again assembled himself after the Marine headquarters relocated to the New World. If we use the term 213 to describe the destructive power of the fleet as a unit of measurement for the unexpected summoning order, then this fleet, on the surface, has already generated more than 10 times the destructive power of an unexpected summoning order. In actual combat, it's even more terrifying, far exceeding the destructive power of an SSJ- by 10 times. With such an absolutely superior initial fleet, let alone wiping out Gran Tesoro, even wiping out all 79 islands of the Sabaudi archipelago wouldn't be a problem. Thus, sending an absolutely formidable fleet to confront WhiteBeard demonstrates Akainu's cautious approach to WhiteBeard's immense power. This branch of the main fleet is where Akainu's confidence stems from. He was absolutely certain that the fleet he had personally designed possessed destructive power with ease. Akainu was incredibly confident. "Edward Newgate, this golden castle, Gran Tesoro, is your burial ground." Gran Tesoro Island was teeming with Marines, all of whom were terrified of WhiteBeard Momomaru, Aokiji, and his group. They were all designated targets for extermination and destruction. This made every single one of the fiercely determined naval soldiers tremble. They'd become the discarded naval headquarters. I wish I could be buried here along with WhiteBeard and his crew. In battle, even the most skilled fighters can find a moment of distraction that can be fatal. As expected, Shiki, engaging in a fierce battle with Aokiji, caught Aokiji off guard for a moment, unleashed a full-force blow, sending Aokiji flying and creating a deep crater in the ground. On the other side, Momomaru was similarly severely wounded and sent flying by B&D World. Bartholomew Kuma's only advantage was that, having long since lost his human emotions, he held the upper hand, and the battle with the hawk-eyed man intensified. At the same time, the whole world is in turmoil. The Navy's decision to act at this moment was completely unexpected by everyone. It's safe to say that absolutely no one even considered the opportunity to strike. The outer perimeter of the warship will eventually have to take action. This time, WhiteBeard fears he truly has no escape from this calamity. Such a terrifyingly destructive force of warships, calling it the largest-scale military operation in history, is not an exaggeration at all. Countless people watching the battle were trembling. One by one, warships, with overwhelming momentum and unparalleled destructive power, pressed towards Gran Tesoro. Each warship possessed high-intensity cannons, all simultaneously aimed at WhiteBeard and his crew on Gran Tesoro Island. Once the warship enters firing range, a horrific and devastating act of destruction will be carried out immediately. The eyes of people all over the world were focused on each and every warship broadcast live, and everyone held their breath, witnessing this historic and earth-shattering moment. Let the whole world remember this devastating act. Akainu tilted his head, calmly and leisurely muttering, "This is a moment in naval history. This battle is destined to be re-entered into naval history, becoming a textbook example of future naval campaigns. Just once. To annihilate WhiteBeard amidst countless powerful pirates. So many pirates, so many powerful pirates, annihilated in a single battle. Except for this battle that I personally designed, nothing like this has ever happened in the entire history of the Navy. This is the first time Akainu has spoken so much. This is the suffocating hatred deep within his heart. Ever since WhiteBeard's reincarnation, Akainu hasn't had an easy time, repeatedly getting angry. This time, he can finally vent his rage. Come here. All you arrogant pirates of the world, open your eyes wide and see what a tragic end awaits you. The symbol of the era, WhiteBeard. In this battle, I intend to make this era of arrogant pirates tremble. To leave a painful mark on all arrogant pirates. Loud and noisy. One by one, the warships, with their menacing presence, aimed at Gran Tesoro, and were about to enter absolute firing range, ready to carry out a devastating attack against Gran Tesoro. The situation here is extremely precarious. Something unexpected and somewhat frightening happened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Behind each of the warships, suddenly appeared pirate ships of varying sizes. These pirate ships, each equipped with the most powerful cannons, aimed directly at the warships behind them, unleashing a fierce barrage of fire. This very moment, the whole world is absolutely terrified. Akainu's eyes widened in an instant. Having previously engaged in fierce artillery bombardments against pirate ships, they all shared one common characteristic: they chose pirate flags, and they were all the same. A crescent moon-shaped white pattern with a dried beard and skull design. At this very moment, the whole world is in turmoil. Oh my God! Is that the WhiteBeard pirates? Countless people were filled with eyes. They watched, one by one. Pirate ships bearing WhiteBeard's insignia appeared behind the warships and launched a fierce attack. These are pirate ships. They come from the pirate crew under WhiteBeard's banner, which wasn't completely annihilated. Everyone cried out in unison, and it became clear that WhiteBeard, under the banner of 43 pirate crews, had nearly half of them wiped out by Edward Weevil, yet still steadfastly remained in the form of over 20 pirate crews. Until now. Once again, WhiteBeard has returned under his banner. Seeing this, Akainu's face darkened completely. In his eyes, there was a vague feeling of erupting, surging lava rising, ready to erupt at any moment. Hateful. This is a point that even Akainu had never considered. According to Akainu's original intelligence, under WhiteBeard's banner, only the captains of the pirate crews had ever appeared. The Navy had never gathered any information regarding the movements of those WhiteBeard pirate crews under his banner. These things appearing behind the pirate ships would completely disrupt this historic large-scale military operation, like a ferocious hand brutally slapping Akainu in the face. I beat Akainu's entire face until it was swollen. Just a second ago, Akainu had sworn an oath, declaring 100% he would destroy WhiteBeard. Akainu had absolute confidence in the fleet he personally commanded. Perhaps, given the current situation, Akainu will once again roar like thunder. 1, 2, 3. 1 formation. 2 formations. 3 formations. One by one, they formed formations, each pirate ship adorned with a white crescent moon and a skull-shaped pirate ship design, and the warships behind them, appearing simultaneously from all directions, launched a fierce attack from behind with their most powerful cannons. These original warships were completely unafraid of any pirate attacks. With these massive warships possessing immense firepower and durability, they could absolutely overwhelm any pirate ship without a problem. That is it. At this moment, all the warships were aiming directly at Gran Tesoro, specifically at WhiteBeard's location. All the attention of the Marine forces is focused on Gran Tesoro Island, where WhiteBeard and his crew are. Destroying the island was their sole order from Admiral Sakazuki of the Marine headquarters. This made it impossible for them to retaliate in time against the pirates who had suddenly emerged from behind and attacked the ship. Under such circumstances, one by one, the warships fell into chaos, each one frantically changing the direction and aim of their cannons, preparing to counterattack the pirate ships that had suddenly attacked. How could they possibly be in such a hurry below, when the pirate ships had already made all the necessary preparations to fight back? One by one, the pirate ships spewed and devoured the most terrifying flames. Each were accompanied by an extremely destructive cannonball bombarding the warships. Thus, each pirate ship converged in one place, unleashing an incredibly terrifying barrage of cannon fire every second. Countless cannonballs rained down on the warship. At this point in time, Akainu himself designed the warship, demonstrating their incredibly powerful and terrifying resilience. Even when faced with the most ferocious suppressive fire, and despite the countless casualties among the naval personnel on board, these perfectly constructed warships remained incredibly sturdy. Not a single one ever destroyed or sunk. This is an incredibly huge warship with terrifying durability. This massive warship truly lives up to its reputation as the flagship of the Navy headquarters. Even under such a dense and terrifying artillery barrage, it remains as solid as ever. These enormous warships, with their incredible durability, earned the admiration of countless pirates. Of course, amidst the intense artillery fire, many of the mobile phone cameras were blown away, but a few lucky ones managed to dodge the cannonballs and broadcast the images live. Even Akainu, whose face was originally as dark as Thunder God's, couldn't help but nod in approval upon seeing the warship's solid performance, saying, "It's no wonder I personally chose this warship." Maybe. Just then, suddenly, from every direction, a pirate ship appeared, heading straight towards the warship. On each pirate ship, there stood a squadron captain and a pirate crew captain. The squad leader has appeared. At this very moment, the whole world is once again in turmoil. WhiteBeard, under the banner of the 16th Division Commander, has finally appeared. "Father, we're back." On a pirate ship above, Marco suddenly transformed into a pale blue flame enveloping the immortal bird, unfolding his blue fiery wings, soaring upwards, leading the attack, and flying towards a warship, very fast. Carrying the captain of the pirate fleet, a deafening roar erupted as they launched a separate attack on a warship. With Marco as the captain, the pirate group boarded the warship and engaged in fierce combat with the sailors on board. For a brief moment, the warships above were filled with heart-wrenching screams that shook the heavens. Originally facing artillery bombardment, the extremely sturdy, massive warship became as fragile as paper after the squadron leader boarded. Despite having a lieutenant general in charge of the naval fleet, the Shanghai Naval Command Post was still ruthlessly annihilated by the squadron commander. "Father." The WhiteBeard pirates returned together. "Father's orders." This powerful and passionate statement echoed throughout the heavens and earth for a long time, shaking people's hearts and souls. Earlier, under Marco's command, each member of the squad, moving at top speed, split up and went to each island, eliminating all the remaining pirates under WhiteBeard's banner. Before seizing Fishman Island, Marco had invited a pirate crew, and while they were on their way to Fishman Island, they recaptured Fishman Island's ownership. At that time, it didn't cause much of a stir, and not many people paid attention to it. The rumors are widespread. The WhiteBeard pirates, under the command of their captain, have set sail and are about to return. But little did they know, the team leader wasn't the only one who went to sea and returned. The more they brought back the remaining islands on the Grand Line where WhiteBeard's pirate crews still lived. The Great Economic War has broken out. The sea was filled with terrifying artillery fire. The powerful cannonballs exploded, turning the sky red, and the intense firepower cast blinding shadows on the water's surface. Each deafening roar was more terrifying than thunder. The dark, cloudy sky was illuminated by the intense blast of artillery fire. At that very moment, the thundercloud tilted and unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning. The entire Gran Tesoro area and its surrounding waters were engulfed in terrifying flames of battle. The sky was pitch black with thunderclouds, occasionally dotted with flashes of lightning, followed by bolts of thunder and lightning striking down, an unusually terrifying and utterly frightening scene. Thousands of pirates participated in the fierce war, unleashing flames and smoke, with intense explosions and fire blazing everywhere. The whole situation felt like the end of the world had arrived. "It feels like the end of the world is upon us. A father must fight." Marco landed on the warship, abandoning his former humble style of action and adopting an extremely flamboyant and domineering manner. His blue flame wings suddenly flared, and two fiery slashes instantly struck the armed marines on the warship. Two streaks of blue flame slashed out, like two unstoppable storms, sweeping across the warships and hundreds of sailors. These items were personally selected by Akainu. The perfect equipment and the well-trained Marines, even in the vast and powerful New World, would make for a superhuman army. That's right. Facing Marco's lightning-fast and powerful attack, the Marines were almost powerless to resist. They were instantly engulfed by the blue flames, and countless Marines were sent flying. Hundreds of Marines were sent flying out from within the blue flames. The scene was incredibly massive. Flying backward, the naval weapons in their hands clattered and shattered with a loud bang. Suddenly, amidst the sounds of exploding blood, each Marine was sent flying backward, a storm of blood erupted, and finally, with a resounding crash, they fell to the ground in the distance, powerless to fight any further. Marco's lightning-fast attack was simply astonishing. Regardless of whether they were Marines or just spectators, everyone was shaken by Marco's powerful display of skill, and his single line, "Fighting for my father," was particularly awe-inspiring. Marco, in everyone's eyes, aside from the initial entanglement with the Admiral during the Summit War, was a completely humble figure, easily forgotten. If it weren't for his rank as 1st Division Captain, many people probably wouldn't even notice this unassuming Marco. Maybe today. After uttering the words "fighting as a father," Marco became incredibly powerful and domineering, as if infected by WhiteBeard's lightning-like attack, overwhelmingly sweeping across an entire warship filled with Marines. This demonstrates that they belong to a true, top-tier powerhouse. Marco. Tokikake saw the warship and all the elite Marines fall, and in an instant, his eyes flashed with rage, and he furiously attacked. "Fight me!" Marco let out a long yell. A pair of pale blue fiery wings suddenly flapped, and he sprinted towards Tokikake. Fresh Flower Bridge. As a candidate preparing to take the Admiral exam, Tokikake possesses supernatural power, absolutely possessing Admiral-level strength. A fight broke out between the two in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The Great War continued to erupt, with incredibly fierce clashes. This battle must be a fiery, earth-shattering, world-shattering war, a full-scale engagement. Right now, the whole world is shaken. Every island, every pirate crew, was trembling. The WhiteBeard pirates, after a year has passed, have once again returned to the high seas. WhiteBeard, with the air of a ruler of the world, reigned supreme in the New World. And when the WhiteBeard pirates returned once again, they unleashed an earth-shattering, epic battle. Whether it was WhiteBeard himself or the WhiteBeard pirates, they both demonstrated unparalleled strength and dominance. Their power is even more supernatural. It exceeded everyone's expectations. Does this really have to happen on this vast ocean, stirring up a terrifying storm of blood and gore? There were pirate crews who were impressed. They had once taken advantage of the WhiteBeard pirates' perilous situation to seize territory that originally belonged to the WhiteBeard pirates. Although WhiteBeard returned in full force and left the island, it's possible that he did take advantage of people's misfortunes at some point. Reborn as WhiteBeard, his personality has become even more domineering, even more powerful, even more astonishing. Many pirate crews became worried. After witnessing WhiteBeard's powerful rebirth and his domineering nature, they began to worry about what they should have done in the past. They feared that with WhiteBeard's extremely domineering personality now, he might seek revenge on them. There's no shortage of panicked pirate crews, given WhiteBeard's domineering and powerful personality. I'm afraid we're all going to be unlucky. Shouldn't we go and atone for our sins now? Help the WhiteBeard pirates out, consider it repayment. Having a pirate crew like that is terrifying. Their worries are not unfounded. WhiteBeard's incredibly fierce and passionate fighting style, which went to extremes he didn't even care about his own injuries. Only focusing on brutal methods to quickly kill his enemies shocked and terrified countless pirates. There was no shortage of pirates on the island not far from Golden City, who had just joined the battle after opening the 360 campaign. Their goal was very unified: the Marines. Pirates and sailors are natural enemies. The fighting intensified. Below, in the pitch-black darkness and overcast clouds, a fierce battle raged, constantly erupting. Live broadcasts can be incredibly moving, but even so, it's as if people are becoming more and more enthusiastic. If WhiteBeard were still under the pirate crew's banner, and they were to launch a full-scale battle with their fleet, the Navy would have an absolute advantage. This goes far beyond a naval fleet summit battle. Initially, all the members of the WhiteBeard pirates who participated suffered heavy losses. Currently, if it were a direct confrontation, the Whitebeard pirates would have absolutely no chance of winning. Everyone knows this one point. The team leader naturally knows this too. Therefore, everything had been planned well in advance. Countering the naval fleet requires a complete plan. On this occasion, the Whitebeard pirates, with their warships appearing behind them, seized the opportunity while the warship's cannons were aimed at Gran Tesoro Island to launch a fierce artillery attack. Waiting for the fortress warship to change course, the 16 squadron commanders, who had already led their elite units, charged towards the warship. The Whitebeard pirates seized the best opportunity, employing the most advantageous tactics, and ruthlessly annihilated one warship after another, gained the upper hand. And then, there were even more pirate crews gradually joining forces to fight against the Navy during operations. Whitebeard practically had it all. He had the perfect combination of timing, location, and people. The perfect battle plan, with Akainu himself selecting the personnel, perfect equipment, rigorous training, supernatural strength, and a fiercely artillery-equipped fleet, relentlessly brought down the enemy. In a very short time, they gained an absolute advantage. A warship is on board. Marco is furious at Tokikake. The battle between these two was the most terrifying, intense, and perilous. This time, Marco didn't hold back at all, giving Tokikake his all in the fight. Tokikake's power was immense, absolutely possessing the strength of an admiral. His armament hockey, Marine 6 styles, swordsmanship, and various other powerful techniques caused a cataclysmic battle with Marco, shaking the entire massive warship. The ship's deck was torn apart during the battle, flying everywhere, a truly terrifying sight. The Zoan-type mythical creature, the immortal bird, truly grants Marco near-immortal status. During the summit battle, Vice Admiral Onigumo launched a surprise attack, locking Marco, the giant head of the Sea Prism Stone, on the Sea Prism. Throughout this battle, he was constantly on guard against this move by the Marines, just as expected. As Vice Admiral Onigumo, he and Vice Admiral Tokikake appeared together on the same warship, advancing. Heaven knows just how insidious and dark Onigumo truly is, to have secretly infiltrated this warship from the one he was guarding. This time, the entire Whitebeard pirates will definitely be led by Marco. As long as Marco handles everything, the morale of the entire Whitebeard pirates will plummet instantly. Onigumo thought to himself, observing from the ship's cabin. He was looking for an opportunity to subdue Marco. It was like a summit battle of some kind. Just as Onigumo had thought, killing Marco would instantly and drastically boost the morale of the pirate group, while the morale of the Marines would undoubtedly rise. If this situation continued, the Marines would surely be able to turn defeat into victory and seize this battle. He wiped out Whitebeard in the blink of an eye, along with the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Simply a perfect plan. If Akainu were to hear Onigumo's secret thoughts a second time, he would undoubtedly praise him greatly. This is definitely what you'd call a good chess player. Look at Marco fighting back against that sneak attack. He's always on guard. After searching for several opportunities only to find none that could lead to success, he was forced to give up and continue waiting for another chance. Onigumo suddenly frowned and muttered, "Boom, boom, boom." 2 point for Tokikake's strength is truly worthy of being considered on par with Momusagi Garp is the previous generation, ranking him as the #1 among the admirals. He unleashed an astonishingly powerful fighting force. You put Marco in dangerous situations several times. Suddenly, Tokikake unleashed all his power, pushing Marco into a desperate situation, forcing Marco to fight with all his might. The situation here is extremely precarious. Onigumo is in the cave. He seized Marco's momentary lapse of vigilance and with lightning speed lunged towards Marco. With a crackling sound, handcuffs made of Sea Prism Stone bound Marco. In the blink of an eye, Marco's expression changed drastically. The blue flames on his body instantly went out. The whole person fell onto the deck of the boat. It's like being trapped in a desperate situation. You Marcos have been captured. Whitebeard pirates remnants, why don't you surrender and be bound? Onigumo let out a triumphant, resounding roar that shook the air. In an instant, all the pirates stopped what they were doing. As expected, you're the mastermind behind this operation. What a pity, what a pity. Marco, you've fallen again in the same place. Ha ha ha. Onigumo laughed loudly, his face full of composure, confidence, and immense pride. He had the capital to do so legitimately because he had Marco tightly bound to him, almost effortlessly eliminating Marco. This is the final battle. This was truly a spectacular and earth-shattering reversal. What's so great about your arrogance? It's nothing more than a cowardly and shameless sneak attack. Marco's eyes widened in fury, his gaze blazing with rage and resentment as he glared at Anagumo. Anagumo let out a hearty laugh. He didn't care at all about the ambush, or not. He lowered his head, observing Marco, who was handcuffed with sea prism stone, his face full of confidence. Marco, victory is justice. You should know that very well. Victory is justice. Marco's expression seemed extremely displeased. Are all you Marines like you, using despicable tactics to win? You don't even have the courage to fight head-on. You really call yourselves righteous. So, what then? Unexpectedly, Anagumo had the hallucination of hearing a faint, soft sound beside him, but he looked around and saw nothing unusual, so he didn't pay attention to it. Anagumo stood incredibly close to Marco, his head bowed, his eyes fixed on Marco with immense confidence. You're finished. Your WhiteBeard pirates are finished. WhiteBeard himself will be finished too. Ha ha ha. TSK. This sudden, earth-shattering reversal left all the pirates in the world gasping in shock. Marco! He's fallen in the same place for the second time. There are people like that. It's unimaginable and truly admirable. What's so surprising? Anagumo has always been skilled at stealthily seeking opportunities for surprise attacks. And Marco's opponent is Tokikake, that Admiral's prospective officer. This means he has Admiral-level strength. Competing against such a powerful opponent, it's not surprising that he was ambushed by Anagumo. There were also plenty of powerful pirates who could perfectly understand Marco's situation. They knew just how terrifying it was to face a truly powerful general. Marco and Tokikake were almost evenly matched. Under Tokikake's frenzied, berserk attacks, Marco only revealed a few weaknesses, which is already quite remarkable. Through the live broadcast, we saw Akainu revealing a smile he hadn't shown in a long time. His face, which had originally turned as dark as thunder, now broke into a smile. He couldn't help but secretly nod. Vice Admiral Anagumo did a good job. Excellent. The WhiteBeard era should come to an end. He still harbors the delusion of causing trouble on this vast ocean in this era. With the appearance of the WhiteBeard pirates, the course of the battle changed, plunging the Marines into a disastrous situation, leaving Akainu seething with anger. Seeing Anagumo capture Marco with the sea stone, Akainu's anger instantly vanished. He felt incredibly relieved. He even felt that the appearance of the WhiteBeard pirates' remnants and their captains was a great stroke of luck. This way, he could completely wipe out the entire WhiteBeard pirates without expending much effort. Akainu's expression softened, his confidence growing. This time, I'll truly wipe out everything WhiteBeard possesses, completely annihilating everything the WhiteBeard pirates own. Victory and defeat, existence and disappearance, all these things, stemming from Anagumo's seemingly insignificant sneak attack, brought about earth-shattering changes. On the WhiteBeard pirate side, their strongest fighter, Marco, was captured, and this was used as leverage. For a moment, all the pirates simultaneously stopped fighting, ignoring Marco and continuing to fight. It was obvious that, within the WhiteBeard pirates, such a treacherous act of abandoning a comrade was unacceptable. They're not Akainu either. I can't be cold and heartless. Tokikake and Anagumo, both arrogant, stood not far from Marco, one on his left and one on his right, both bowing their heads and looking down at Marco, who was bound on the deck, their faces beaming with triumphant smiles. The 693rd Spider Demon laughed arrogantly. Marco, you and the WhiteBeard pirates, along with WhiteBeard himself, will ultimately be annihilated. Tokikake grinned, his expression arrogant. Marco, you're very strong, but unfortunately, you're going to die. Really? Suddenly, Marco looked up at Anagumo and Tokikake, revealing a mischievous smile. Crack! Marco, who was handcuffed, suddenly had his handcuffs come undone. Own! Marco's body suddenly erupted with incredibly powerful blue flames. This is an unprecedentedly powerful force. This is Marco unleashing his full power. His strongest attack. The figure moved furiously, leaving behind streaks of blue flames in the air. Almost instantly, Marco, with both hands engulfed in blue flames, pierced Tokikake's chest. Tokikake's smile instantly froze on his face. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. The curve of his lips turned into a bloody mess. This is impossible. See stone handcuffs. How did you do that? How on earth did they manage to do it? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Want to know how Marco managed to arrive and silently unlock the sea prism stone handcuffs? What on earth is going on? Tokikake was unwilling to accept defeat. Just a second ago, he had arrogantly looked down at Marco. A year of great success, victory in the defense. Perhaps, what could he do about it if he was unwilling to accept it? His heart was pierced by Marco. If it weren't for his strong life force stubbornly resisting, allowing him to carelessly endure a few more seconds of fear, he would have surely perished long ago. Because of my father. Marco said something that only 3 people could understand. Because of WhiteBeard. It's completely inexplicable. Ding dong. But at that moment, on the other deck, a clanging sound of shackles echoed, followed by the appearance of a pirate holding the recently handcuffed Marco in the sea prism stone handcuffs. Beside him, Absalom, with a shifty expression, was holding Marco captive, the transparent one. Along with another pirate, Tokikake's eyes widened in utter terror, the meaning clear and unmistakable. His life force was draining away rapidly. WhiteBeard. East. Tokikake is dead. It's strange that he was careless. With Marco handcuffed behind her, she let down her guard, completely calmed down, and was very close to him, only to be suddenly ambushed and killed by Marco with lightning speed. Of course, the most crucial thing is the transparent Absalom. Come here. Anagumo suddenly woke up from his stupor. Satori, startled, was instantly terrified. He thought back to what had happened and then suddenly heard the faint sound of keys clinking together. At that time, he checked around and saw no one, so he didn't pay attention to these details. Anagumo exclaimed in horror, the transparent Absalom. A transparent person can make their own body transparent and can also make people and objects in contact with their body appear transparent in the same way. That's right, it was Absalom. He brought along a pirate, and using the sea stone's immunity to abilities, the 2 of them secretly stole Anagumo's key and even unlocked Marco's handcuffs. Completing this will bring about a world-shattering reversal. And judging from Marco's statement, because of the father's words, it's even clearer that all of this was orchestrated by WhiteBeard. Originally, WhiteBeard had already instructed the Ice Witch to find Absalom, making all the necessary arrangements in advance. That's why it just came out. However, at that time, WhiteBeard was only taking precautions just in case. If Marco could defeat the strongest naval fleet, then there would be no need to use Absalom as a pawn. But if the fleet is hiding extremely powerful individuals, and Marco has no way of killing them, then this is the only option. He truly is a father. Marco possesses supernatural abilities, and deep down he holds WhiteBeard, his father, in immense respect. If it weren't for that, with the powerful Admiral Tokikake, defeating him wouldn't have been so easy. Don't even mention directly killing someone. Tokikake died. Right now. The whole world is in turmoil for the second time. Change the world. Another earth-shattering reversal. Once again, they exceeded everyone's expectations. Terrified. Surprise. But at this very moment. New world, new naval headquarters. Akanu's eyes widened in furious rage, as if they were about to spew molten lava. Just moments ago, they were talking about a world-shattering reversal, killing Marco, wiping out the remaining members of the WhiteBeard pirates, exterminating WhiteBeard, and completely eradicating WhiteBeard and his pirate crew. Result: Marco was handcuffed intentionally. As a result, Marco was unharmed, but the commander-in-chief of this military operation, the most powerful Lieutenant General Tokikake, died. Who is ultimately responsible for this earth-shattering reversal? Akenu was furious. Worship above. Anagumo isn't a good person at all. He had originally been smugly planning a sneak attack, capturing Marco. But the final result. Not only was it completely useless, but it also led to the death of Tokikake, a top-tier fighter. If he hadn't handcuffed Marco, Tokikake wouldn't have made such a mistake. Then Marco wouldn't take the opportunity to stab him through the heart. That hateful transparent person, Anagumo gritted his teeth. A sneak attack. Who was the real ambusher in the end? Who was the real victim of the ambush? Now it's your turn to go to hell. Anagumo. Marco's acting was so realistic, from the moment he was handcuffed by the sea prism stone to his subsequent actions, that there wasn't a single flaw. He deceived Anagumo, Akainu, and the whole world. Marco's hands were bleeding. It was fresh blood from piercing Tokikaki's heart. Anagumo, who was once him, secretly ambushed Marco during the Summit War, handcuffing him with sea stone. This time, I want to retake the test carefully. But unexpectedly, Marco used their strength against them. Being stared at by Marco as if he were a corpse, Anagumo felt a chill run down his spine, his heart filled with an unusual, overwhelming fear. You deserve to die. Even if it means death, I will drag you down with me. Rumble, rumble. Anagumo takes the lead in causing trouble, determined to take action. Showing off their incredible strength, life return awakens. He regains his black hair, which transforms into terrifying arms, making him look like a spider. Armament hockey. The 6 styles of the Navy. They were all instantly blessed by Anagumo. Dong. In an instant, Marco unleashed his most powerful attack. A devastating blow with terrifying destructive force. Almost immediately, Anagumo crumbled. Go to hell. Marco unleashed a powerful blow, imbued with terrifying force, instantly shattering Anagumo's struggling defenses. After launching to secret killing moves, unleashing his full power into attacks on Marco, and with success, his mood relaxed. He gasped for breath, his whole body almost collapsing from exhaustion onto the deck. While it looks incredibly easy to use those to finishing moves, the amount of energy Marco expends himself is actually quite exaggerated. Normally, Marco fights with all his might, and when sparring with opponents of similar strength, he can last for at least several days and nights before showing signs of fatigue. But now, having only unleashed his ultimate technique twice, Marco was practically exhausted and about to collapse onto the deck. The Zoan-type mythical creature, the immortal bird, possesses truly extraordinary abilities. Not only is it immortal and resurrected, but it also has a power that can instantly kill an enemy, provided that the blue flame burns the enemy's internal organs. Any internal organs, under Marco's blue flame, would completely lose their vitality. It seems that Admiral Tokikake, despite his immense power, met his demise using this very tactic. As for Vice Admiral Anagumo, his strength was completely overwhelmed by Marco, so Marco used a lightning-fast tactic to directly defeat him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Breathing heavily, Marco's face was also filled with excitement. I can see my father soon. The incredibly powerful Tokikake, its heart pierced, is completely dead. They secretly planned a sneak attack on Vice Admiral Anagumo, but Marco thwarted their attempt. He died a violent death, his remains were gone, his blood gushed out, blood and flesh splattered everywhere in the air. This display of fervent enthusiasm caused the pirates, who had originally stopped attacking, to cheer loudly. Their passion ignited, and they began to furiously attack the Marines. Full of fervent enthusiasm, charged towards the warship. Captain Marco is the undisputed champion. The WhiteBeard pirates will never perish. Follow WhiteBeard, the king returns. Rule the world. Let us risk our lives, let our blood burn with passion, and fight for WhiteBeard, our father. It's WhiteBeard's father who's fighting. It's WhiteBeard's father who's fighting. The shouts of kill shook the heavens. The entire surface of the sea was engulfed in an infinitely violent storm of battle. The pirates were in high spirits, each one brimming with passion, ready to risk their lives without hesitation. Thus, in a short period of time, the Navy suffered the direct loss of 2 supernatural officers. This brought about a change that shook the entire world. The original Marines had completed a reversal, successfully gaining the upper hand. But then, a moment later, Marco made a dramatic comeback, putting the Marines in danger for the second time. The WhiteBeard pirates held an absolute advantage. At this very moment, the whole world is in turmoil. In stark contrast, Akainu of Marine Headquarters was like a raging leopard, his whole body convulsing with rage, his teeth bared and eyes bulging. Slap him in the face. Slap him in the face. Simply slap them naked in the face. People said the WhiteBeard pirates were finished. They said WhiteBeard wanted to destroy them. But what was the result? The WhiteBeard pirates, each member of the crew, received encouragement. Their spirits soared, their fighting spirit resounded, and they strived to kill the enemy. But looking at the Navy on this side, after the deaths of their 2 strongest vice admirals, the remaining vice admirals are simply not enough, and their morale has instantly plummeted. This wasn't just a slap in the face, it inflicted even greater damage on Akainu. This time, the Naval Task Force, from the fleet's enlisted warships to the Marines themselves, were all selected by Akainu himself. Akainu was so furious he could barely breathe, almost jumping up in anger. Damn Whitebeard! He set another trap for me. Hateful. In the distant sacred land of Mariadra, the 5 elders were also frowning in confusion. They never imagined that a deadly trap would ultimately be thwarted by the Whitebeard pirates. A dramatic reversal of fortune. Absolutely unbelievable. When one of the 5 elder stars utters the words unimaginable, it's enough to prove that his heart is in turmoil and he's been utterly shocked. We need to find a way to completely eliminate Whitebeard. Keeping him around will only cause endless trouble. Fresh Flower Bridge. This has failed again. From my perspective, even if Sakazuki were to duel Whitebeard, he wouldn't necessarily win. Well then, let's just go with that. The 5 of us will sit back and watch the tigers fight. The 5 elder stars were all violently shocked by the earthquake. And although they were indignant, this earth-shattering battle to besiege Whitebeard had cost them countless forces, only to have it all come to nothing. However, the 5 elders, being ancient beings who had lived for countless years, could see through it. This attempt hadn't completely failed yet, and they were already beginning to plan for the next attempt. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled incessantly across Gran Tesoro on the sea. The earth-shattering battle had entered a fierce phase. Smoke and flames of war are flying everywhere. Intense artillery fire rained down relentlessly on the enemy ships. One by one, the warships unleashed unparalleled fierce combat. Fresh blood was flying everywhere. Sacrifice, death and battle, these are simply the brutal synonyms of war. Each member of the Whitebeard pirates, under the pirate flag, their faces stained with the fresh blood of their enemies, their spirits resounding as they fought to the death. At the same time, the fighting at sea did not affect Gran Tesoro Island, and the fighting on the island never stopped from beginning to end. Bang! Having been struck by Whitebeard and impaled deep within the Earth's layers, Fujitora still managed to crawl back out. He truly lives up to his reputation as a Marine Admiral. His strength is sky-high, and his stamina is incredibly formidable. Whoosh! The moment Fujitora crawled out, in the blink of an eye, Whitebeard's sword, enveloped in a swirling, pitch-black abyss-like armament hockey, descended from the sky and slashed down. Cut Fujitora's entire body into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. With that one strike from Whitebeard, the entire island of Gran Tesoro trembled, and a terrifying, bottomless crack appeared in the ground. It's noisy. Fujitora's body fell into the bottomless chasm. With Whitebeard's slaying of Fujitora, this epic battle, which felt like the end of the world, officially entered its final stage. The pitch-black thunderclouds, the rumbling thunder, the heavy explosions, the terrifying celestial phenomena below created a battle scene so horrific that it even overshadowed the weather itself. The land and the sea were like the end of the world. Corpses floated on the water, and fresh blood stained the oars on the islands. The earth-shattering shouts of kill, the frenzied cheers and desperate screams echoed across the vast ocean. The warship was wrecked, and the remains were not intact. This earth-shattering, world-shaking battle, which caused several global upheavals and experienced numerous twists and turns, marked by terrifying highs and lows, is now entering its true climax. Zephyr versus Momomaru, ending with Momomaru being completely blown away by Zephyr. In the midst of battle, the Pacifista destroyed countless layers of the earth, leaving behind numerous fissures in the upper layers of the ground. The terrifying laser weapons displayed incredible precision. Under Ain's command, the world government under the Pacifista banner was destroyed in ever-increasing numbers. Neo-Marines, both real and fake Pacifista, achieved victory. Aokiji vs Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki, in a fit of rage, sent Aokiji flying, blood splattering into the sky. Aokiji was defeated, and that was the end. Damn Teach! How come he's not here yet? Blood splattered everywhere as Aokiji flew out, his heart filled with rage. This time, he was standing up to confront Whitebeard, because of an agreement he made with Teach. But looking at it now, Aokiji seems to have been tricked by Teach. Hawkeye and Bartholomew Kuma are locked in a fierce battle, which is still ongoing. Bartholomew Kuma shows that his strength far surpasses his outward appearance. Once the laser weapon is activated, it becomes even more uninhibitedly powerful. And the Hawk-Eyed Man's subsequent rampage demonstrated unparalleled strength, far surpassing the public's perception of these two individuals' capabilities. Bartholomew, Kuma, and Hawkeye, displaying their true power for the first time, unleashed a level of destructive force that completely surpassed everyone's understanding of the 7 warlords of the sea. The suffocating celestial phenomena below, the terrifying battle about to end. Whitebeard, wielding his sword, suddenly swung it upwards, sending a fiery streak across the sky, shattering the pitch-black horizon and illuminating the heavens. Whitebeard let out a long, resounding roar. "WhiteBeard Pirates! All personnel assemble!" Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Whitebeard let out a loud roar, the entire island was filled with similar, vibrating sound waves. Whitebeard's voice echoed, reverberating across the entire sea, and reverberating endlessly in the turbulent air. With a heart-wrenching scream, he let out a long, piercing cry that suddenly sent a jolt through everyone present. First Division, Marco. Return. After resting, Marco, alone on his horse, immediately soared into the air. His blue flame wings suddenly vibrated, and upon boarding the warship, he streaked across the sky as he sped away at high speed. With a thud, Marco landed on the island, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, "Father." Third Squad, George. Return. With only one arm, George, with a powerful and unrestrained display of strength, sent a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral flying, and then roared towards Whitebeard. During the Vice Admiral Summit War, George, while sparring with Aokiji, unfortunately lost an arm. The burly George had a completely indifferent expression on his face. Even having only one arm couldn't dampen his spirit. Fifth Squad, Vista. Return. Vista, wielding twin swords, suddenly unleashed a barrage of attacks, his strikes like a raging serpent, like a storm, slicing through all the sailors on his warship. Each squad leader shouted in unison, "The Whitebeard Pirates are back!" From then on, the Whitebeard Pirates were resurrected. With his sword suddenly pointing towards the horizon, Whitebeard let out a long, loud roar. Stab! Lightning flashed, piercing through the pitch-black thunderclouds. The earth suddenly began to tremble. The horizon seemed to split open, a swirling mass of thunderclouds rolling backward, the deafening roar of thunder echoing incessantly. From then on, it became clear that the 503 pirate crews had been resurrected. Amidst the swirling thunderclouds, Whitebeard's haughty roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. "Come with me, let's sweep the battlefield." Whitebeard swung his sword, a blazing inferno instantly unleashing a devastating flash. In a flash, a raging storm erupted, the intense flames and whirlwind sweeping away the fallen leaves like an autumn wind, simultaneously slicing and incinerating each marine. "Follow Whitebeard, father. I entrust my life to my father. A father must fight. Kill, 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 kill." The fighting spirit of all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates suddenly soared. The shouts of kill shook the heavens. The final, fierce counterattack has begun. The Whitebeard Pirates practically swept through this apocalyptic battlefield with a sweeping, devastating assault, slaughtering every single sailor on their warships. The Whitebeard Pirates resurrected. This battle, a complete victory with profit. The whole world is in uproar. The Whitebeard Pirates are resurrected. In the luxurious palace of Moriedra, the 5 elders sat on their high thrones. Among them, the one who had embraced the first great demon Slayer spoke with a displeased expression. "There's no need to get angry. Continue sending people to target Edward. Newgate is going. Let Sakazuki go himself. Also, there's a vacant admiral position at Marine Headquarters. We can recruit again. Do you have any good candidates to recommend? What is Momomosagi like? If you don't want to, then encourage them. This battle will surely result in the deaths of thousands of naval personnel." Fujitora's sacrifice didn't stir any emotion in the 5 elders. It seemed that in their eyes, the loss of a high-ranking member of their headquarters wasn't a cause for concern. They could simply recruit another one. Even the sacrifice of thousands of naval soldiers was coldly dismissed by the 5 elder stars as they're doomed to die. This is the cruel and heartless reality. If Fujitora had known the outcome, would he still have chosen to uphold his sense of justice, oppose Whitebeard, and ultimately die? Similarly, in the sacred site of Moriedra, that building is called the Forbidden Sanctuary, a certain room within the laboratory. Vegapunk was similarly shaken, but what shocked him wasn't the resurrection of the WhiteBeard pirates, but WhiteBeard's control over his swordsmanship, the intense elemental transformations of his fiery sword and the swirling armament hockey. He switched between these two forms so naturally. WhiteBeard's swordsmanship and the burning fruit are like a match made in heaven. Resurrecting the dead. If only I could get WhiteBeard's help. Perhaps I could truly fulfill that great dream I've always dreamed of. New world, new naval headquarters. Own. Akainu's furious face, a single angry slap shattering a desk. That hateful WhiteBeard. He made me lose so many troops this time. Akainu was furious, his anger resembling a raging lion's mane. He desperately wanted to find WhiteBeard and fight him. Compared to the cold and ruthless five elders, Akainu is a star filled with rage. Navy. Warships, firepower. Along with several lieutenant generals, they all sacrificed themselves like that. It's truly outrageous. The more Akainu thought about it, the angrier he became. He meticulously reviewed this large-scale military operation, which he called historic, from beginning to end, and discovered he was even more furious. This was a massive military operation, unprecedented in scale and scope, a campaign unlike anything seen before or after. Where could such a thing be recorded in naval military training materials? Not to mention the historical accuracy and the re-entry into naval history books. This is definitely a humiliation for the Navy. It consumed countless resources, materials, and manpower. The result was WhiteBeard's wedding dress. The WhiteBeard pirates were resurrected thanks to this. Akainu felt a burning, agonizing pain on his face. During this battle, WhiteBeard demonstrated a power that even Akainu found terrifying, repeatedly turning the tables and creating miracles. Idiots! A bunch of trash! Akainu stood up, pacing back and forth. Do I really need to go and deal with WhiteBeard myself? The 3 admirals plus me, 4 of us can definitely kill WhiteBeard. It's just the new world. One is on an island. Red-haired Shanks and his crew were leisurely drinking beer. The WhiteBeard pirates. Resurrected, the chubby man tore off a piece of grilled pork leg, muttering softly. Next, I fear there will be even more intense and perilous battles erupting. Then Beckman exclaimed in surprise. After WhiteBeard was reborn, he created so many miracles, shocking people enough times to leave them speechless. Bruce. The red-haired man's phone rang. He answered, and a calm, unhurried voice came from the other end. Your so-called help. I've done everything you told me to do. The reason Hawkeye ultimately chose to side with WhiteBeard was because of red-haired Shanks. Ha ha ha. Don't get angry. Red-haired Shanks grinned broadly and laughed heartily. No one knew the true thoughts of this Yonko. How could someone capable of ruling the new world as one of the Yonko be a naive and gentle person? God only knows what Shanks really means. The thoughts of the 4 emperors are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The New World, having infiltrated the Blackbeard pirates, fled Good Cake Island. Teach. Didn't you tell Aokiji that you wanted to participate in the operation to eliminate WhiteBeard this time? Dokuku, limp and weak, rode on the head of a dying old donkey, muttering softly. Blackbeard chuckled. Aokiji, you idiot. We're all injured. How can we possibly go and confront WhiteBeard? Van Augur frowned. The WhiteBeard pirates. Resurrected? That might not be good news for us. Lafitte, holding a gun disguised as an umbrella, said, WhiteBeard pirates, sooner or later we'll have a life-or-death battle. Captain, shouldn't you be all right? If only we weren't all injured. This world's greatest swordsmanship tournament would absolutely be a heaven-sent opportunity to completely annihilate the WhiteBeard pirates. If we, as part of the Marine fleet, were to reappear later, that would truly be a huge surprise for the WhiteBeard pirates. We must tell the whole world a huge surprise. Right in front of the whole world, we will wipe out all the remaining members of the WhiteBeard pirates. What a pity, Shiryu. We've lost a super skilled teammate. The Blackbeard pirates were all deeply troubled by the fact that Shiryu had been killed by WhiteBeard, but they were also unlike Shiryu, who was ruthlessly engaging in the 973 fighting style, honing his physical strength to the point of fearlessness in the face of pain. In the battle against the Charlotte family, the only one who wasn't seriously injured was Shiryu. They suffered serious injuries. Naturally, there's no way I can go to war. Waiters, get ready to run. Blackbeard Teach suddenly opened his mouth, his toothless grin turning into a cackling laugh, as if he were joking. This Whitebeard. He's even more ruthless and tyrannical than Whitebeard's father. You guys, get ready to run away. Captain, you're not kidding, are you? We worked so hard to conquer the Cake Island, and now we're going to start running away. That's right, Captain. Why don't we take a gamble? I don't believe Whitebeard would dare attack us now. Responding to the crew's suggestion, Blackbeard Teach chuckled to himself, his face a dark, grimy mess, as if he hadn't seen it in ages. You absolutely mustn't use the same eyes to judge the same person from different eras. People change. And you absolutely mustn't underestimate Whitebeard. In Blackbeard's eyes, without Whitebeard guarding the Whitebeard pirates, the Whitebeard pirates were essentially useless, merely divided. However, once Whitebeard was in charge, that event would unleash an unassailable, supernatural force. Everyone was a little surprised and bewildered. They were a little unclear about the meaning behind Captain Blackbeard's words. Ultimately, people change. Is it just that Whitebeard became even more ferocious, violent, and domineering? Listen to the captain's orders. All right, Whitebeard. Let's not start a war with him for now. I want to start running away again. What a meaningful seafaring life. I think many years from now, I will definitely miss these days. Even though Blackbeard, a Jonin who had been hiding for 20 years in the Whitebeard pirates, has now clearly ascended to the throne of the 4 emperors, he still chooses to remain humble and patient. What a truly terrifying character. Like a Wolf King, he can remain calm and rational at any time, can lie low and endure, and can also find opportunities in danger. Unwavering, insidious, yet rational. Blackbeard was a deranged schemer, and also a total gambler. When the time is right, strike with lightning speed, and win the bet against a Wolf King. The New World. A kind of extremely large island above. This is an extremely bizarre island. The entire land is flat, yet everywhere there are scars and trenches, so deep that their bottoms are unfathomable, crisscrossing one another. Along the abandoned road, looking across, one could see a dilapidated building, overgrown with trees and in a state of utter disarray. As the setting sun cast its slanted rays upon the ruined town and the bushes, it evoked a sense of desolate silence, decay, and despair. It's clear that this town, countless years ago, experienced a catastrophic war that destroyed it, turning it into the desolate ruins it is today. It was in this desolate, deserted central island that a powerful, majestic, yet lifeless, towering tree stood proudly, its height reaching the very heart of the island. This was a massive tree, as large as an island, its trunk reaching high into the clouds, its summit indistinguishable. Its branches and leaves were lush and vibrant, each leaf the size of a house's roof, each dry branch like a long, wide road. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, in the middle of the sea, not far from the island, several enormous pirate ships appeared, riding the wind and waves, heading towards the island. Captain, we spotted a towering tree ahead. On a massive pirate ship resembling a prehistoric beast, a giant pig, approximately 6 meters tall, respectfully and grumbled to the pirate captain seated upright on the ship. This is a Zoan-type demon with a true devil fruit ability. Two terrifyingly sharp fangs, stained with countless amounts of fresh blood, had pierced countless lives. Surprisingly, this ferocious, wild boar was now displaying an extremely respectful attitude. Because standing in front of him was his captain, 5.4. The Beast Pirates, King of Beasts, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Beast Kadu. Hiccup. Kadu let out a burp and a powerful stream of air suddenly surged out, instantly creating a whirlwind that blew things on the deck with a loud creaking sound. Kadu, in his godlike form, bowed his head and looked at the mountain boar, his eyes like brass bells, a towering tree. How big is it? The mountain boar respectfully said, high up in the clouds, carrying a large wooden structure, stands a magnificent town. Among the world's greatest, most steadfast, and most precious ancient trees. Treasure. Adam's treasure. Kadu, with his godlike physique, suddenly became still, his bell-like eyes emitting an astonishing light. I didn't expect this. I was going to find Whitebeard, but instead I stumbled upon a treasure tree, Adam's tree. Called the world's most expensive tree, the Adam's apple tree fully deserves its reputation. Just like precious treasures, any pirate who sees them will want to claim them as their own. Even Kadu couldn't resist the temptation. The Beast Pirates themselves wanted to take advantage of the fact that the world's greatest swordsmanship tournament was ending to ambush the Whitebeard Pirates, carry out a devastating attack, and kill Whitebeard and his entire crew. The result was that on the ship, they encountered a terrible storm. And then, Kadu, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, along with the Beast Pirates, became a collective fan. It's impossible not to lament the unpredictable weather of the New World, with its raging storms and towering waves, capable of capsizing any pirate ship at any moment. The same was true during Shiki's battle with Roger. "You go and chop down the Adam's tree." Kadu issued a ruthless command, then looked up towards the island right before him. Sure enough, in the center of the island, a towering, cloud-shrouded, jade-like, massive, vibrant tree, brimming with life, was growing vigorously there. It is an extremely precious treasure, the Adam's tree. The town's trees were all destroyed. Not a single person was left alive. Kato's voice boomed through the air, creating a deafening buzz. A group of beast pirates, a chaotic and extremely excited crew, all incredibly ferocious beasts revealing their man-eating fangs. All those savage and violent wild beasts were indeed Zoan-type devil fruit users. Boom, boom, boom. The beast pirates have landed on the island with great force. Very quickly, earth-shattering cries erupted as the beast pirates stormed Adam's tree, indiscriminately killing anyone, male, female, old, or young, even infants. The town's warriors were excitedly resisting, wondering why they could possibly be the beast pirates, their rival group. The beast pirates laughed cruelly, each member ruthlessly slaughtering the defenseless ordinary people, their sinister fangs piercing men, women, the elderly, and children alike. Bodies fell from the trees, blood raining down like a torrential downpour. The Adam's red robe, following the trunk, grows and flows down. The entire tree was stained with fresh blood. The pirates of the world have taken a few things that have given people unimaginably huge trees. The world's largest library, boasting the most scholars and the most extensive collection of books, is the Tree of Omniscience. Under Akanu's unusual summons, it finds itself engulfed in flames. Skypiea is supported by massive vines, bearing the mystical plants of Enel's temple. The world's largest mangrove is the Alceo mangrove, whose roots form the Sabaudi archipelago. The 4 Emperor's ant is connected to the Urbath giant race, living in towering wooden structures, along with, as is known worldwide, the most suitable shipbuilder, the builder of ships, capable of withstanding any storm, the pressure of the Adam ship. This extremely valuable Ranju treasure tree, Adam, was seized by the beast pirates. Adam's sacred tree, which once stood in the town, was completely destroyed. The corpses of those beneath Adam's tree piled up like mountains, their blood soaking the muddy ground. Adam's tree trunk and the muddy ground were both stained red. Dire, cold, by chance, kill, along with the stench of blood. This is the Beast Pirates. The world's greatest swordsmanship tournament is about to begin, sparking an epic battle. In the midst of this turbulent world, the world government and naval headquarters have completely failed. This battle left millions dead. Blood flowed like rivers, a world-shattering war, marked by the powerful return of the Whitebeard Pirates, and especially the tragic ending. This battle terrified the whole world. In this battle, the world government and its naval headquarters suffered heavy losses. In this battle, the personnel participating are all people with illustrious reputations in the New World. Bartholomew, Kuma, Fujitora, Gil Tesoro, Iokaji, Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Golden Lion, Virgo, Sabo, Das Bones, Trafalgar Law, Icewitch, Absalom, Beer New World, Ain, Zephyr Tokikake, Onagimo, Marco, Diamond George, and Whitebeard squad leader. In this battle, the Whitebeard Pirates returned with overwhelming force, sweeping away the elite fleet of the Marine headquarters with a devastating attack. The number of deaths is so high it's chilling. What truly terrified the entire world of pirates and Marines was Whitebeard's terrifying power, and that incredibly powerful blade that could pierce through anything, slay admirals, and obliterate the 8 deserts. Logia-type burning fruit ability. Blade of the Ruined King. While everyone was unaware of the situation, Whitebeard also gained an unprecedented amount of emotional value. This battle, after sacrificing the mental energy used to heal injuries and restore peak strength, left behind nearly 1 million mental energy points. Seeing Whitebeard's father afterwards, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates crew was excited, especially the team leader, Each of them was overcome with emotion and shed tears. The cry, "We will fight for Whitebeard, our father," fueled their burning passion and willingness to risk their lives, demonstrating the profound respect they held for Whitebeard. The battle was over, and under Whitebeard's leadership, the Whitebeard pirates temporarily left Gran Tesoro Island, which had been destroyed and nearly sunk. Whitebeard hijacked a large warship, using it as temporary vessels. 410 that night was a wild, extravagant feast. The Whitebeard pirates returned with overwhelming power. Although they weren't as powerful as they were a year ago, Whitebeard himself possessed godlike strength. Relying solely on his own strength, he once again commanded the Whitebeard pirates, making them the most renowned and powerful pirate crew among the 4 emperors of the New World. The wild revelry is over. As the crowd dispersed, Whitebeard, alone in his cabin, called out to the system, "System, I now have nearly 1,000,000 mental points. Can I strengthen my power and physique again?" Now that Whitebeard has recovered his peak strength and physique from his youth, he's even stronger than most beings in terms of physical strength alone. Why could Whitebeard so easily forgive himself for his own humiliation and submit to Kado? The title of strongest creature on land and sea doesn't belong to anyone in the world. Whitebeard will sooner or later have to personally remove it from Kado's head. Either you get a different enhancement, or you become the strongest being. This is Whitebeard's belief. The temperature system and voice rang out, of course, further enhancement is possible. The host currently has 950,000 mental points. This will allow the host's body to be enhanced to the divine demon body. This is the strongest physical body under the rules of this world. 95,000 mental energy points can elevate the body to the level of a divine or demonic body. Is the strongest physical body in this world. Whitebeard nodded silently. The mental energy expenditure was indeed quite significant, but in Whitebeard's opinion, it was still very much worth the investment. The value of emotional intelligence can continue to be obtained, and after the Whitebeard pirates regrouped, obtaining emotional intelligence became even easier. This is also why Whitebeard wanted to assemble the Whitebeard pirates, a crucial objective. A person working alone can never compare to having a group of powerful sons working alongside them. System, give me a boost to my divine demon body. Okay. Host, about to consume 950,000 mental points to upgrade your physical body in a healthy state. Only in a healthy state can the divine demon body be upgraded. It's starting to increase. As the sound system echoed, Whitebeard suddenly felt a sensation throughout his body, a feeling like billions of ants biting and tearing at him. This feeling is like every single cell in my body is being gnawed at by ants. During this kind of tearing and healing process, you can clearly feel that every single cell is becoming stronger. Host, just bear with the suffering for a little while longer, the system warmly reminded him. Whitebeard laughed. What's so painful about this? From my reincarnation until now, I've experienced countless battles, big and small, and every single one has been a bloody mess. Compared to the pain of being wounded while fighting and killing enemies, this level of suffering is truly insignificant. The host is truly a ruthless and courageous man. The system couldn't help but praise. The suffering will increase next. Be patient. Own. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful force surged through Whitebeard's body. Following the heavy, resounding sound, Whitebeard's body suddenly swelled up like a massive drum, and one could even hear a faint rumbling of thunder within him. It was as if, at this very moment, a powerful, surging river was flowing through Whitebeard's body. That's the sound of blood flowing through the veins. Dong dong dong. Gradually, the deafening rumble of thunder grew louder and louder, becoming increasingly fierce. Dong dong dong. Like a devastating blow from a massive drum, if the heavens were to suddenly unleash a deafening thunderclap, it would be utterly terrifying. Dong dong dong. Even the deck of this enormous warship was shaken by this intense noise, causing the items on the deck to vibrate and sway. Even this enormous warship was being stirred up by huge waves on all sides. What happened? Marco rushed out first, terrified by the vibrations emanating from this enormous warship. What's going on? What kind of sound is that? It sounds like a big drum. George, the diamond dealer, also arrived, his mouth agape with admiration. A loud drum sound. No, it felt more like a delayed thunderclap right next to my ear. Beardy World also came over, speaking with unparalleled terror. Shiki, wielding the two renowned swords Kogarashi and O2, advanced forward. His eyes held an expression of even greater astonishment and disbelief than Marco and the others. This isn't the sound of a drum, nor is it the rumble of thunder. It's the sound of a heartbeat. Marco, George, and the others all trembled in unison. The sound of a heartbeat. Beardy World's face was filled with disbelief. Don't joke around. Golden Lion. We've both been powerful beings who have dominated this vast ocean for 2 eras. When have we ever heard of such an intense heartbeat sound? Zephyr emerged from another Neo warship and, upon receiving Beardy World's message, exclaimed in disbelief, "The sound of my heartbeat. It feels like the ground is shaking." This is the tremor of a major earthquake. Beardy World looked at Zephyr and inquired, "Zephyr, how did you get here?" Zephyr Chinthin said, "My intelligence officers have obtained some very important information that we must tell Edward Newgate." Marco nodded. "Father is resting in the ship's cabin." Dong dong dong. Fresh Flower Bridge. At this moment, the sonic vibrations intensified. Those people could clearly stand on the deck below during the violent tremors. The boat's hull was churned up on all sides by increasingly large waves. What exactly is that sound? We'll find out once we go into the cabin and investigate. The Golden Lion pointed towards the enormous cabin of the ship, where WhiteBeard was located. In truth, Shiki, the Golden Lion, couldn't believe that this was the sound of a heartbeat, but his intuition told him that it was likely real. "The sound is coming from my father's room. Let's go take a look." The group eagerly agreed with Shiki Kim's suggestion and were preparing to enter the cabin, but at that moment, OWN! In the vast expanse of the sky, a sudden clap of thunder descended from above, striking directly at the massive warship, right opposite WhiteBeard's cabin. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning struck, completely destroying the ship's hold. Wood chips flew everywhere, and dust billowed in all directions, enveloping the massive warship in a cloud of dust. An incredibly dazzling white light appeared as the lightning struck, causing everyone to hastily close their eyes, not daring to look. What's the situation? The members of the WhiteBeard pirates were all terrified, especially Marco and his crew. Seeing the lightning strike down from beside them, they were all violently shaken. "Is Dad all right?" They couldn't help but express their worries. "How could this happen to me?" WhiteBeard's voice, thick and resonant, echoed like a resounding bell in everyone's ears. "I am WhiteBeard. The dust has cleared." Everyone shuddered at the sight of WhiteBeard. Each one looked unbelievable. The white, moon-shaped beard remained as before, exuding majestic haughty. His physique was undeniably imposing and magnificent, front and back. His appearance hadn't changed much. However, on his muscular body, it was as if countless azure dragons were coiled around him. With each breath WhiteBeard took, the azure dragons seemed to writhe as if they were alive. Just looking at his physique was enough to stir one's heart. The aura of WhiteBeard that had existed since ancient times was so terrifying that it caused everyone present to tremble in unison. Even those who felt they were emperors, considered to be above all others, would tremble under WhiteBeard's imposing aura. "Father, your body." Marco was stunned, staring blankly at WhiteBeard's body, which exuded the aura of the 873 demonic energy, his heart pounding with terror. He had followed WhiteBeard for over 20 years and was the most familiar with him. That's right. Before Marco's eyes, both his father's physique and the aura emanating from him far surpassed the strength Marco had imagined his father to possess. Even a powerful character like Marco, in the presence of WhiteBeard, felt a subtle sense of being overwhelmed and suffocated. This certainly terrified Marco. Shiki, the Golden Lion, was inwardly shaken by a violent earthquake. He had clashed with WhiteBeard countless times when he was young, and in Shiki's eyes, even WhiteBeard at his peak was not as powerful and domineering as he was now. Kim SBT said in astonishment, "WhiteBeard, your conqueror's hockey. Hasn't it already reached its limit?" The fact that even a ferocious pirate like Shiki could be so stunned proves just how dramatically shaken Shiki was. Upon hearing what Golden Lion said, WhiteBeard's eyes lit up. He hadn't really considered the potential increase in Conqueror's hockey before, so he casually explained, "My body has been strengthened by the lightning tribulation." "You all saw that lightning just now." WhiteBeard's explanation was actually quite good. His explanation, on the contrary, caused a huge uproar among the crowd. Zephyr was utterly astonished. Lightning tribulation. struck by lightning, and then his body was strengthened? To this extent, Zephyr was utterly bewildered, completely stunned. He had lived for over 70 years, roaming this turbulent land for more than 50 years, and had never heard of lightning strengthening the physical body. He had only heard of powerful individuals being struck dead by lightning. WhiteBeard readily replied, "That's right. TSK." At this moment, upon hearing these words, the members of the WhiteBeard pirates collectively gasped in shock. One pirate, his face full of admiration, shouted, "Father, I must become strong too. I also want to be struck by lightning." Following a crowd of people shouting, "Father, we all want to become strong. We all want to be struck by lightning." WhiteBeard looked at the boisterous crowd of pirates shouting that they wanted to be struck by lightning collectively, and for a moment, his head was filled with exasperation. "Mother, don't call me father. We can't throw that guy away. Father, if I get struck by lightning, will I become stronger?" George, the honest and straightforward diamond, looked at WhiteBeard with a hopeful expression, asking with utmost sincerity. WhiteBeard's face was full of shame. Being struck by lightning, this must never be spread. If it gets out, I, the mighty and powerful WhiteBeard pirates of hockey, will surely become the laughingstock of the whole world. Only those who are reborn can pass the lightning tribulation. If you want to get struck by lightning, you'll have to die once first. If you have the chance to do something more serious, you can pass the lightning tribulation and become stronger. WhiteBeard casually fabricated a reason to deceive everyone, then changed the subject. "I'm going to test my conqueror's hockey. Get yourselves ready." With the achievement of a divine and demonic body, and the kingly aura born from his rage, he is clearly countless times stronger, and his conqueror's hockey must have also been enhanced, though it's unknown by how much. "Father, feel free to unleash your full conqueror's hockey." Upon hearing WhiteBeard's words, a crowd of people also clamored to try it out, wanting to experience WhiteBeard's conqueror's hockey for a moment. "Okay," WhiteBeard nodded. "Get ready. Own." As WhiteBeard unleashed his conqueror's hockey, the sky and earth suddenly darkened in an instant. Centered around WhiteBeard, swirling dark purple energy appeared in the air. Once these dark purple energy swirls appeared, the air itself distorted. The distance between WhiteBeard and Shiki, Beardy World, Zephyr, and the others was such that in an instant, their eyes widened, their pupils dilated, and expressions of disbelief and horror appeared on their faces. Even cold sweat was starting to roll down my forehead. Ket. This enormous warship, capable of withstanding intense artillery fire without its deck destroyed, suddenly, in the middle of the ship, simultaneously cracked, with numerous fissures appearing on the deck. Dong dong dong. In the distance, the WhiteBeard pirates, a whole group of pirates, simultaneously fell onto the ship's deck. Finally, even Shiki the Golden Lion and Beardy World couldn't withstand such overwhelming conqueror's hockey, and they all knelt down and shattered on the deck. Bang! Seeing the situation unfolding before him, WhiteBeard quickly unleashed a 0 point for conqueror's hockey, and in an instant, it was as if a whale was sucking in water, a form of conqueror's hockey spreading out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Kim, Shiki, and the others were all gasping for breath, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Even they are scared now. Having just endured WhiteBeard's overwhelming, abyss-like, powerful conqueror's hockey, they experienced a kind of illusion of facing a supreme god or demon. With millions of corpses lying at their feet and blood flowing like a river, WhiteBeard was undeniably a terrifying, godlike champion. Even emperors and kings can only kneel at his feet. The warm sunlight shone down. First, they encountered lightning strikes, then WhiteBeard's conqueror's hockey, causing massive explosions that propelled the warship forward. Shiki the Lion, Beardy World, Zephyr, and a group of pre-legendary figures were all violently shocked by the earthquake. Seeing the colossal warship being destroyed and ravaged by WhiteBeard's conqueror's hockey, the group was utterly shocked and speechless. Conqueror's hockey, when powerful enough to reach a certain level, can create a destructive force comparable to an attack. That is, to be able to destroy a warship, one so sturdy it could withstand intense artillery fire, into this state of utter ruin. Truly, I've never heard of such a thing before. How could I not be terrified? Everyone was thinking to themselves, does WhiteBeard's conqueror's hockey currently count as the strongest hockey in the entire world? How does red-haired Shank's conqueror's hockey compare to that of red-haired Shank's? It wasn't just Conqueror's hockey, there was also Whitebeard's god-demon body. Everyone was shaken and couldn't help but wonder which was stronger, Whitebeard's physical body or Kato's 1873 beasts. With his swordsmanship alone, Whitebeard had his eye on the title of the world's greatest swordsman, the ultimate one-sword style. With one swing of the sword, fresh blood splattered into the sky, and the enemy's head rolled to the ground. Everyone couldn't help but think that, currently Whitebeard, whether it's his Conqueror's hockey or his physical strength, might well be eyeing the title of the world's #1. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the clash between Whitebeard and the Redhead's Conqueror's hockey, looking forward to seeing Whitebeard and Katie showcase their physical strength. Just thinking about it makes me feel a surge of enthusiasm. Aang looked at the massive, destroyed warship with a sorrowful expression. What a pity, this warship has been destroyed. Anyway, we're plundering the Navy, so there's no need to feel sorry, Shiki, the Golden Lion, said with a nonchalant expression. Marco continued, maybe. This warship might be the best ship we have. As for the rest of the pirate ships, I'm afraid Father would despise them. After their victory in the war, the Whitebeard pirates acquired a large amount of treasure from the Golden City, their wealth even surpassing that of the original Whitebeard. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to build a pirate ship worthy of Whitebeard. Building a pirate ship takes a very long time, anyway. Little Horse Jr. was looking for boat builders and shipbuilding materials, and while the boat builders found no shortage of excellent individuals, they couldn't find very good shipbuilding materials. After all, it's Whitebeard's ship. If they could withstand the onslaught of Whitebeard's pirate ship, why would they use just any materials to build it? Either we manufacture them differently, or we must use the best shipbuilding materials in the world. Even such a sturdy warship's deck was easily destroyed by Whitebeard's casual release of Conqueror's hockey. Therefore, a pirate ship worthy of Whitebeard's caliber must be even more robust and better than this one. Every pirate crew, every single pirate, must have their own pirate ship to be considered a true pirate. The Four Emperors Auntie, the Sweetheart, the pirate ship. The Four Emperors, Blackbeard Teach, Bigwood, Hockey, pirate ship. Roger in Luz shirt. Jackson in a cool shirt. B. These are super pirate ships, but does a supernatural being exist? To be worthy of Whitebeard's pirate ship, it would have to be the best pirate ship in the whole world. The first problem facing Whitebeard and his crew right now is to build a super pirate ship. Lulelo. Don't worry. Once our Whitebeard pirates completely take over Guild Tesoro's wealth and receive 20% of the world's riches, we'll definitely find the best materials and build the best pirate ship in the world. Whitebeard, on the other hand, wasn't too worried. After eliminating Guild Tesoro, he naturally wanted to reclaim all of the ladder's assets and wealth without missing a single bit. With such a large fortune, he could certainly build the best pirate ship in the world. Whitebeard had already made arrangements for the pirate crew to carry out their plan. Given the Whitebeard pirates' current immense prestige, surely, except for those extremely vicious and reckless individuals, the rest of the pirate crews would retreat and not dare to meddle with Guild Tesoro's property and wealth. Marco and the others nodded enthusiastically, their excitement rising as they thought about the wealth they would continuously acquire. This was 20% of the world's wealth. Any pirate would be thrilled by this. At this moment, Zephyr hesitated for a moment, then looked at Whitebeard and said, just now, our Neo-Marines obtained some important information, so I came specifically to tell you about it, hoping it will be useful to you. Oh, Whitebeard chuckled, lowering his head to look at Zephyr, the admiral whom he had almost killed. Zephyr had long since cast aside his prejudices and become a loyal comrade of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard smiled. Don't tell me any news about that Kadu kid. Zephyr was stunned, suddenly realizing that, given Whitebeard's abilities, he must have already known about his earlier conversation with Marco and the others. He nodded and said, that's right, it's important information concerning the Beast Pirates. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zephyr, the leader of the Beast Pirates. This was the pirate crew that, after the Summit War, had conquered a considerable amount of Whitebeard's territory. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast Pirates could be said to be sworn enemies. Moreover, Whitebeard, who had just been resurrected, had already killed Jack the Drought, one of the 3 greatest menaces of the Beast Pirates. Zephyr's expression turned serious. The Beast Pirates, during a voyage at sea, obtained a gigantic treasure tree. Adam. Counting its branches and leaves, that treasure tree Adam is roughly the size of an entire island. What? Such a gigantic gem, the Adam's tree. The beast pirates are so lucky. Upon hearing the words Adam the Guardian, many of the WhiteBeard pirates were astonished. Adam's tree, the world's best shipbuilding document. No one can compare. CLA la la. That's really timely news. WhiteBeard laughed loudly. Having searched high and low without success, I finally arrived, and it was all worth the time. If you fall asleep, someone will bring you a pillow. If they needed supernatural materials to build the world's best pirate ship, and if the beast pirates obtained the Adam's tree, then WhiteBeard naturally wouldn't hesitate. Since that's the case, we shouldn't be polite to the beast pirates either. WhiteBeard's voice, thick with rage, boomed, "All personnel, prepare to set off. We're going to steal Kato's Beast King Adam's tree. Ha ha ha. That Adam's tree belongs to me. Own." WhiteBeard's domineering and unparalleled voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. The spirit of yielding was stirred. The more I think about it, the more enthusiastic and excited I become. With unwavering arrogance, the first golden lion Shiki laughed loudly. "All right. This is the life I wanted. WhiteBeard, it wasn't in vain that I followed you under your banner and became your subordinate. What Kadu of the 100 beasts, what the strongest creature of land, sea, and air, I've long disliked him. Ha ha ha. Let's all go and take down that Kadu brat together." Beardy World was also filled with enthusiasm. In his heyday, when he and WhiteBeard were rampaging through the ages, there was nothing to worry about with Kadu of the 100 beasts. Since that's the case, that Kadu Kid has obtained the adamantium tree, which will undoubtedly become the building material for our pirate ship. WhiteBeard looked at Shiki, the golden lion. "Golden lion, once the pirate ship is built, don't forget your mission." Don't worry, Shiki, the golden lion, didn't pay any attention to the boatman's matter. His dream was to conquer the entire world. Previously, he was skilled in scheming and devised all sorts of schemes, but none were feasible. Now, following WhiteBeard, he could absolutely achieve it. Shiki the Lion King laughed and said, "No matter how big the pirate ship is, as long as I'm here, I can make it fly." WhiteBeard nodded, then looked towards Beardy World leader. "Are you here?" "This old man, I'm supposed to be your ship's captain and leader." Although Beardy World said this, he was extremely excited inside. "But don't worry. My abilities are certainly not a problem. On this giant pirate ship, I can accelerate 10 times. Ha ha ha. This is great. Once our pirate ship is built, it will definitely be the best pirate ship in the whole world." WhiteBeard laughed heartily. Initially, capturing Shiki the Golden Lion and helping Ivoire a lot wasn't meant to be a good way to build pirate ships later on, so you could use more hockey. The floating fruit ability allows pirate ships to fly. MCMCC's fruit ability allows pirate ships to accelerate 10 times faster. Build the most robust, fastest, and even flying pirate ship. Listening to it all feels incredibly powerful. Adam, the Guardian. We, the WhiteBeard pirates, are determined to claim this. That Kadu, during the time of his father's death, dared to claim to be the strongest lone warrior in the world, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, the immortal king of beasts. Did he ever ask us, the WhiteBeard pirates, about this? Fresh Flower Bridge Zero? What kind of one-on-one fight is the strongest? WhiteBeard Sr. is the strongest. Immortal Kadu. This time, we WhiteBeard pirates will take him down. Marco waited for a group of squad leaders, and a flurry of enthusiastic cheers erupted. The WhiteBeard pirates, during the subsequent Summit War, had been suffocated for far too long, enduring, conceding, and yielding, giving way one more time, enduring again and again. There was so much unwavering defiance. It's been too long and stuffy. It's so uncomfortable. Having annihilated the world government's main navy and a fleet, it's clear that the WhiteBeard pirates still have a lot of revenge left to quell. So we've wiped out another Beast Pirates crew. Conversely, the Beast Pirates still felt uneasy about the WhiteBeard pirates, even though WhiteBeard had never bothered to confront them before. WhiteBeard dreamed of having a complete home, not of conquering the world. But things are different now. To dominate this vast ocean is a given. Otherwise, how could I not let my reincarnation back down? Layla Laylo. WhiteBeard laughed heartily, The enthusiastic display of his subordinates resonated with him, igniting his own passion. Let's begin the Whitebeard pirates' path to domination by crushing the beast pirates. That can-do brat, let me take him down. Follow your father. Crush the beast pirates. Adam, we are the Whitebeard pirates. Follow your father and conquer the new world. A group of Whitebeard pirates, agitated and shouting excitedly, their passion completely ignited. Lala lala, let's turn this world upside down together. Dark, ominous clouds enveloped the island of Gran Tesoro in a terrifying darkness. Gran Tesoro Island, now a desolate wasteland, appeared even more gloomy and terrifying in its suffocating atmosphere. Like a scene of apocalyptic disaster, the entire island was deserted. Suddenly, amidst the dense, tangled thunderclouds, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the horizon and simultaneously unleashing a torrential downpour. Thunderclouds, lightning, thunder, heavy rain, strong winds. Gran Tesoro Island, almost in ruins, was shaken by such apocalyptic weather. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But at this moment, a boat of moderate size, without any flags or insignia, docked at Gran Tesoro Island amidst such a storm. It's true that we're still arriving late. Enveloped in a dark cloak, Monkey D. Dragon gazed at the island of Gran Tesoro, muttering with a mixture of regret and astonishment. Edward Newgate, once again, is going to destroy this prosperous island, leaving it uninhabited. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the one who single-handedly founded the Dragon Revolutionary Army, even he couldn't help but be a little surprised at this moment. 917. Huh? Dragon suddenly turned his head, looking to the other side, where a ship, seemingly in the midst of such apocalyptic weather, was docking at Gran Tesoro Island. Hey, Leader Long! From the ship above, a dragon-ranked officer descended, also surprised by this a Revolutionary Army officer, a true hormone ability user, Hingokama, Amberio Ivankov. Seeing Dragon also here on Gran Tesoro Island, Ivankov couldn't help but be astonished. The enormous, monstrous, shrimp-like creature, with a face even larger than his own, was completely unexpected. Dragon looked at Ivankov, who was also quite surprised, and said, "You, Ivankov, you should be teaching newcomers in your illicit pleasure garden Karma Bada Kingdom. Why are you here?" Ivankov, wearing a pair of crimson high heels, walked in with an extremely unconventional gait, circling around Dragon in a ballet-like manner, his enormous mouth painted with crimson lipstick. Grinning, "You're talking about the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji, aren't you? That kid's been disciplined for a year. He's already become obedient. Hehe, this time I've come to Gran Tesoro. I'm here because of Whitebeard. So, it's all Whitebeard's fault. Looks like we can make friends and travel together." Dragon's voice was hoarse, devoid of emotion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heavy rain poured down on Gran Tesoro Island, yet only Dragon, clad in his long black robe, remained untouched. This made Ivankov click his tongue in amazement. "Dragon, your body is truly strange. You can even avoid the rainwater. Wow, I really want to give your body some hormones." Ivankov, seemingly out of nowhere, pulled out a huge syringe, his face showing a mischievous grin as he approached Dragon. "Dragon, want a shot?" Dragon glanced at Ivankov, spat out a single word, "Get out." That's quite something. Ivankov supported the enormous purple mushroom cloud that had exploded with force, his face contorted in a displeased grin. The original Straw Hat Boy could handle over a dozen shots. "You two father and son have such strange physics. I wonder how many shots your dragon body can withstand." Long, ignoring Ivankov's incessant chatter, boarded a boat alone. Ivankov quickly followed closely behind, stepping onto another vessel, and together they departed for Gran Tesoro Island. The New World. A winter on the island. Editor-in-Chief. Whitebeard's strength far surpasses our imagination. Although I couldn't fight Whitebeard, the fact that he could instantly kill my Hawkeye Mihawk in Whitebeard's hands was completely defeated in just 3 moves. The fact that he was almost cut down by Whitebeard's sword is enough to prove his terrifying strength. The fake Mister. One does. Bones, despite being slashed away by the Hawkeye's attack, did not die. In fact, his tenacious body resisted the Hawkeye slash, and he was soon able to move again. At this moment, he was following ahead of the Sandman. Crocodile gave a brief report on the battle situation. Originally, Crocodile was also participating in the world's greatest swordsmanship tournament, but he encountered a pirate crew and was enraged. Crocodile, alone, pursued them across the ocean for several days, eventually wiping out the entire pirate crew. Therefore, they also missed the opportunity to meet Whitebeard. Whitebeard's power has increased, nothing surprising. Being resurrected and then gaining more power is perfectly normal. Sand, Crocodile, unable to speak or not, puffed on his cigar, blowing rings of smoke, his face full of confidence. I will eventually take down Whitebeard's head. Editor-in-Chief. Whitebeard has become even more tyrannical. Anyone who fights him either submits to him or is brutally beaten to a pulp, dying a gruesome death. The consistently cold and ruthless Mr. I does. Bone's assessment is enough to prove that he was instilled with a deep-seated fear by Whitebeard. That man Dot is none other than Whitebeard. So what? Among the powerful individuals living on this vast ocean, none have fought with blood and sweat or been reborn from adversity. Sand. Crocodile was fearless. His long robe fluttered in the cold wind, complementing his cigar and large top knot, giving him an extraordinary air of vigor. Pirates, we must go against the current. The stronger Whitebeard is, the more successful I'll feel if I take his head. I don't want to lay a hand on the weak. Does. Bones trembled slightly. It had been a long time since he'd heard the editor-in-chief speak at such length. He couldn't help but marvel. This was Whitebeard's charm. Even those who wanted to take down a top-tier player would change their minds because of him. Taking down Whitebeard's head, this is the shared dream of all the pirate groups worldwide who aspire to become powerful. Follow me, let's go out to sea and find Whitebeard. Sand. Crocodile's glowing head slowly moved forward, blindingly bright. Knowing full well that Whitebeard was incredibly powerful, Sir Crocodile still persevered in his quest for Whitebeard. It's unknown what kind of feud or animosity he had with Whitebeard, or why he dared to take such a huge risk, risking his life to find him. Perhaps Ivankov knew. The weather in the New World was consistently like this minutes before. The sky was clear and sunny, everything felt like spring, but soon it turned into a storm with swirling clouds and terrifying, raging waves. It had been 2 months since the last battle at Huang Kim Ban. Whitebeard's reputation across this vast ocean resonated ever more. Under Whitebeard's pirate crew, he completely reclaimed the territories of previously lost forces, and not only that, his pirate crew was also constantly expanding. Because Whitebeard possessed overwhelming power, countless powerful individuals across the vast ocean flocked to join his pirate crew, joining his ranks in droves. Conversely, Whitebeard, under the banner of each pirate crew, emphasized the requirements for joining, not only requiring formidable strength, but also to excessive conditions. First, absolute loyalty to Whitebeard, obeying all his orders. Second, never harming or injuring family members. Nevertheless, in an extremely short period of time, Whitebeard, under the pirate flag, achieved incredibly rapid growth, and his overall strength became terrifyingly powerful. Furthermore, it's worth mentioning that after acquiring Guild Tesoro's vast fortune, the Whitebeard pirates also amassed considerable wealth and simultaneously acquired numerous devil fruit abilities, creating many devil fruit users. Later on, the Whitebeard pirates continued to buy devil fruits in droves. Each of these demons possesses false powers, and they are constantly being born. The Whitebeard pirates' strength has become even greater, and Whitebeard, being the closest to the 16th Division, received a certain degree of development under the leadership of the division commander. To follow Whitebeard and become a powerful figure, one must possess exceptional strength. Every member of the 16 pirate squads undergoes a personal test administered by the squad leader. The pirate ship above. Beardy World grumbled. Marco is the first squad. Diamond George is the 6th squad. What am I compared to Golden Lion Shiki? Whitebeard glanced at Beardy World, casually saying, couldn't a boatman do? Hearing their father casually refer to a legendary pirate as a mere boatman, Marco and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Such an exaggerated figure, surely only their father could come up with something like that. Ivor, you've helped me a lot, Golden Lion Shiki. This kind of legendary pirate, a terrifying existence throughout the entire Grand Line, capable of single-handedly facing a Marine headquarters admiral, that's no joke. Even such a terrifyingly powerful legendary figure was still called a boatman by his father. Marco, who was always brave and resourceful, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "Father, how about we create a pirate crew? Only recruit legendary pirates with supernatural abilities? Upon hearing Marco's words, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. That's right. It is possible to form several non-rotating squads. At the first squadron of the Airborne Squadron, each of them possessed extraordinary power, having once been legendary pirates who reigned supreme across this vast ocean. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, WhiteBeard nodded. The No Faction Division is officially established. The rules are the same as the other divisions, with the only exception. The No Faction Division has no captain. All members will only obey my orders. Shiki, the Golden Lion, and Ivoire, two legendary pirates, have both been greatly aided by the floating fruit ability and have become members of the Uncharted Division. Shiki, the Golden Lion, flew through the air and soon became the next flag bearer of the WhiteBeard Pirates. Although the squad currently consists of only 2 people, each of them possesses considerable strength that should not be underestimated. It's also worth mentioning that Zephyr left with the Neo Marines. The Neo Marines didn't join the WhiteBeard Pirates. After all, they were Marines, and they hated all other pirates except for WhiteBeard. However, Zephyr, under the guidance of the Neo Marines, became part of WhiteBeard's secret intelligence organization. Their advantage lay in intelligence, and they were able to provide WhiteBeard with the latest information on every pirate crew. Although the Neo Marines did not officially join WhiteBeard's ranks, they would step forward and serve him whenever WhiteBeard needed them. It was like Gran Tesoro Island was fighting a battle of some kind back then. If we could recruit a few more legendary pirates to join our squad, that would be even more interesting. Hokum Vista was just joking. This made everyone's eyes light up. Indeed, if they could recruit even more legendary pirates to join WhiteBeard's crew, it would undoubtedly further increase the WhiteBeard Pirates' strength. Of course, everyone also understands that, on this vast ocean, how many pirates can truly be called legendary? Even pirates of this rank have their own pride. They are both local super powerful individuals, a super powerful pirate captain, rebellious and unyielding. To have them join the 597th Rebellion under WhiteBeard, becoming his subordinates, is a rare and highly desirable opportunity. Father, there's a large island ahead. Should we land there to resupply briefly? Standing in the stands watching, with long hair tucked in, she opened her mouth to speak. For several days, the WhiteBeard Pirates had been holding feasts in quick succession, and their food and drink supplies were almost depleted. It was time to replenish them. Then let's land. WhiteBeard nodded. Father, it's only the first day since the squad was formed, and now it's late. Why don't we hold a feast here on the island? That's right. I agree. When the squad leaders heard about the banquet, each of them was more excited than the others. What a bunch of gluttons. In truth, they were all thinking of having a few more drinks with WhiteBeard. Previously, when his father's health wasn't good, the group of squad leaders constantly advised him against it. But now it's different. WhiteBeard's body is stronger and healthier than any of them, so he can naturally drink large gulps of wine and devour large chunks of meat. Lulelo. Let's first crush the 100 Beasts pirate crew and then have a good drink of celebratory merriment. The New World. A kind of extremely large island above. As night falls, having bought all the necessary items from the WhiteBeard Pirates, everyone gathered on the spacious island square and began a bonfire feast that night. Good wine, delicious food. There were also graceful young girls dancing and singing joyfully. The WhiteBeard Pirates cheered in unison. Father, you should drink a little more. Ever since WhiteBeard was reborn, Marco has become much more talkative, no longer as humble and quiet as before. Dad, your drinking capacity, looking across the entire New World, is absolutely unrivaled. Today, why don't you let us see just how much your real drinking capacity is? Even the usually calm and imposing George, the diamond-faced man, changed his old personality and began to lead the noisy crowd. During the Summit War, he was injured in a clash with Aokiji, and ultimately, due to WhiteBeard's sudden illness and coughing up blood, he lost an arm. However, upon seeing his father, WhiteBeard appear safe and sound and in excellent health, George the Diamond became more open-minded and even more talkative about love than before. In fact, the group of captains, all cherishing the time they had left to spend with WhiteBeard, became overly talkative. They never asked about the secret of WhiteBeard's resurrection. I'm very afraid this is just a case of empty talk turning into a nightmare. That's why we cherish this reunion time even more. Banquet. The wine is good. delicious food. We're all sharing this bustling time together. Whitebeard never refused, whether before or after his reincarnation. His alcohol tolerance was always exceptionally high. Whitebeard, with a magnificence, grabbed a large wine vat, aimed it at Cheeky the Golden Lion, and, laughing heartily, said, "Today, I'll show you all what my vast power is." Gurgle, gurgle. The delicious beer poured into Whitebeard's mouth, neatly forming a cavern of fine liquor, completely killing them all. Whitebeard burped, "My sons, it's your turn." Cheeky, the Lion King, glared with wide eyes. He wasn't as heavy a drinker as Whitebeard. His alcohol tolerance was quite average. What was placed before him was an enormous vat of wine. This was very unpleasant. "Cheeky, you won't be afraid, will you?" Beardy World lifted his shirt to show his back. "A loser doesn't lose the battle. This wine must be hay." The Golden Lion grabbed the wine cauldron and immediately poured it down his throat. Ha 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 ha. Even Cheeky, the legendary pirate who reigned supreme in his time, a hero of unparalleled power, the always arrogant and domineering Golden Lion, would find himself in such an embarrassing situation today, instantly eliciting a burst of laughter from the crowd. "Come on, we'll keep drinking until we are completely drunk. Ha ha ha. Who can surpass my father's drinking capacity? Who knows, Cheeky might be able to do it." Hearing the commotion, Cheeky the Golden Lion really wanted to slap each of these squad leaders in the face. If they had the guts, they'd be able to compete with him in terms of strength. Except for Whitebeard, Cheeky the Golden Lion truly wasn't inferior to anyone. However, Cheeky the Golden Lion was quickly infected by the joyful atmosphere of the crowd. Especially after downing a good bottle of sake, the dizzy and disoriented Cheeky, the Lion King, began to become unrestrained and carefree. All the formalities and pretense of being an elder were long cast aside, and he mingled with a group of young squad leaders, calling each other brother and father Whitebeard. This was quite embarrassing for Whitebeard. Luckily, he had a good tolerance for alcohol, otherwise he would have ended up like Cheeky the Golden Lion, which would have been a huge embarrassment. Speaking of drinking, one cannot help but mention King Rayleigh. Initially, during the battle at Golden City, he never actually participated, and in the end, he disappeared into the crowd at some point. Later, rumors spread that King Rayleigh had found a wine cellar in the ruins and then disappeared. The banquet hadn't been going on for long when everyone started drinking heavily, staggering around. Even Marco, the usually sober leader, was slightly intoxicated tonight, his steps unsteady. No wonder the Whitebeard pirates' food was depleted so quickly. Each of them was as big as a small mountain, and a single meal would wipe out an entire ship's food supply. "Whitebeard, you certainly have a great tolerance for alcohol." Having leaned against the wall countless times, Cheeky the Lion King suddenly sat up, gave Whitebeard a thumbs up, and let out a drunken burp. "Of course. How's your father? He's the best drinker in the whole world." "Father isn't even drunk. I saw him drink 5 or 6 bottles of fine wine." But at that moment, as the bright moon shone high in the sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and a fierce, blood-tinged gale suddenly swept through. Chirp, 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 chirp. As they followed, the stench of blood wafted in, accompanied by sharp, piercing screams that assaulted everyone's ears. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates were thrown into a state of panic and astonishment. If you're coming, why hide like a black turtle burying its head in its shell? Why not come out and have a drink of fine wine? Facing the blood-soaked wind, Whitebeard showed no fear, nor did he lift his head as he spoke. A group of squad leaders, their expressions changing rapidly. The originally joyful atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Amidst the raging storm, there was an overwhelming, pungent smell of blood. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, making the air incredibly stuffy. It's quite obvious that the person who arrived is a powerful expert. Moreover, even though Marco had served as a captain under Whitebeard for over 20 years, he had never encountered a character with such a stench of blood. "Father!" The squad leader, looking flustered and anxious, shouted. Everyone was originally drunk, but there were quite a few who sobered up temporarily. Only Cheeky, the Golden Lion, was truly intoxicated and completely unable to sober up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have openly called Whitebeard father in front of everyone. As expected of Whitebeard, it's been decades, and he's still as powerful as ever. Tap, tap, tap. Following the sound, a series of unhurried footsteps appeared in everyone's ears, and then a figure in a red outfit with a strange little leopard perched on his shoulder walked towards room 313. The person who arrived was known as Miss Count Hong, arrogant rider Patrick Redfield. His strength was immense. He alone could stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard. Because of the defeat of the then Navy Admiral Cyborg, he was not weakened and powerless, but was captured by Garp and taken to Impel Down level 6. Following the previous Summit War, Blackbeard caused a sensation with his prison break. Arriving in the New World, he escaped his aging body, regained his youthful strength, and consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit that transformed him into a vampire-like demon. Old man, who are you? Are you trying to cause trouble for the Whitebeard pirates? The leading squad leaders stepped forward, staring intently at Patrick Redfield, their eyes filled with hostility. Patrick, Ryder, Field, hiccup. At this moment, Shiki, the golden lion, was staggering from side to side, his eyes gleaming, hiccuping and shouting drunkenly. It was unexpected that Shiki, after drinking so much, could still recognize Patrick Redfield. The arrival of Redfield was quite surprising. Golden Lion Shiki, I hear you've submitted to Whitebeard's subordinates and become his lieutenant. The mighty Golden Lion, a legendary pirate who once reigned supreme on this vast ocean, today you'll submit to being his subordinate. Patrick Redfield, his red coat billowing in the wind, exuded an air of cuddly bearing as he looked at the Golden Lion, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Huh? Shiki, the Golden Lion, tilted her head, her long golden hair fluttering in the wind, and looked at Patrick Redfield, snorting coldly, you. With your current level of strength. HMPH. Then, let's see. This time I've come to the New World specifically for the title of Pirate King. I'll recover my peak strength sooner or later. Patrick. Before Redfield could finish his sentence, Shiki, the Golden Lion, had already closed in. Boom! An extremely powerful gust of wind following the sudden attack of Golden Lion Shiki surged towards Patrick Redfield. A deafening explosion erupted, and swirling gusts of air whipped up Golden Lion Shiki's long golden hair, emitting sharp, piercing screams. Bang! Shiki, the Golden Lion, fought alongside Patrick Redfield in a style similar to Drunken Fist, using both fists imbued with armament hockey. Patrick Redfield, true to his arrogant nature, fundamentally disdained taking advantage of others' misfortunes, and directly chose to confront the Golden Lion Shiki head-on. Mr. Two hockey-infused weapons clashed almost simultaneously, the air vibrating and spreading in all directions. Shiki, the Golden Lion, with her long, flowing golden hair, wreaks havoc with her martial arts. Lion. 1,000 blows. Suddenly, in the middle of it all, Shiki the Golden Lion unleashed several chaotic slashing attacks with both legs, without any hesitation. Chochu is retired. Each golden slash, unleashed in an instant, immediately emitted a sharp, ear-piercing whistling sound in the air. Although chaotic and disorganized, it was dazzling and possessed an extraordinary aura. HMPH. Patrick Redfield snorted coldly, his hands moving rapidly. Behind him, his blood-red cloak billowed, and in an instant, enormous blood-red bats appeared one after another. These blood-colored bats are covered in long, slender fangs. Appearing shortly after, it directly unleashed a golden slash attack from Shiki the Golden Lion. A bat bites a slashing attack. He then struggled to completely swallow the Golden Lion Shiki's slashing attack. Of course, these blood-colored bats also dissipated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Next, everyone was stunned, speechless. After such a fierce battle, Shiki, the Golden Lion, had fallen to the ground asleep, snoring loudly. That's a real mutation. Again. He's sleeping at this time again. This guy. How much alcohol did he drink? The entire group of squad leaders were stunned into silence. One can only lament the slow-acting effects of those fine wines, which allowed the legendary pirate, Golden Lion, to fall asleep amidst such intense battle. Even Patrick Redfield himself was stunned, muttering, "No wonder your continuous slashing and fighting were so chaotic and disorganized. I thought you were going to use your immobile, legless twin swords." Patrick Redfield, Shiki is drunk, but I'm not. Boom! Beardy World suddenly took action. A wine jug suddenly hurled itself toward Patrick Redfield. 100 times faster. 100 times bigger. The wine jar hurtled towards Patrick. In the process, Redfield, half a meter in diameter, suddenly grew to roughly 100 times its original size. At a distance of 50 meters, the wine jar was like a small mountain. Not only that, its speed also increased 100 times faster. Before the deafening roar could reach anyone's ears, the enormous, mountain-sized wine jar had already slammed down on Patrick Redfield's head. Charge! Clang! Bang! The huge wine vat shattered with a loud crash, catching Patrick completely off guard. Redfield was slammed to the ground. The wine in the cauldron also changed 100-fold, and as the cauldron shattered in an instant, like a raging torrent, it washed down from the cauldron, soaking Patrick Redfield completely. Cough, cough, cough. Patrick Redfield, who had been knocked unconscious by the wine jug, lay on the ground. The torrent of wine, like a waterfall, overwhelmed him, causing him to choke and cough uncontrollably. After a long time, Patrick Redfield finally managed to crawl up from the ground, his body reeking of alcohol. A legendary pirate, yet he had fallen to such a state soaked to the bone. Utterly pathetic. That's right. Patrick. The leopard on Redfield's shoulder, which had already jumped off, now leapt back onto Patrick. Redfield's shoulder, making squeaking sounds, as if pitying Patrick. Redfield. Beardy world. Patrick Redfield's eyes blazed with anger. You're taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Hiccup. Beardy world burped, his face full of surprise, and said, sorry. Actually, I drank too much. I didn't see clearly just now. But my alcohol tolerance is 100 times greater than Shiki's. Sorry. What did I just hit you with? 100 times the amount of bullets. Patrick Redfield, seeing Ivar's drunken state and smelling the pungent odor of alcohol on him, was instantly enraged, his whole body trembling. Drunk. Drunk. Unbeknownst to Beardy World, he had just gotten drunk, and at the same time, the wine jar was growing 100 times faster and 100 times larger. Before this, perhaps only 100 times more bullets could successfully pass through. However, using the power of the Momo fruit, becoming 100 times larger and accelerating 100 times faster still consumes physical energy. Simultaneously accelerating 100-fold and becoming 100 times larger, only 100 times larger than this type of projectile. While other similar objects are only 10 times larger otherwise, Beardy World wouldn't even have managed to take down the enemy before he himself would be exhausted to death. However, the fact that the wine jar consumed 100 times its normal volume, and yet consumed only as much as 100 times the amount of bullets, led Beardy World to mistakenly believe that he had used 100 times the amount of bullets to attack Patrick Redfield. This is Beardy World when her abilities unexpectedly increased. Beardy World, you have successfully angered me. Patrick Redfield's eyes blazed with anger. He and Beardy World were pirates of the same era, and they had often clashed in their youth. But he never imagined that upon meeting again, he would be met with 100-fold barrage of insults, leaving Patrick Redfield utterly furious. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, blood-red clouds gathered around Patrick Redfield's head, and countless blood-red bats leapt within the clouds, emitting sharp, piercing cries that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chochu is retired. One by one, the blood-colored bats all swiftly charged towards Beardy World. These blood-colored bats were incredibly fast, leaving a trail of blood-colored afterimages in the air, like streaks of blood-red lightning moving at the extreme. Is this a pistol? Beardy World felt a little dizzy, pulled out a pistol with one hand, and rapidly fired 2 shots at the bat. The bullets, screaming as they were fired, instantly transformed into something approximately 100 times larger and 100 times faster, carrying a sharp, ear-piercing whistling sound as they slammed into the rapidly approaching blood-colored bat. Rumble, rumble. 2 massive projectiles, each about 3 meters apart, exploded with tremendous force in an instant. Amidst the violent blasts, 2 mushroom-shaped clouds rose into the sky, and flames instantly erupted, engulfing the blood-colored bats. 100 times more powerful than a bullet. The blood-colored bats all turned into blood mist. Ah, it's just like that. Beardy World staggered, muttering to himself, and perhaps the next second, he was stunned into speechless amazement. The captains took turns, and they were all dumbfounded. All that could be seen was the original blood-colored bats, which had been shattered into countless pieces and turned into a cloud of blood mist, now writhing and distorting as if they were alive. Following the swirling blood mist, a gigantic blood-colored bat was born, its two sinister fangs gleaming with a chilling light, undoubtedly showcasing its immense power and the fact that bullets couldn't kill it. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and the gigantic, blood-red bat left a trail of blood-red afterimages in the sky, piercing through the air like a flash of lightning, rapidly hurtling towards Beardy World. If this level of attack were to hit its target, even if it helped Ivoire, a powerful figure of this caliber, 6-3 would still be injured, right? Seeing that gigantic blood-colored bat, I immediately wanted to pierce through it and help you. Ivoire. Danger! Danger! The risk of it going down is absolutely high. At this moment, Ivoire, who had been drunk for a long time, suddenly sobered up, her eyes wide with terror that was self-evident. He arrived too late to escape. It's all over. What a mistake. What a mistake. It's all because of alcohol. Beardy World secretly thought to himself that he wanted to end his life. Suddenly, the situation here is extremely precarious. A blade, engulfed in raging flames, suddenly slashed forward. As expected, the blazing sword and the blood-colored bat clashed in battle. Pink! The flames, like ocean waves, were stirred up by the blood-colored bat. The terrifying flames of the burning fruit were no joke. Almost instantly, the air temperature rose by several degrees. As the raging fire surged backward, it completely engulfed the blood-colored bat. It looks like a burning bat. Flame itself is the ultimate countermeasure against all evil. The burning fruit is almost a perfect replica of the bat-like vampire form. Are not. Patrick Redfield let out a pained cry. This gigantic, blood-red bat was the very thing he had painstakingly developed. It appeared instantaneously and without any effect, Patrick Redfield. But if it were burned to death, it would bite Patrick back. Redfield, the bat was truly bizarre. Others couldn't understand it. Upon encountering WhiteBeard's flames, Patrick Redfield could only scream in terror. Boom! The blood-colored bat was directly engulfed in flames, its entire body burning in unquenchable fire, and it instantly exploded, dying. All that pungent, bloody smell was burned to ashes. It's as if such a form never existed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Beardy World, at the very gates of hell, took a stroll around, and everyone was filled with dread. Fortunately, WhiteBeard's single sword strike helped him stop that bizarre blood-colored bat. WhiteBeard! Whoosh! Patrick! Redfield gasped. The pain of losing a bat was unbearable, and something was bleeding inside him. Patrick Redfield, your abilities haven't improved at all. You haven't even mastered this vampire bat form's true power yet. With this little skill, you can't possibly show off in front of me. WhiteBeard, tall and imposing, stood proudly, wielding a sword engulfed in flames, his hockey blazing as he looked at Patrick. Redfield, Jin then said, HMPH. As long as I suck your blood, I'm confident I can restore myself to my peak state. There's nowhere on this vast ocean that I can't go. The Pirate King's throne will definitely be mine. Patrick. Redfield snorted coldly, his expression arrogant as he spoke. The bat was indeed a vampire in its true form, capable of allowing Patrick Redfield to absorb its fresh blood and become young again. If he were to attack ordinary people, he could easily drain the blood of several island city inhabitants, and in that case, he would have probably recovered most of his strength long ago. Maybe Patrick. Redfield has his own pride, his own arrogance. He disdained to confront an ordinary person who couldn't even tie a chicken's legs. I despise those who go around sucking the fresh blood of ordinary people. He was once, after all, a top-tier figure in this vast ocean, a man who, with his own strength, could stand on equal footing with Roger and his group. Even now, old and weak, how could he possibly stoop to attacking those defenseless ordinary people? However, restoring his strength wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to restore his ultimate state by absorbing the blood of a powerful being. After hearing about WhiteBeard's resurrection and witnessing his ferocious and domineering fighting style, Patrick Redfield decided that he absolutely had to find WhiteBeard and suck his blood. He believed that this would allow him to return to his youthful, peak state. Coincidentally, he heard the news that the WhiteBeard pirates had landed on a nearby island. Facing WhiteBeard, although extremely dangerous, he was certain that if he succeeded, he could absolutely restore himself to his peak. In this life, one must take risks. Without taking risks, one will never have a chance to win. Patrick. Redfield is betting he can win. Immediately afterwards, Patrick Redfield, without a second thought, went straight to the door. "You want my fresh blood? Are you prepared to face death?" Knowing Patrick Redfield's intentions, WhiteBeard wasted no words and immediately launched an attack. The flames blazed intensely, and as the sword suddenly slashed out, the temperature of the surrounding air rose dramatically in an incredibly short time, becoming unbearably hot. The raging flames, like a long, blazing inferno, roared and surged towards Patrick. Redfield suddenly lunged at him. That crimson flame illuminated the heavens and earth. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to vanish beneath the blazing fire. That blood, with its pure essence, had long since been roasted to a crisp by the intense heat of the flames, leaving not a trace behind. The raging flames, carrying immense destructive power, struck towards Patrick Redfield. "Damn it, Patrick!" Redfield roared, a hint of pain etched on his aged face, making him look utterly miserable. The raging flames overpowered him. The bat was indeed a vampire in its 14 forms. This means he can only defeat WhiteBeard with his physical strength. Mr. A powerful armament hockey instantly enveloped Patrick Redfield's entire body. Especially on both hands, it radiated a dark, abyss-like, gleaming armament hockey. Patrick Redfield, unarmed, fiercely swung his WhiteBeard-style sword, unleashing a powerful, fiery slash. East. Like the heavy sound of a drum, a loud bang resounded. Crackling sounds. From Patrick Redfield's feet, cracks suddenly appeared, and then the entire square was covered with a dense network of fissures. These fissures were terrifying, their depths seemingly bottomless. There's no way to imagine the terrifying power of this single sword strike. Patrick Redfield let out another groan. Outsiders simply couldn't imagine the terrifying force he was enduring. In this fleeting moment, the flames blazed fiercely in large patches like massive waves surging in reverse. Each swirling stream of energy was shooting out, stirring up and spreading in all directions. The blood surged from Patrick Redfield's body, instantly enveloping him. In that very instant, the raging flames engulfed his body, the terrifyingly high temperature incinerating him. Patrick Redfield dashed forward. Behind him, his red coat was consumed by the raging flames, leaving a trail of fiery smoke in the air as he sped forward. Even though Patrick Redfield was old and frail, his strength was still not to be underestimated. After all, he was once a super powerful pirate who, single-handedly, could rival Roger and his crew. Although his body was old and weak, his fighting skills and armament hockey remained as powerful as ever. "That's great!" WhiteBeard let out a loud shout. As for Patrick, he couldn't help but praise Redfield's arrogant and decisive fighting style. With both hands, he resisted the raging flames that were like a sword. Then, completely disregarding his own safety, he rushed forward. With such a decisive hockey fighting style, even WhiteBeard couldn't help but approve. As for Patrick Redfield's reaction, WhiteBeard was overjoyed and then rewarded the man with a handful of sunflower seeds. With incredible force, the sword, carrying a terrifyingly powerful flame, instantly sent Patrick Redfield flying. Boom, boom, boom. Patrick was sent flying by the slash. Redfield, propelled far away, crashed into a building in the process, sending up a cloud of dust. The sky was filled with dust and smoke, and it emitted a terrifying, nauseating smell of blood and a pungent, burnt odor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Far away. Patrick Redfield crawled out from the ruins, his large red coat burned to ashes, and his body covered in bleeding wounds, looking quite disheveled. Luckily, I have the protective aura of vital energy. Patrick Redfield was terrified, but luckily he had armament hockey protecting him, and also a vampire-like blood aura shield, which protected his body. Otherwise, Patrick Redfield thought about the terrifying power of that single strike WhiteBeard had just unleashed, and he was so scared he didn't dare think any further. However, this doesn't necessarily seem like a bad thing. Patrick Redfield looked up and saw that he had been sent flying backward, smashing through a building and killing numerous pirates who were watching the battle. Blood mist filled the air, and blood flowed profusely. Accept these things, pirates, fresh blood. After all, they were pirates, not some weak, defenseless poor people. Patrick Redfield had nothing to be ashamed of, and suddenly charged forward. He captured a pirate, then suddenly took a deep breath, directly sucking all the blood out of this unfortunate pirate. What a disgusting smell. This person must be an extremely vicious and evil individual. Patrick Redfield couldn't help but spit. The more ferocious the pirate sounded, the more nauseating the smell of fresh blood became. As the regenerative force grew stronger, Patrick Redfield endured the nausea, continuing to suck the fresh blood of his pirate companions. Long. Patrick Redfield, carrying a bloodthirsty aura, charged towards WhiteBeard. WhiteBeard, let's fight again. Plan. Suddenly, in the middle of nowhere, a massive, blazing inferno descended from the sky, crashing down with a loud bang, slicing Patrick Redfield, who had just soared into the air, deep into the earth. The raging flames burned fiercely, scorching even the earth's crust. WhiteBeard, wielding his sword, descended from the sky. All right, I'll wait for your return, the team leader said. Even the squad leaders couldn't help but gasp in shock. At this moment, those who were originally completely drunk suddenly sobered up. Watching WhiteBeard's thunderous and domineering attacks, everyone couldn't help but be filled with admiration. Patrick Redfield is very unlucky. He had assumed that WhiteBeard would engage him in a close-quarters fight. As a result, WhiteBeard basically ignored him. He directly used his sword, ruthlessly killing the victim. The original WhiteBeard's sword technique was already difficult enough, but now he also has to contend with the Burning Burn Fruit ability. After acquiring the Burning Burn Fruit ability, the sword technique can not only unleash incredibly terrifying, blazing flames, but also perform elemental transformations, achieving various attack effects. Let Patrick go. Redfield got a real scare. He might be arrogant, but he absolutely wouldn't allow himself to back down. Ket. Having been slashed deep into the earth's crust, Patrick was nearly burned to ashes. Redfield crawling out for the second time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Patrick Redfield gasped for breath. Thankfully, he had just drunk plenty of fresh blood. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger if WhiteBeard had just inflicted a blow from above. WhiteBeard, do you dare to fight me barehanded? Patrick Redfield was extremely upset and furious. The demon's oppressive power was truly unsettling, and this made him incredibly uncomfortable. WhiteBeard, don't tell me you don't dare put down your weapons and fight me fair and square. You're afraid of losing in front of your sons, of not being able to save face. Patrick Redfield was furious and shouted loudly. Patrick Redfield was once a man who was in no way inferior to WhiteBeard. Now, decades later, the outcome has turned out to be the opposite of what WhiteBeard did. How is he supposed to accept this? A fair and square attack. Ha ha ha, WhiteBeard laughed heartily, fearless, his white, crescent-shaped beard majestically displaying a belief that could crush everything. Why put down your weapons? One hand is enough to send you flying. Boom! WhiteBeard unleashes his power. He gripped his sword firmly in one hand, plunging it into the ground, while his other hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Armament hockey instantly enveloped it, and with a sudden squeeze, even the air seemed to shatter like a broken mirror. Own! WhiteBeard unleashed a punch. Each swirling stream of energy was rapidly flung outwards. A terrifying, deafening, and ear-splitting sound. Like a mountain's fist, carrying immense destructive power, it slammed violently towards Patrick like a thunderbolt. Redfield. Patrick Redfield let out a loud roar. His hands suddenly clenched, a powerful armament hockey enveloping his fists. Due to the difference in their sizes, if he wanted to attack WhiteBeard, he would have to leap up. And then, Patrick Redfield suddenly jumped up, two fists striking towards WhiteBeard. East. Fists clashed, their combined sound like a thunderclap, deafening and incredibly sharp and piercing. Mister. The air transformed into a swirling vortex, reverberating outwards in all directions. Crackling sounds. Amidst the terrifying explosion, a crisp, resounding crack of shattering bones pierced through the air, piercing everyone's ears, reaching Patrick Redfield's ears. In that instant, Patrick Redfield's face turned grim, unusually grim. Because that crisp cracking sound of bones just now came from his two fists. Own. An incredibly powerful blast of air swept Patrick Redfield straight backward. Bang, bang, bang. A building was completely destroyed, collapsing and turning into ruins. According to Patrick, Redfield flew backward, a bloody storm-like trail passing through him. The air was filled with incredibly hot, high temperatures. Even without using the blazing fire fruit's power, the temperature in this fierce battlefield remained terrifyingly high. Marco, go and bring Patrick Redfield back. WhiteBeard turned his head, and not far away, The captain of the fleet, Marco, stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. "Father, I must go now." Marco showed no hesitation whatsoever. He consistently followed Whitebeard's orders with utmost care and unwavering support 20 years in a row. Hooray! A blue flame flickered. Marco headed towards Patrick. Redfield flew in the opposite direction. Very fast. Marco brought Patrick along. Redfield came home, Dad. East. Patrick Redfield was thrown to the ground, but unexpectedly, this guy had incredibly tenacious vitality. Despite having both his skulls dislocated and fractured, he looked completely unharmed. Patrick Redfield's eyes widened, unsure of Whitebeard's intentions. "Whitebeard, the ship's doctor, bring Patrick." Redfield, take both hands. No one knew why, but just like in the old days, the ship's doctor didn't hesitate at all. Following Whitebeard's orders, he gave Patrick Redfield to more hands. Whitebeard looked toward Patrick Redfield. "Let's fight a proper fight." Own. Whitebeard threw a punch, sending Patrick Redfield flying a second time. He was in a bad state. It turned out Whitebeard had saved him only to torture him. Team leader's turn. Whitebeard, Marco, go. Marco. He flapped his wings and flew away, bringing Patrick Redfield back. Whitebeard, the medical ship. The medic takes action to treat Patrick. Redfield. Whitebeard, Patrick. Redfield, smack, let's have a proper fight. Bang. And so, after going back and forth for the third time, Patrick Redfield, with tears streaming down his face, suddenly knelt down before Whitebeard. "Kill me. I've had enough." Whitebeard remained unmoved. "As you wish. Let's have a proper fight." Everybody. Patrick Redfield was on the verge of going crazy. "What do you want me to do for you to let me go?" "I've had enough." "Ah." Patrick Redfield knelt, truly knelt, terrified, never having seen anything so frightening as Whitebeard. He was not human. He was a demon, a god. The silvery moonlight fell upon this large island, revealing numerous crisscrossing cracks in the ground. The banquet square had long since been completely transformed. How terrifyingly powerful was Whitebeard's demonic body? A single punch or kick is enough to split mountains, enough to shatter the Earth's crust, and could even obliterate an entire small island. Perhaps this island is an extremely large one. Otherwise, during Whitebeard's rampage against Patrick Redfield, this island would have probably crumbled and sunk long ago. At this moment, Patrick Redfield was extremely frustrated. Why did he have to eat a bat-shaped fruit that was essentially a vampire, giving him a life even more tenacious than a cockroach? The fresh blood in his body had no shimmering light, yet it could continuously sustain his life, maintaining his immortality, allowing him to withstand Whitebeard's terrifying attacks without dying. Perhaps the suffering he endured hasn't lessened at all. Even someone as arrogant as Patrick Redfield, a seemingly ordinary character, forced Whitebeard to kneel. One can only imagine the horrific suffering and torture he must have endured. This is truly not something I deserve. Cluck, cluck, ha, ha, ha. But at that moment, a particularly boisterous and unrestrained laugh rang out. "Follow me." Imagine a man in an overcoat, smoking a cigar, his face contorted with a wild, insane rage. Crocodile, strutting about like a crab, walked forward with extraordinary arrogance. The silvery moonlight shone down, illuminating the sand. Crocodile looked even more ferocious. I never imagined I'd witness such a spectacular scene on this island. Crocodile walked up to Whitebeard and his crew, a cigar in his mouth, his face full of arrogant pride, and said haughtily, "Patrick Redfield, a revered legendary pirate, actually kneels. If this gets out, people will probably laugh their teeth out." Bang! Marco leapt forward in an instant, directly blocking Sand Crocodile's path. Crocodile, his face expressionless, looked at the latter and said, "Sand Crocodile, you're truly arrogant." Cluck, cluck, ha, ha, ha. Crocodile, and afraid, laughed maniacally. "I came here, of course, to take Whitebeard's head. With your current level of strength, I'm afraid you'll have to go home disappointed." Marco's body was engulfed in a sea of pale blue flames, the air around him twisting and warping. These flames possessed an undeniably destructive power. "Really? I dared to come here alone on horseback, so I'm not afraid of you Whitebeard pirates." Sand. Crocodile, wielding a golden hook, held a devastating sandstorm in his palm. Even though it was only the size of his hand, The sandstorm possessed terrifying power and could not be underestimated. Once unleashed, it would transform into an immense sandstorm. In the climactic battle, just as Akainu was about to deliver a fatal blow to Jinbei and Luffy, sandstorms erupted. Crocodile used his great desert sword to attack Akainu, blocking Akainu's attack while simultaneously using a sandstorm to send Jinbei and Luffy flying into the sky. That's enough to prove that, once Crocodile unleashes his full power, he still possesses incredibly terrifying strength. If it weren't for Luffy's straw hat-like protagonist or a fully unleashed Crocodile would absolutely not be someone he could defeat. Sand. Crocodile's intelligence quotient is absolutely top-ranked among all the Pirate King characters in the world. The dancing powder incident involved impersonating the king and using a heroic image to gain the people's trust. Especially noteworthy was the ideal village war plan, kidnapping the king, falsely claiming the king had destroyed towns, and supplying weapons to the rebels. This perfect plan used both sides in battle as if they were mere pawns in the enemy's hands. The schemes unfolded in a series of twists, leaving the opponent completely defenseless. It was just sand. When Crocodile confronted Whitebeard, he came alone on horseback, seemingly completely disdainful of using any so-called strategy. Perhaps it's because Whitebeard was so powerful that he could sweep away all schemes and conspiracies. All plots were like paper tigers in the face of absolute strength, unable to withstand a single blow. Perhaps it's because of the sand. Crocodile himself is partly to blame. Hiccup. At that moment, Shiki, the golden lion, who had fallen asleep drunk, suddenly woke up gradually, burping from the alcohol. He shook his unruly, long golden hair. He touched his bare head with his hand, and only then did the golden lion remember that the fatal rudder on his head had been severed by Whitebeard during the battle at Golden City against Whitebeard. His hazy, drunken eyes suddenly saw sand. Crocodile, slurring drunkenly, said, "Little girl, you've also come to cause trouble for your father, Whitebeard." What? Back in our era of dominating the seas, you were probably still playing with your grandfather, weren't you? Hiccup. Sand. Crocodile glared at Golden Lion Shiki. You also submitted to Whitebeard's banner, yet you dare to talk about dominating this vast ocean. Submit. No, I'm not submitting either. I want to reclaim the top joint forces with Whitebeard and turn this world upside down. This turbulent era will still be ours. Ha! Kim SPT, rambling on, suddenly had a glint in his eyes. Little slug, let me take you back to play. Don't come swaggering in front of our Whitebeard pirates. Fresh Flower Bridge 0? Shiki the Lion King's facial expression changed faster than anyone in history. He was so drunk and dizzy that he suddenly pressed his hands down on the ground. Lion's might. Earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, in the middle of it all, the entire ground shook violently, as if violently vibrating, emitting a deafening, ear-splitting rumbling sound. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the deafening roar, the ground suddenly lifted up enormous lion heads. These massive, lion-headed rock formations, once they appeared, instantly overshadowed the sky with terrifying force, like dark clouds pressing down on a city, carrying immense destructive power as they simultaneously descended upon the sand. Crocodile. Cluck, cluck, ha, ha, ha. Facing such overwhelming and terrifying power, the lion's might, the earth's edge, the sand. Crocodile showed no fear whatsoever. His outer coat fluttered in the windless sand. Crocodile suddenly pressed one hand to the ground. Reincarnation invasion. Boom, boom, boom. Following the sand, Crocodile's SA fruit ability was unleashed, and the ground suddenly cracked at lightning speed. Numerous bottomless fissures appeared simultaneously, and the ground instantly withered, all the rocks and soil turning into dust. The entire vast square has been transformed into a desert. The raging desert storm rages and wreaks havoc. Boom, boom, boom. Each gust of sand, rising high from the desert ground, was met with the overwhelming power of a colossal lion. It's turning into a desert. Sand. Crocodile, mocking Nobunaga, clashed with the sand and the lion's head in the sky, suddenly unleashing an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire ground to tremble incessantly. Gurgle, gurgle. In this place, where the speed of light was at its peak, a resounding snoring sound echoed. As they followed, everyone was stunned. Even Crocodile, whose fighting spirit was originally soaring, couldn't help but be stunned, his cigar spilling all over the ground. Again. At this time, Sleeping. You're underestimating people too much. That's incredibly disrespectful. At this level of combat, sleep. Bang! Suddenly, all the berserkers were corroded by the sandstorm. Their water vapor sucked dry, and they all turned into swirling sand. The sand poured down from the sky, scattering sand everywhere. Crocodile's face was covered in it. The fierce battle had just begun when the golden lion fell asleep for the second time, even snoring loudly, which made Crocodile's face extremely displeased. You look down on people. One should never underestimate people. I heard you were thinking of taking my head. WhiteBeard passed Patrick. Redfield, a colossal figure of the same size, appeared in the sand. Crocodile, standing beside him, said even the Straw Hat Kid who just went to sea couldn't beat him. What do you have to take my head? Little smoker, pick up your cigarette, but first, sand. Crocodile raised his head, looking up at WhiteBeard's colossal figure, his mouth twitching slightly as he ferociously snarled each word to lone ones, clearly chaos, death, Lulelo. WhiteBeard chuckled. If you want to fight, you'd better be prepared to face death. Boom! WhiteBeard takes action. Very decisive. There are no signs whatsoever. Not beautiful at all. Simple, brutal, and utterly domineering punch. This punch was incredibly fierce, powerful, and domineering. As the fist swung, a powerful swirling vortex of energy roared, each swirling vortex resembling a wild serpent dancing wildly. Cluck, cluck, ha ha ha. Sand. Crocodile, already prepared, reacted quickly. As WhiteBeard swung his fists, his right hand, coated with deadly golden hooks, suddenly swung out, meeting WhiteBeard's attack. WhiteBeard's golden hook, however, concealed a deadly poison. Once infected, if left untreated, the consequences range from mild numbness and gradual death to severe paralysis and immediate, tragic death. Perhaps WhiteBeard was completely unmoved. Kia unleashed a powerful, domineering punch, like the splitting of heaven and earth, carrying an unstoppable, invincible force, an unprecedented momentum, suddenly slamming into the sand. Crocodile. Seeing WhiteBeard's incredibly confident expression, Crocodile's lips curved into a slight smile. Others might not know the potent poison of his golden hook, but he knew it best. He was confident in his decision. Even a powerful warrior of WhiteBeard's caliber, once his poison took effect, would become sluggish, and the poison would penetrate deeper, causing WhiteBeard's body to become dull, even numb. So, firstly, sand. Crocodile immediately holds an absolute advantage. Sand. Crocodile smirked, incredibly confident, and with that straight hook, he blasted WhiteBeard's fist away. Without any unexpected events, WhiteBeard's powerful and domineering punch clashed with Crocodile's golden hook. Clang! Like massive pieces of steel machinery, a violent collision occurred, producing a deafening roar that suddenly erupted. It was like thunder exploding right in everyone's ears, causing their eardrums to ache. The air seemed to vibrate in a backward, outward motion, stirring up countless swirling sands. For a moment, a raging storm held, and the swirling sand rose up like a sandstorm. WhiteBeard's punch landed in the sand. Crocodile's golden hook, however, didn't produce any sand. Crocodile's vision was a scene from his imagination. In that instant, sand. Crocodile's lips suddenly froze, his whole body went numb. A chill ran down his spine, and his eyes shot out a circle of shock. Impossible! Sand. Crocodile let out a loud yell, and suddenly retreated as if at lightning speed. That's right. WhiteBeard's immense and domineering power had already been unleashed, like Mountai pressing down, pouring all his might and force onto the sand. Crocodile's golden hook, a newly added point, was also poured into the sand. On Crocodile's body, all that was seen was WhiteBeard's fist, and in an instant, the sand was gone. Crocodile's entire body was swallowed into the earth's crust. Sand. Crocodile was forced to merge into the inner layers of the earth. For a brief moment, the earth's crust cracked open. A whirlwind of sand was lifted into the air, and countless rocks and debris from deeper layers exploded, scattering in all directions. As these fragments of rock shot out like bullets, they emitted a sharp, piercing screech. With WhiteBeard's fist as the center, a massive pit, several meters deep and over 10 meters wide, appeared. The geological strata were increasingly riddled with dense, intertwined cracks. Sand. Crocodile was like a son being beaten by his father. WhiteBeard's punch sent him directly into the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, it was missing two of its front sand teeth. Crocodile, spewing sand from its mouth, crawled out from the depths of the earth, its whole body battered, its eyes filled with disbelief and terror. He looked at Whitebeard and said in horror, "Why haven't you been infected by the deadly poison?" 0.9. Incredible. It's impossible to understand. Sand. Crocodile, as always, was unscathed by his sharp weapon. Today, he's facing Whitebeard in this situation, clearly a head-on confrontation. In the past, if this had happened, his opponent would have been instantly poisoned. That's right, Whitebeard is perfectly fine. Hearing the sound of sand, Crocodile said, and the surrounding squad leaders were suddenly shocked. They suddenly understood why their father hadn't been infected with the deadly poison. It was because they remembered the scene of the lightning strike earlier. Marco looked towards the sand. Crocodile, instead of explaining, said, "Father's body is a divine body strengthened by the thunder tribulation. It's poison. How could it possibly injure him? Experiencing the thunder tribulation. What does this mean?" Sand. Crocodile didn't know why. Marco, what nonsense are you talking about? You probably don't understand what a thunder tribulation is. Simply put, my father's body was brought upon by the heavenly thunder, assisting in his baptism and strengthening his physique. Now my father's body is already incredibly powerful and impervious to all poisons, a divine and demonic body. Marco said with immense pride. Whitebeard's body, father, is no longer the sickly body that needed and for drip just a year ago, but it is an extremely powerful, god-demon body. This is the thing the entire Whitebeard pirates are most proud of. Finally, there's no need to worrying about Whitebeard's father's health. This is also why the squad leaders are so good at communicating. Even the usually quiet and composed squad leaders have become more lively lately. My father's health problems have finally been completely resolved. Marco speaks clearly, even fluently. Crocodile, on the other hand, is vague. Don't joke around. The lightning from the heavens descended. How come it didn't kill him? A lightning baptism to strengthen the body. Are you 13 members of the Whitebeard pirates all idiots? Sand. Crocodile snorted, thinking Marco was deliberately teasing him by saying that. First, Shiki the golden lion ignored his attacks and fell fast asleep. And now Marco treats him like an idiot, saying that the lightning tribulation can strengthen the physical body. This is truly a humiliation for Crocodile. You can choose not to believe me, Marco said calmly. A stubborn fool like you won't last long in this vast ocean of the new world. HMPH. Sand. Crocodile snorted coldly, unleashing a furious sandstorm from his palm towards Marco. If you want to fight, let's have a battle today. Oh. In that instant, a raging storm roared, filling the sky with incredibly destructive dust and sand, and a massive, violent cloud of dust surged towards Marco. With this much strength, there's no need for father to lift a finger. I alone am enough to take you down. And you still dream of plotting against father. What a foolish idea. George the Diamond could burst in at any moment. His entire body was enveloped in a dazzling, translucent diamond-like brilliance, each diamond gleaming with blinding light. George, like a ferocious beast, roared forward, leaving a long, sweeping trail of dust behind him. Sparkling. Touch. They directly passed through that raging sandstorm, and even after being pierced through, the sandstorm dissipated completely. East. Sand. Crocodile hastily used both hands to block it, his golden hook held horizontally in front of him with his other hand. The result was still completely blown away by George. Hiss! Along with a cloud of dust flying upwards in the sand, Crocodile suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Armament hockey. George not only covered his body in diamonds, but also enveloped it in armament hockey. It seems that the Logia-type devil fruit truly possesses the power of sand. Crocodile, being violently struck by George like a ferocious beast, suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The towering Whitebeard stood there, his head bowed, gazing at the sand. Crocodile, his white, crescent-shaped beard raised, revealed a smile. Little brat on the sand, you're not really here to court death, are you? If so, don't blame me for the overwhelming power of my sword and chopping off your head. Cluck, cluck, ha ha ha. Sand. Crocodile crawled up from the ground in the distance, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have found you. Whitebeard, I can't wait to take your head. Clap, clap, clap. Whitebeard glared at the sand. Crocodile, laughing heartily, said, "Considering your commendable courage, I'll give you a way out. You can choose one of my sons. Defeat either one, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll twist your head off. I won't beg for your sympathy either." Crocodile, with the ferocious scar on his face, made the fresh blood even more ferocious. "Whitebeard, let's have a proper fight. Whoever wins, their head will be mine." Hearing the sound of sand, Crocodile's voice rang out, ready for a proper fight. Not far away, Patrick Redfield's body trembled, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. "A proper fight? I'm afraid you'll be in despair. You wanted to die, so don't expect me to show any mercy. Own." Whitebeard takes action. The blade, like a long, pitch-black abyss, unleashed an incredibly violent slash towards the sand. Crocodile, his armament hockey swirling around the blade, brought it down with overwhelming force, and the sand was gone. Crocodile had only one path: death. In that instant, sand. Crocodile's face turned deathly pale. Kill. He may have no choice but to back down. Coming to this place, I had already embraced the mindset of death. "Whitebeard, I want your head." "Sand." Crocodile roared, advancing instead of retreating. Completely disregarding his own safety, he was determined to kill. "With your meager abilities, go and cultivate for another 50 years. With a furious screech, the blade swept across the sand like a raging army, directly striking Crocodile. Still struggling to break free and charge back into the sand. Crocodile. In an instant, despair set in. This domineering sword, even when wielded casually by Whitebeard, possessed terrifying power, far surpassing that of the sand. Crocodile imagined, why does Whitebeard possess such terrifying power? In that instant, Crocodile had only one question. Whitebeard, with a swift and powerful blow, unleashed his strength, traversing far across the sand. Crocodile's perception of Whitebeard was now fully formed. At this moment, Crocodile even began to believe Marco's so-called Thunder Tribulation Enhancement God-Demon body claim. If it weren't for a divine or demonic body, how could it possess such immense and terrifying power? It's slow to say, but it happens very quickly. There wasn't even time to explain. Whitebeard casually swung his sword, unleashing an unparalleled and domineering slash that directly cut through the charging sand. Crocodile was instantly impaled into the earth's layers. Just for a moment, the blade carried sand. Crocodile slashed into the ground, using the blade as the center. Countless rocks and earth exploded violently, shooting out in all directions. For a moment, rocks and earth flew everywhere, emitting terrifyingly sharp whistling sounds. An enormous, incredibly deep pit suddenly formed. Suddenly, the golden lion sat up in shock, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, staring at the blade below the deep pit. His breath reeked of alcohol as he exclaimed, "Dead?" Beardy World, on the other hand, staggered to his feet, muttering, "Die." Whitebeard calmly said, "The medical ship has arrived." Patrick Redfield, upon hearing the word ship doctor, suddenly trembled all over. A chill ran down his spine, his scalp tingled, and he thought inwardly in terror, "Whitebeard is insane." The medical boat slowly and steadily approached, emerging from the depths of the pit and scooped up the sand. Crocodile pushed him out, examined him, and then looked up to report to Whitebeard, "Father, he's running out of breath." Beardy World glared. "What do you mean? You're the one who's completely out of breath." The boatman was stunned. His face flushed as he explained, I wasn't talking about father. I was talking about sand." Crocodile. "He's running out of breath." Shiki, the Lion King, waved his hand and said, "Let him die. Then throw him into the ocean as food for the fish." Whitebeard nodded. "Throw them into the ocean. Let the Sea King have them." Patrick Redfield trembled all over, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The ship's medic, having received Whitebeard's instructions, towed away the dying ship, whose life was hanging by a thread. Crocodile, heading towards the shore, truly wanted to throw such a heroic figure into the vast ocean. A Sea King, indeed, it made one sigh involuntarily. The boatman couldn't help but shake his head, muttering to himself, "Although this man is arrogant, he dares to challenge my father to a one-on-one fight, a proper battle. You're absolutely no match for my father." Muttering to himself, the ship's captain couldn't help but think, What kind of feud or enmity does this crocodile have with my father? Why does he still hold a grudge against him? The battle at the summit was like that, and it's still like that now. Such suicidal behavior isn't a wise move, is it? Even if there's a real feud, he shouldn't act like this, seeking death. The boatman shook his head on one side and dragged the sand on the other. Crocodile walked forward, almost reaching the shore, when he encountered a person. A man with well-developed muscles and an expressionless face. The ship's captain was stunned, looked up and said, "You are Sand." Crocodile's accomplice. Blocking the way as he turned around was Sir Crocodile's only subordinate, Mr. I does. Bones, what have you done to the editor-in-chief? Although the ship's doctor was a physician, he was also a seasoned pirate who had weathered the storms of the high seas. He was completely unfazed by Mr. I does. Bones' questioning. He shrugged, threw Sir Crocodile in his hand towards Mr. I does. Bones and said, "Your captain, no, your editor-in-chief still has a bit of life left in him. I, however, couldn't save him. Even though my father told me to throw him into the sea, he's a sea king. If you want his corpse, take it." Then, running towards Sir Crocodile, Mr. I does. Bones' whole body trembled. The editor-in-chief is dead. Before arriving, Mr. One does. Bones had desperately tried to dissuade Sir Crocodile, but the latter completely ignored him, insisting on taking Whitebeard's head directly and refusing to let Mr. One does. Bones accompany him. Mr. I does. Bones was stunned and speechless. The boat doctor shrugged, turned around, and went back. Mr. One does. Bones bowed his head, looking at the remaining strength of the sand. Crocodile said, "Your dream is not yet finished. Let me complete it for you. If I die, you and I will be buried together in this new world's vast ocean." The square next to it was densely covered with cracks and fissures. The ship's medic returned to Whitebeard's side and reported, "I encountered one of Sir Crocodile's subordinates. I gave him the body." Whitebeard nodded, "No problem." Suddenly, Whitebeard glanced towards Patrick, who had stepped aside. Redfield, who was instantly trembling under Whitebeard's piercing gaze, trembled all over. Patrick Redfield took a half step back, his arrogant, kingly demeanor having long since been almost completely depleted by Whitebeard's terrifying torments. "Whitebeard, how exactly will you ever be able to betray me?" Before Whitebeard confronted Sir Crocodile, Patrick Redfield was actually looking for an opportunity to escape, but he was being watched by the squad leader and couldn't find a single chance. The medic returned, Patrick. Redfield couldn't help but tremble. He wanted to kill Patrick. Whitebeard Redfield, suddenly taken aback, thought to himself, killing this man doesn't seem as good as taking him under his wing. Whitebeard gripped his sword, looking at Patrick Redfield, "Become my son. I'll give you a way out." Many of the captains were momentarily taken aback. Father really wants to forgive Patrick Redfield. Patrick Redfield took a deep breath. "Whitebeard, don't joke around. I'd rather you butcher me. Medic, prepare the first aid kit." Without a word, Whitebeard swung his sword at Patrick Redfield. Patrick Redfield's pupils contracted, and he quickly waved his hands and shouted, "No, no, no." Patrick Redfield, kneel. This time, I'm kneeling with genuine sincerity. He, a legendary pirate of his time, was now utterly terrified by Whitebeard's torment. "Be my son. Be loyal to me. Follow me and turn this world upside down. Together with me, let's reclaim the pinnacle of this world." Whitebeard brandished his sword, his spirit soaring. "I will make you my subordinate, my lieutenant, and together with the Whitebeard pirates, we will rewrite this era. Let's write the story of this era together." What kind of eloquent speech is this? This isn't Patrick's idea. Redfield's delusion. Patrick Redfield, momentarily overwhelmed by Whitebeard's heroic spirit, exclaimed, "I join the Whitebeard pirates. I pledge allegiance to Whitebeard." Whitebeard nodded, "Okay." Having sobered up, Shiki the Good King chimed in, "Why not a squad? I don't like being in the same place as that gloomy vampire either." Patrick Redfield, equally defiant, glared at the Golden Lion. "I don't like being around a pretentious, long-haired lion either." Ha 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 ha. Shiki the Lion and Patrick Redfield had an argument, which drew a group of squad leaders who burst into loud laughter. Tap, 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 tap. At that very moment, a series of heavy footsteps could be heard approaching. Everyone turned their heads in unison, looking in the direction from which the sound came. A series of heavy footsteps approached. All that could be seen was Mr. One Does. Bones carrying a limp load of sand. Crocodile, with heavy footsteps, walked towards them, one step at a time. The ship's doctor turned his head to look at Whitebeard, appearing as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Whitebeard waved his hand, indicating there was no problem. The world recognizes the strongest man, Whitebeard. Mr. I does. Bones solemnly placed Sir Crocodile on a patch of sand, a layer of sand formed by Sir Crocodile's sand-transforming abilities. He then looked up, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard. Actually, at the World Swordsmanship Tournament, my intention was to challenge you. However, because of the Editor-in-Chief, he wouldn't let me challenge you. So in the end, I chose Hawkeye Mayhawk instead. Whitebeard didn't look down on this newcomer who had withstood Nehawk's Hawkeye slash and still stubbornly survived. To me, you're indeed too weak. Nature. Mr. One Does. Bones could either nod or not nod. He looked up at the tall, imposing Whitebeard, who resembled a soaring, sharp sword radiating an extraordinary aura, his body perfectly straight. No matter how insignificant a person may be, as long as they have determination, they can challenge for the world's #1. A man's heart must burn with dreams. Even if he has to endure every day, he must never give up, rise up and challenge, and live each day with a smile. As long as you have the courage to challenge the impossible, any kind of life is paradise. This is something unprecedented, like the sword of courage. After finishing this passage, Mr. One Does. Bones' entire demeanor underwent a transformation. Those who yield will not dare to underestimate you. The Editor-in-Chief is still dreaming. Let me chase after him in his place. Even if it costs me my life, I want to take down Whitebeard. Your head. Mr. One Does. Bones' imposing presence was overwhelming. His hands transformed into sharp swords, his entire being becoming a sword unlike anything ever seen before. That slashing technique is indeed a masterful display of skill, a true swordsman. Whitebeard's eyes widened in admiration, and he nodded in agreement. With a resounding crash, his sword transformed into a raging inferno, his entire body engulfed in flames. Whitebeard solemnly declared, since that's the case, out of respect for your unwavering determination to die, I will do my utmost. You might die, so take this seriously. Thank you for your consideration. Mr. One Does. Bones, a simple 4-word phrase, clearly showing his determination to die. Retirement. Mr. One Does. Bones lunged forward at lightning speed. A lingering afterimage remained in the air. Mr. One Does. Bones swiftly slashed at Whitebeard standing nearby. Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged. In the blink of an eye, he swung his sword. In an instant, armament hockey swirled above it. Burning fruit divine fire. Shiranui bursts into flames. The ultimate, boundless slashing attack is unleashed. Without exaggeration, this is Whitebeard's most powerful slash. With a single slash, the air itself distorted and warped. It was slow to say, but happened very quickly. Mr. One Does. Bones swiftly launched his attack. In that instant, everything seemed to stop. All sounds fell silent. Sigh. Under the influence of inertia, Mr. One Does. Bones charged past to Whitebeard, his entire body rapidly soaring into the air. He paused in midair for a split second, and then blood gushed from Mr. One Does. Bones' body like a dazzling, blood-red firework, spewing out uncontrollably. Pedal. Mr. One Does. Bones fell straight to the ground becough, his 2 feet firmly planted on the ground, determined to support his body and prevent it from falling. Indeed, is the difference so great that it's impossible to bridge. Mr. One Does. Bones' lips curved into a slight smile, not of pain or sorrow, but of the honor of fighting against Whitebeard, the world's strongest warrior. To die at Whitebeard's hands, a lifetime of misfortune and shame. Everyone found Mr. One Does. Bones' arrogant and unwavering demeanor admirable. He has great integrity. According to Leo, this newcomer has a tough bone in his bone. You won't die instantly. Your life force is already strong enough to surpass most newcomers. Whitebeard gripped his sword, looked at Mr. I does. Bones, and calmly and indifferently said, "It's true. I still want to die before dying, Mr. One does." Bones looked towards Sir Crocodile. "I couldn't fulfill my dream of becoming editor-in-chief. There's still a huge gap that can't be bridged. You and the desert crocodile aren't dead yet. Hip-hop." But at that moment, a strange, eerie sound echoed through the air. "Follow me." Everyone saw a gigantic, purple-headed figure appear, its massive, mountain-like body incredibly irregular and pointed like a compass, and its attire even more flamboyant and bizarre. The person who arrived was King Okama Imberio Ivankov. Ivankov grinned widely, smearing lipstick all over his lips. Hip-hop. Whitebeard. Long time no see. The summit war ended, and in the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. Congratulations on your resurrection. Seeing this strange King Okama, many of the squad leaders simultaneously showed expressions of astonishment. Whitebeard's eyelids twitched as he looked at Ivankov. "You need to treat those too." Ivankov, the queen of the Karmabottom Kingdom, was known for her exceptional medical skills. She once saved a nation on the brink of death, a feat considered incurable by other doctors, leaving behind the most powerful saving legend in the history of the Okama Kingdom. "Of course we can't let the desert crocodile die." Ivankov appeared relatively calm in front of Whitebeard. "I believe that after you know the truth, you won't want the desert crocodile to die either." Hip-hop. The truth. What is the truth? A group of squad leaders cast suspicious glances, their gazes all falling on Ivankov's enormous face. Whitebeard was reborn, but apart from his martial arts and abilities, he didn't inherit any spiritual power, so he didn't know the so-called truth about Sir Crocodile. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were simultaneously focused on King Okama Ivankov. On his face, because his face was really too big. Facing a crowd of suspicious gazes, Ivankov simply ignored them, saying, "Let's wait until I bring the desert crocodile back to life before we talk about the truth." Mr. I does. Bones also appeared at Ivankov's place. Later, he fell into a coma. A straight, gleaming slash wound covered his body, tearing through flesh and exposing stark white bone, a truly horrifying sight. Ivankov glanced at Mr. I does. Bones, muttering, "This boy seems to be temporarily dead. Let's save the desert crocodile first." A large, strange face approached, not far from Sir Crocodile's body on the ground. "The injuries are very serious." Whitebeard indicated that his ship should pass by to provide assistance. The medic hurried over and said to Ivankov, "Of course, based on my years of experience, this is almost certainly beyond saving." He withstood to severe blows from Whitebeard's father. He was knocked to the ground twice, pointing to the two deep craters. The medic continued, "Look, under that level of destructive force, even the most resilient life force couldn't possibly survive." The boat doctor said one thing that wasn't wrong. Ivankov gazed at the two enormous, deep pits in the distance and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration of Whitebeard's immense destructive power. He extended his hand and said, "Lift the desert crocodile up, lay her down, and unbutton one of her clothes. The rest I'll take care of." Is it really possible to save him? The ship's doctor was surprised, but still followed Ivankov's instructions and laid Sir Crocodile down. Of course it's possible to save their lives, but the price is the sacrifice of their lifespan. Ivankov's expression turned serious, no longer the cheerful, playful one he usually was. When it came to medicine, he seemed to transform into a completely different person, like an extremely serious and responsible doctor. As Ivankov's voice faded, I saw the tips of my fingers suddenly lengthen, almost instantly reaching an exaggerated length, like long, needle-like tubes. Whoosh! Ivankov simultaneously plunged 10 long, slender fingernails into Sir Crocodile's body. Embryo. Hormone treatment. A strange hormonal force rapidly emerged within Sir Crocodile's body, continuously healing the injured areas in a peculiar way. Is it that simple? The ship's doctor stared at Sir Crocodile, noticing his lack of reaction, and felt suspicious. He knew it was best not to say much at this moment, so he could only think to himself. He still had strength left before, but now, has he breathed his last? Perhaps the very next second, the scene will unfold that will make everyone's eyes light up. Suddenly, Sir Crocodile's finger, which had been almost completely dead, clearly twitched. After a while, Ivankov withdrew his middle finger from the armor, and my hands returned to their normal state. Beads of sweat appeared on my forehead. I wiped them away. The exertion was a bit excessive. I hope the desert crocodile is all right. Hormones are truly miraculous, and coupled with Ivankov's own exceptional medical skills, their potential was unlocked with exquisite precision. Following suit, Ivankov used the same method to treat Mr. I does. Bones. Why isn't he awake yet? Fresh Flower Bridge. Ivankov, with his large, blank face, approached the crocodile and said strangely, "He's clearly breathing. And he's still not awake. Oh, wow." On the other side, Mr. One does. Bones suddenly let out a delirious groan, abruptly regaining consciousness. He raised his head and looked at everyone, his eyes revealing utter disbelief and terror. I've come back to life. Following closely behind, does. Bones' gaze fell upon Ivankov, and as his eyes slid downwards, he saw Sir Crocodile beneath Ivankov. He instantly gasped in shock. The editor-in-chief has come back to life. Vista muttered, "Strange, all the flesh and blood were torn apart while searching for people. They all came back to life, but Sir Crocodile hasn't." Does. Bones' eyes widened. The editor-in-chief. Hip-hop. I finally know the key. Suddenly, Ivankov let out a startled cry. This sudden, alternating cry of shock and roar startled the crowd. Ivankov extended his hand a second time, his 10 fingernails growing wildly, and with a whoosh, they all plunged into Sir Crocodile's body. Embryo. Female hormone. Female hormones. Are you absolutely sure there's no mistake? A crowd of people were stunned and bewildered. Does. Bones struggled to his feet, exclaiming in shock, "Why did you give the editor-in-chief an injection?" Before he could finish speaking, a Sir Crocodile, who was unable to regain consciousness, underwent a shocking transformation shortly after being injected with the hormone. At this moment, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they watched the transformation taking place within Sir Crocodile. We only saw Sir Crocodile, originally a wild and unruly character, undergo a transformation at an incredibly exaggerated speed. On their faces and bodies, almost every inch of their skin had become smooth and flawless, as if you could squeeze water out of it, a smooth, youthful sheen. His face underwent an astonishing transformation. The face of the deceased became pale and smooth. His chin also changed into a pointed, melon seed-shaped chin, and a radiant smile appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. Standing before Sir Crocodile was clearly a stunning beauty. Moreover, she's the one who cultivated the peerless beauty with fair and flawless skin. 713. A group of people gaped, each one wide-eyed and open-mouthed, as if struck by lightning, utterly terrified. The most terrifying person of all was none other than Dazbones, his absolutely loyal editor-in-chief. And it was a woman. Is there anything in this world more absurd than this love story? Everyone was stunned. Of those present, apart from Ivankov, perhaps the calmest were the WhiteBeard family members. Looking at the original text, it was clear he had indeed discussed Sir Crocodile with the group, raising two questions about him. Firstly, why was the bounty so low? And secondly, was he male or female? Having mentally prepared himself, WhiteBeard wouldn't have been so surprised when he saw Sir Crocodile transform back into his female form. Though he was still somewhat astonished, he hadn't expected Sir Crocodile's female form to be such a beauty. The figure was slender and graceful, like a girl's body. Crocodile, awakened from his stupor, was met with an enormous, strange face that instantly startled him. After getting a clearer look at Ivankov, Sir Crocodile finally sighed. "Why are you here?" Ivankov completely ignored Sir Crocodile's question. Instead, with an excited expression, he lifted his head and laughed. "The daughter of a desert crocodile is so beautiful." Hip-hop! A perfect masterpiece. Ivankov's condition is similar to hormonal changes, not a gender shift. It's possible to restore one's original gender, as Sir Crocodile did. Hearing Ivankov's inexplicable words, Crocodile was greatly shaken, his eyebrows furrowed. What should have been resentment, however, in everyone's eyes, was the delicate, beautiful nightingale-like fluttering of his face. Combined with the warmth of his smile, even his anger was so captivating. Sand. Crocodile suddenly extended both hands, her gaze sweeping across, and she was stunned. She saw two slender, delicate hands, and although one hand still had the golden hook, the arm was as pure white and smooth as a lotus root. Ahar! Sand. Crocodile was completely unable to accept this reality, and for a moment he screamed, "Desert crocodile girl, you are truly exceptionally beautiful." King Okama Ivankov of hip-hop laughed, gesticulating wildly with his hands and feet, his body also shifting into ballet poses. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. You're a damn bastard. Sand Crocodile roared at Ivankov, his golden hook suddenly striking towards Ivankov. You hateful transvestite, how dare you treat me like this? Ivankov didn't flinch at all. Hip-hop. Your poison has absolutely no effect on me. Have you forgotten? Your aura. Suddenly, a fierce storm arose. The originally bright moon and sparse stars in the sky were covered by a layer of dark, ominous clouds, a sign that a thunderstorm was imminent. We should go. Hip-hop. Ivankov hip-hop left the island. It seems I forgot to entrust something to him. What exactly is the so-called truth? Before he could finish speaking, he hurriedly left the place. We should go to. WhiteBeard raised his head and glanced at the sky, then turned and headed towards the docks. My children, it's time for us to act. Wait. Sand. Crocodile blocked WhiteBeard's path, scoffing, then angrily shouted, WhiteBeard, was it you who summoned King Okama Ivankov? White. WhiteBeard's sword suddenly dropped, aimed directly at the sand. Crocodile, with his exquisite, straight nose, said, why the Okama King has appeared. You can chase after me and ask yourself. Don't get in my way. I won't show you any mercy just because you're a woman. Goes. Bones stepped forward, awkwardly saying, village. That Okama King, I'll go there myself. Save my life. Sand. Crocodile was silent for a while. I should go, Bones suddenly said, without looking at Sir Crocodile, resolutely turning around. I'll finally call you Editor-in-Chief. The Baroque organization, completely gone today. I should pursue my dream. I will grow stronger all the way. And then challenge the strongest person in this world. Goes. Bones left, without the slightest hesitation. WhiteBeard, accompanied by his squad leader, also headed towards the docks. Sand. Crocodile was left all alone, her outer coat billowing in the strong wind, her posture imposing, no less confident than that of a man watching the WhiteBeard pirates depart. Sand. Crocodile suddenly said playfully, WhiteBeard, here's my cigar. Walking ahead of the WhiteBeard pirates, everyone simultaneously turned their heads, looking towards the arrogant figure of Crocodile. Marco frowned and corrected, Sir Crocodile, you should say old woman. Vista, with wide eyes, looked at Marco. When did you learn to joke? George, with a puzzled expression, said she should have said old woman. At the other end of the sand, Crocodile's smiling face was about to turn red. Currently, Crocodile, who is extraordinarily unaccustomed to this, has been in her feminine form for an extremely long time, feeling extremely unnatural. Whether in her behavior or her psychological state, she still habitually acts like the person she used to be. And her recent statement was merely an attempt to find a way to approach WhiteBeard. WhiteBeard didn't turn around, keeping his back to the sand. Crocodile said, if you think you can follow me, then go ahead. It's embarrassing. The WhiteBeard pirates won't welcome you. A single sentence struck a chord with WhiteBeard, a thought piercing her heart. Crocodile, however, abruptly turned away, her pride preventing her from acting so arbitrarily. But now, not only had she transformed back into a woman, but everyone was also distancing themselves from her. Except for the WhiteBeard pirates, she couldn't think of a second place to go. Moreover, deep within her heart, she harbored a secret. Thinking about this secret, Crocodile couldn't help but curse inwardly, that hateful WhiteBeard. He knows that secret, and instead of admitting it, he deliberately makes things difficult for me. This is clearly a deliberate act of feigning ignorance, hoping to make me admit my mistake. It was just sand. Crocodile had no idea that, in the eyes of WhiteBeard, he was completely unaware of those secrets related to her. It was entirely a misunderstanding on WhiteBeard's part. Misunderstandings are misunderstandings, and the girl's heart was filled with resentment. Crocodile, after much inner turmoil, finally chose to take the initiative, lowering his head and letting go of his arrogance. I voluntarily joined the WhiteBeard pirates. Huh? A group of opposing squad leaders unexpectedly glanced at the sand. BGDJ Kuro Doll. Whitebeard said nothing, but turned his head, his gaze falling on the sand. Crocodile was lying on him. As Whitebeard's gaze fell upon the sand, Crocodile felt an invisible pressure, a silent but imposing aura of authority. His heart trembled, and he involuntarily said, "Whitebeard, father." It's noisy. A group of squad leaders were thrown into a commotion, their faces now full of arrogance. Crocodile, who had just moments before been so haughty, would now lower his proud head because of a single glance from his father. Cat. Crocodile's figure was graceful, with curves in all the right places, especially his smooth, pure white skin, which shone with a beautiful radiance. Surely, the phrase naturally alluring perfectly describes Cat. Crocodile before us. Dad, sand? How many teams has Crocodile joined that would be a relatively suitable fit? I feel it might be possible to let her join the squad. Once upon a time, King Jing defeated the 7 warlords of the sea. The squad leaders eagerly voiced their opinions. Sand. Crocodile couldn't help but look towards Whitebeard. She had heard before that the Nongfleet division was under the banner of the WhiteBeard pirates, comprised of some of the most powerful legendary figures. It was a great honor. The squad leader's suggestion that she join the Nong squad unit was a form of approval and praise for her. Whitebeard shook his head and said coldly, "Your strength is indeed too weak. I'll assign you to the 16th squad." What? Sand. Crocodile stared wide-eyed at the beautiful eyes, her face full of defiance. She had originally thought that her father, Whitebeard, would let her join the Nong squad, or at least give her a squad leader position. Perhaps. The result was that she was sent to serve in 16 different squads. What? Not convinced, Whitebeard lowered his head, looking down at the sand. Crocodile. Sand. Crocodile remained silent, showing not even a hint of emotion, making one wonder if Whitebeard had truly forgotten its secret. Kim SBT opened his mouth and said, joining the WhiteBeard pirates, the first condition is absolute obedience to Whitebeard's father's orders. If you can't do that, then get out. Like the Golden Lion, once he chose to join the WhiteBeard pirates, he was equally steadfast in his commitment to absolutely obey Whitebeard's orders, a principle he would strictly adhere to. HMPH, Crocodile's supple body trembled slightly, the blue waves stirring before him. Although inwardly resentful, he didn't say much. He knew that if he could prove himself with absolute strength in future battles, he would naturally attain a higher position. I will absolutely obey the captain's orders. Absolutely obey the captain's orders, even if it means sacrificing your life. This is the most important rule that each pirate crew must adhere to. Head the beast pirates on their way. Whitebeard, wielding his massive sword, his imposing figure towering over the pirate ship, led the way. Follow me. Let's slaughter the beast pirates. The Adams tree will surely belong to my WhiteBeard pirates. Take Marco the immortal bird as the original captain of the group. Along with Shiki the lion, Beer New World, Patrick Redfield, and Crocodile, a group of powerful individuals hurriedly followed Whitebeard's footsteps, heading towards the pirate ship and the beast pirate space. A world-shattering war is about to erupt in the New World. This is the WhiteBeard pirates launching their first offensive. Attacking the target, a New World Yonko is Kado, the most powerful creature on land, sea, and air, along with his pirate crew, the Beast Pirates. Once again, a thunderstorm raged, with lightning and thunder, and torrential rain pouring down relentlessly throughout the night. The New World, a New World island chain famous for its shipbuilding. The island, with its concentrated land trading, was incredibly prosperous and thriving, protected by naval forces and town guards. The city dwellers lived happily and comfortably, and unless a major upheaval occurred, this prosperous island was destined to continue its long-standing history of development and growth. However, tonight, at those roundabouts, an unprecedented and earth-shattering change is happening simultaneously. A horrific and devastating massacre is about to occur. The naval forces stationed on the island, along with the garrison troops, offered absolutely no resistance and were all massacred. Because their opponent is the immortal Kadu, a member of the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors from the New World. The heavy rain inadvertently washed over the island littered with corpses, the surging rainwater staining everything red. And the stench of blood under the thunderous downpour remained intensely strong and pungent. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Each furious roar drowned out the sound of thunder. What a ferocious and violent sound it was, accompanied by the howling of a beast. On the island, only the boatmen remained, their bodies torn apart, their remains incomplete. They showed absolutely no respect to the beast pirates. How truly pathetic. A gigantic beast's head, speaking in human language, with a pair of ferocious fangs stained with fresh blood, emanated a terrifyingly sinister voice, hateful Whitebeard. Since Joker's death, every single devil fruit has become incredibly difficult to obtain. If Whitebeard hadn't killed Joker, our beast pirates would have already achieved a second wave of growth. This battle was a horrific massacre, all because of a single Zoan-type devil fruit. The beast pirates wanted to buy that Zoan-type devil fruit at an extremely low price, but the person who had it refused. Moreover, they ran away, not wanting to see the beast pirates again. As a result, the beast pirates, using ruthless tactics, annihilated the entire small island on this cold, rainy night. This creature, whose face is not clearly visible, is one of the 3 great menaces under the banner of the 100 Beasts pirate crew. The Joker is just Doflamingo. The Beast Pirates have consistently collaborated with Doflamingo through the underworld, purchasing artificial Zoan-type devil fruit from his factory. Furthermore, their plan is to acquire approximately 500 artificial Zoan-type devil fruits within 2 years. The plan was never put into action, and it was completely abandoned because Whitebeard appeared. Whitebeard completely destroyed the Beast Pirates, developing a Zoan-type demonic power that was truly a fake plan. Not only that, but while eliminating Doflamingo, they also killed Jack the Drought of the Beast Pirates. It's safe to say that currently, the Beast Pirates and Whitebeard have an irreconcilable feud. The Beast Pirates base, a massive island that could be described as being on par with a continent, is an eastern island where all 4 seasons are covered in ice and snow. This place is unique to the island. Only the Beast Pirates and the Shanghai Pirates can freely operate here without any problems, because the entire Beast Pirates crew and most of their devil fruit users are thick-skinned, sturdy Zoan-type devil fruit users. Moreover, the captain of the Beast Pirates, the Yonko Kadu, is an invincible being whose physical body is said to be immortal and indestructible. Don't be afraid of the extreme cold. Simply using such a unique, icy, snowy island as a pirate base is enough to demonstrate the immense strength of the 100 Beasts pirate crew. Every single member of the 100 Beasts pirate crew is unafraid of extreme cold. It resembled a massive snow-capped mountain, and inside lay an even more enormous architectural structure. Snoring, snoring, snoring. Each sound was like a late-night thunderclap, an incredibly loud snoring sound that shook the entire building, causing it to hum. This ear-splitting snoring sound, when unleashed upon a crowd of ordinary people, would undoubtedly have a devastating effect, far exceeding that of a clap of thunder. The snoring was so loud, like a thunderclap, that it was enough to shatter a normal person's eardrums, causing them to bleed. Following this loud snoring sound, a swirling vortex of air, like a raging storm, began to stir. Fresh Flower Bridge. When you rub the building materials together, they make a loud clanging sound, falling left and right. In the entire vast, spacious building, there was only this one sound, and only one person. His immense size rivals that of the 4 emperors, the king of beasts, Kadu. Bruce, Bruce, Bruce. A series of urgent phone calls, coinciding with the ringing of the phone, woke Kadu, the Beast King, from his deep sleep. Kadu opened his large, bell-like, blood-red eyes, his eyelids fluttering, and grabbed the phone bearing the Beast Pirates insignia. His voice boomed like thunder. "Who is it?" "Captain, it's me." A heavy voice came from the other end of the phone. A Zoan-type devil fruit has indeed fallen into our hands. This island is too weak. We didn't even lose a single member. This is really good news. Kado's breathing caused a violent swirling of air to stir, making a resounding rustling sound. Bring the devil fruit back. Long. Another phone call relayed the news. The Beast Pirates, on another island, had achieved a victory and obtained a devil fruit. It wasn't unique because a single demon fruit, which led to the destruction of the island by the Beast Pirates, resulted in an extremely tragic island tragedy, and not just one such tragedy. Within just one day, several different islands witnessed horrific human tragedies. Before long, Kadu received approximately 5 phone calls, indicating that 5 different islands had been ravaged by the Beast Pirates. Kadu, far more imposing than the giants, exuded a terrifying and awe-inspiring aura. At this moment, Kadu was in an extremely good mood, incredibly happy. Each devil fruit he obtained meant that their beast pirates would gain many more devil fruit users. Even if that damn blood sea were to engulf the sky, the 100 Beasts pirate crew probably wouldn't care how many people died. Very good. Ever since Whitebeard killed Joker, every single devil fruit has come from a hard-won source. Kato's voice boomed like thunder. Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. Are you ready to face death? In the New World, island-destroying bloody incidents are constantly occurring. Such a horrific event could not be concealed from the world. Almost in an incredibly short time, the entire New World knew of the terrifying actions of the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates are fighting over the Devil Fruit, going on a rampage, slaughtering entire islands. Thus, this bloody, violent, and extremely tragic event spread like wildfire across the world, instantly stirring up a terrifying storm in the New World. The whole world was terrified because of it. The Beast Pirates have finally revealed their true intentions of conquering the world. This is the real Beast Pirates. Absolutely terrifying. Every island has been completely annihilated. Every town is littered with corpses, countless bodies torn apart. Even the ground is stained red. Terrifying. The Beast Pirates. This time, are they really preparing to conquer the New World, using their unparalleled power to shake the entire Grand Line? In this turbulent sea, who can stop the frenzied actions of Kato, the King of Beasts? In this vast ocean, which pirate crew can withstand the terrifying actions of the Beast Pirates? The whole world is in an uproar. The original gathering of the Whitebeard pirates turned all their attention to the Beast Pirates because the sight of those islands, littered with corpses and overflowing with blood, was truly terrifying and filled people with immense fear. That's possible. Why hasn't the Navy headquarters stepped forward? Why, at this time, with so much massacre happening on the island, are the world government and the Navy headquarters still choosing to remain silent? Before long, a storm of conquest spread throughout the New World. The whole world, everyone, is clamoring and condemning the naval headquarters. New World Naval Headquarters. Boom! Akainu, increasingly irritated by the recent reports from his subordinates, turned completely furious. In a fit of rage, he slammed his hand down, smashing the chair to pieces on the floor. For Akainu, this was incredibly frustrating. It was a struggle to stop the Whitebeard Rebellion, and the earth-shattering battle at Golden Castle inflicted heavy losses on Akainu. Only much later did they manage to calm the morale of the Marines. Akainu almost completely ruined the prestige of this marshal. He was then fiercely rebuked by the supreme government authority, the Five Elders, and others. Akainu was extremely frustrated. As a result, the Beast Pirates have once again come to cause trouble. He destroyed several islands. What a grand gesture! Akainu's face turned dark with rage. He now wished he could tear Kadu to shreds for allowing him, the Admiral, and the Marine headquarters under his leadership to become the target of world conquest. Outrageous! That's outrageous! Akainu was seething with rage, wishing he could slaughter the Beast Pirates right now. Recently, the major pirate crews, under the powerful rise of the Whitebeard pirates, have been unusually quiet. One might have thought pirates wouldn't be so arrogant, but unexpectedly, the Beast Pirates have suddenly become so audacious. Tsuru, usually so quiet, attended the headquarters meeting this time. Regarding the four Emperor's major events, regardless of whether they are retired naval officers from the previous generation or young naval officers of this generation, everyone must participate. Whether or not someone speaks up depends on the individual. Marshal, should we send troops to suppress the increasingly arrogant 100 Beasts pirate crew? Sitting next to Kobe in the Lieutenant General's seat, he spoke with a sincere expression. He sat next to the Vice Admiral's seat, where the original occupant was supposed to be the Marine hero Garp. However, after his battle with Whitebeard, Garp, although not dead, no longer participated in any Marine operations. He remained at Naval Headquarters, devoting himself to training his two apprentices, Kobe and Helmeppo. Send troops to suppress the increasingly arrogant 100 Beasts pirate crew. Kobe's words, on the contrary, received the agreement of quite a few young Marines. Even Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Suppress all those arrogant pirates and send them to impel down. Make sure they can never again be so reckless at sea. But the previous generation of naval officers all wore wry smiles. Suppressing the Beast Pirates. Don't joke around. The Beast Pirates have become even more arrogant now, isn't it precisely because they're targeting the Navy's powerlessness to intervene? The previous period, due to the WhiteBeard incident, resulted in the loss of thousands of Marine forces, along with numerous loyal vice admirals from the Marine headquarters. Such devastating losses will take an unknown amount of time to heal and replenish. Trying to suppress the beast pirates, it's easier said than done. A group of older Marines, their eyes fixed on Akainu, couldn't help but widen in confusion. Their expressions clearly indicated they had no other options. They could only watch how their Admiral Akainu would handle the situation. This is an extremely difficult, incredibly challenging, even unsolvable matter of immense trouble. How hateful! Akainu's inner turmoil had reached its breaking point. Given the remaining forces of the Marine headquarters, even if Akainu possesses extraordinary abilities, what can he possibly do? There is absolutely no way to say anything. Do you really want to watch the arrogant beast pirates descend like that? What made Akainu's situation even more of a headache was that he and the Marine headquarters under his leadership had to continue facing condemnation and criticism from everyone in the world. Facing immense pressure, enduring the curses and condemnation of the entire world, Akainu and the Marine headquarters ultimately chose silence. But the more silent they were, the more violent the condemnation and curses became. That's not all. The beast pirates, once again acting recklessly, massacred several islands, slaughtering everyone in the towns and cities. This time, it wasn't because they were truly demons. No one knew the beast pirates' true motives. So firstly, the whole world is in shock. The entire vast new world is engulfed in chaos. Every island, every town is gripped by terror. I only fear that if the beast pirates were to descend upon the island, they would massacre everyone. The beast pirates were reckless and arrogant. In the new world, everyone is in crisis and insecurity. Around the world, at place 14, people are cursing and condemning. Everything became increasingly intense, escalating to uncontrollable changes, and even within the entire naval headquarters, two vastly different voices emerged. We must send troops and use ruthless methods to suppress the 100 Beasts pirate crew. These were the voices of young Marines. They didn't care about their own lives. As honorable Marines, they wouldn't stand idly by and watch the beast pirates act so arrogantly. Perhaps the more composed naval officers of the previous generation compared them, said, currently, the Navy's forces are weak and cannot launch a large-scale attack on the beast pirates. We can only endure and yield. Immediately afterwards, at Marine headquarters, a situation arose that made Akainu's face darken. The Navy headquarters is experiencing serious internal divisions. The differentiation period is too short. Even the Marines, without exception, were clamoring that Akainu, the new fleet admiral, was incompetent. Akainu was simply not even 10% as good as Fleet Admiral Sengoku Azuihara. The WhiteBeard siege, the largest-scale military operation in the Navy's history, conversely became the event that inflicted the most devastating losses on the Navy's strength. Re-entering the history books of the Navy is not an honor, but a disgrace. For a brief moment, Akainu's reputation at Marine headquarters plummeted to freezing point. Even many naval officers began to condemn this marshal. As the events escalated, Akainu once again became the target of the Marine group's condemnation. This enraged Akainu. Unfortunately, his thunderous attacks were simply no match for those audacious young Marines. The outside world had already completely erupted into chaos. Why did the beast pirates become so arrogant and tyrannical, destroying entire islands, tragically slaughtering everyone on the islands, leaving no one alive? Is the beast pirates trying to assert their dominance? Are they planning some major action? Do they want to cause a major incident? Countless questions linger in the human mind. Hurry up and escape to a deserted island. God only knows whether the beast pirates will come and destroy this island. Not far from there, on an island, an entire town with an estimated several 100,000 people was completely massacred by the 100 Beasts pirates. The entire town was littered with corpses, and streams of fresh blood flowed down, leaving behind flesh and bones even on the rooftops. It was horrifying. Why haven't the world governments stepped forward yet? Is their so-called justice simply standing by and watching humanity being brutally massacred by the beast pirates? How long does the Navy headquarters intend to remain hidden in silence? Is what they call justice merely a fear of death, disregarding the survival of the world? Amidst the widespread crisis, voices condemning and questioning justice are becoming increasingly intense. The terrifying reputation of the beast pirates made everyone in the world tremble at the mere mention of them. In this place, amidst the turmoil, a piece of news suddenly spread. This was earth-shattering news, practically a storm sweeping across the globe. WhiteBeard, leading the WhiteBeard Pirates, is aggressively attacking the beast pirates' stronghold, the Eastern Island base. This news, like a storm, stirred up countless cries of astonishment in the New World and left countless people in awe. WhiteBeard, finally making his move. Oh my God! In this world, someone has finally taken action. Hearing the WhiteBeard Pirates' arrogant words, this expedition will completely annihilate the beast pirates. The whole world is in uproar. Right now, everyone is talking about WhiteBeard. Everyone cheered. WhiteBeard is 870. What the hell is this world government? What the hell is justice? What the hell is this Navy headquarters? Let the world government, the Navy headquarters, and justice all die. The one who will save this world is not justice, but WhiteBeard. For a brief moment, WhiteBeard's prestige and influence shook the entire world. Almost everyone in the world was shouting WhiteBeard's name in unison. The number of people condemning and cursing Akainu is increasing. The voices condemning and cursing Akainu grew even louder. Even at the naval headquarters, there were plenty of sailors excitedly discussing Marshal Sakazuki is not even as good as WhiteBeard, a mighty marshal. Yet he couldn't withstand a single arrogant pirate. I don't know what Marshal Sakazuki is thinking. To let us Marines bear such heavy burdens and utter insults. The reputation we worked so hard to build has been completely shattered this time. Countless condemnations echoed in Akainu's ears, causing him to slam his hand on the table, his eyes wide with rage, his face almost contorted into a grotesque shape. HMPH. What is WhiteBeard anyway? If he dares to come to my beast pirates, I'll make sure he never leaves. One day, the beast pirates' roaring noise was coming from a ferocious pirate, one of the three most notorious villains, a terrifying figure with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Such arrogant and boisterous words, it's clear they were intentionally directed at WhiteBeard. This was a deliberate attempt to provoke WhiteBeard into anger, because this time, it will bring together the attention of people all over the world. Because the beast pirates had already prepared in advance, gathering all their strength, and moreover, during the recent massacre, the beast pirates obtained quite a few devil fruits, training creating several devil fruit powerhouses. Even though the WhiteBeard pirates have recently grown stronger, they are still completely no match for the powerful beast pirates in terms of military strength. Hearing this boisterous exchange, everyone understood that the beast pirates were unafraid to attack the WhiteBeard pirates. It could even be said that the beast pirates were just hoping the WhiteBeard pirates would attack them. The beast pirates have an absolute home advantage. They shouldn't be underestimated. This time, the WhiteBeard pirates attacked the beast pirates. The war hadn't even begun, yet the beast pirates already held an absolute advantage. The home advantage, along with the terrifying reputation they gained from massacring countless islands. And the beast pirates' military strength was growing even stronger. These are all things that the WhiteBeard pirates didn't prepare. Perhaps the WhiteBeard pirates have amassed worldwide fame. Their future is bright. They've captured the hearts of all. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the WhiteBeard pirates' victory. Countless people are marveling. This is destined to be an earth-shattering, world-shaking battle. This time, even though the WhiteBeard pirates were at a disadvantage and in an absolutely unfavorable situation in the eyes of people all over the world, they were still hoping for the WhiteBeard pirates' victory. Even individual pirate crews began to follow the WhiteBeard pirates, needing to fight alongside them against the brutal and inhumane beast pirates. The world watched intently. In this unprecedented showdown, a truly earth-shattering battle between the four emperors has erupted. The WhiteBeard pirates, with their overwhelming power, stormed the beast pirates' base, a massive island, the icy, snow-covered Eastern Island. At this moment, the whole world is watching intently. WhiteBeard, you really dare to come here? Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent, earth-shattering footsteps echoed, causing the ground to tremble and the snow to churn, making a sound as if it were about to collapse. Before the words had even faded, all sorts of ferocious and savage beasts appeared. The Beast Pirates are the vanguard, charging forward recklessly. The Zoan demon type truly has fake abilities. An absolute supreme expert. It's possible that countless projectiles can attack the super strong defense of a Zoan type demon, a true ability user. Each of these ferocious beasts was enormous, striking with lightning speed, like miniature moving mountains, charging madly, causing snow-capped peaks to crumble, leaving a trail of ice and snow behind. The truly arrogant, reckless, and incredibly ferocious 100 Beasts pirate crew has appeared. HMPH. You pack of wild beasts dare to be so arrogant in front of your father. Own. It was like the sudden, resounding roar of thunder. Without a word, George, the diamond-heart demon, suddenly unleashed a flash strike, instantly shattering the first demon charging towards him with its true power. Boom! This one-headed Zoan-type demon, a truly powerful ability user who transformed into a giant hippo, was directly struck by Diamond George, and with a single blow, it was reduced to a bloody mist. Its flesh and blood instantly exploded, scattering fragments of flesh and blood in all directions. George, the ultimate overpowered one, led the attack. The urge to act. Kill, kill, kill. Then, almost instantly, the battle erupted completely. Marco flapped his wings, unleashing a terrifying wave of blue flames that stirred up a frenzy of energy. Every single one of the Beast Pirates' suicidal charge was sent flying by Marco, engulfed in the blue flames, their screams echoing through the air. Shiki, wielding the Golden Lion, unleashed his attack with such ferocity that Kogarashi and O2, two renowned swords, severed the necks of all the ferocious beasts in the chaos. Blood gushing out incessantly, several ferocious, savage beasts stared intently at WhiteBeard among the crowd, at the only female figure with flawless, radiant skin and an elegant, graceful form. Crocodile. A bunch of hairy beasts. Sand. Crocodile let out a mischievous laugh, then suddenly pressed down with one hand. Reincarnation invasion. Boom, boom, boom. The ice and snow that had frozen the Earth's crust were instantly sucked dry and hydrolyzed, the ice melting in an instant. The Earth's crust transformed directly into a whirlwind of sand, with countless violent streams of sand suddenly shooting upwards. In this instant, the icy, snowy landscape transformed into a desert. Sir Crocodile, gripping the sand with his hand, yes, indeed, suddenly slashed towards a group of reckless beast pirates charging forward, great desert sword. With a long, drawn-out roar, a whirlwind of sand filled the sky. Following Sir Crocodile's swing of his arm, it instantly transformed into a terrifying, heaven-shattering desert sword. This enormous desert sword instantly cleaved through a group of beast pirates. As death descended in an instant, all the pirates who had been heading towards Sir Crocodile showed expressions of horror and regret. It's just that, once Sir Crocodile starts taking action, it's impossible to stop. The heaven-shattering desert saber directly sliced through a group of beast pirates. Sand. Crocodile was transforming back into her female form, and her power seemed to skyrocket, displaying unparalleled and terrifying strength, almost crushing each member of the beast pirates with overwhelming force. It was actually quite unexpected, but Crocodile, in order to prove his own strength as a captain, was giving his all to sweep away the enemy. Even Marco and the others couldn't help but be impressed and full of admiration. Indeed, a girl's true nature is a blessing. Crocodile's path was the right one. Disguising herself as a boy would only limit her potential for growth and progress. The fierce battle has officially begun. On the island, countless icebergs, frozen for who knows how many years, exploded, sending shards of ice flying everywhere, accompanied by a continuous series of deafening roars. Children, follow in my footsteps. Charge forward. WhiteBeard, wielding his sword, led the attack. His towering, imposing figure resembled a god or demon. With a single sweeping blow, he instantly sent more than 10 members of the beast pirates flying. Wherever his strike passed, ice mountains and snow-covered landscapes shattered, like a storm sweeping away an entire army. The sky was filled with fresh blood and flying ice and snow. The icy landscape beneath where the WhiteBeard pirates charged forward in a desperate assault was stained a deep crimson. Hot, fresh blood mixes with fresh blood, flowing downstream to form a river. The blood of the strong, that is my feast. Patrick Redfield relentlessly slaughtered each member of the beast pirates, his bloodlust soaring behind him like a blizzard, leaving a trail of blood mist in his wake. Become stronger, become stronger, become stronger. Kill all of the beast pirates. Then I can regain my peak. Patrick Redfield, transformed into a terrifying vampire, not only sucked the fresh blood of slain pirates, but also threw any extremely powerful pirates killed by their captains to Patrick Redfield to suck their blood. This is about getting ahead of the curve and making a good plan. Using war to sustain war, Patrick was given leeway. Redfield continued to rebuild his forces, because Patrick Redfield has declared his loyalty to WhiteBeard. Arrogant as he is, once he's made up his mind, he's willing to sacrifice his life for the WhiteBeard pirates. The terrifying battle, which had just begun, was reaching its climax. Burning passion. Each streak of fresh blood emitted heat. This is an incredibly huge island, a massive island that's as big as a continent. The battle erupted where, just outside the Beast Pirates' eastern base, the 100 Beasts Pirates base was located. The actual distance to the city center is still quite far. Throughout the eastern part of the island, there were gathered approximately thousands of pirates, all of whom were elite members of the Beast Pirates. Each of them possessed an overwhelming aura, surveying the entire new world. Each one was capable of stirring up a storm of bloodshed and chaos in a particular sea region, a true pirate force. Such formidable military strength is enough to sweep through the new world and take down any pirate crew. Oh ha ha ha! Old man with the silver beard. You really think that our beast pirates are a place where you can come and go as you please? Today, the WhiteBeard pirates will all fall here. We, the beast pirates, will slaughter every single member of your WhiteBeard pirates. A gigantic head appeared, an incredibly terrifying beast. Its body over 10 meters tall, radiating an extremely terrifying aura of blood essence. Its large bell-like eyes emitted blood-red light and overwhelming killing intent. It let out a long, human-like roar. WhiteBeard, can you fight me? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying sound of the waves stirred the air, like a constant vibration sweeping away the ice and snow. Suddenly, a raging storm howled, howling and swirling, creating an incredibly terrifying blizzard. You little brat! You're not even worthy to fight your father! Patrick Redfield let out a long roar, his crimson coat billowing in the windless air, a sea of blood surging behind him, his aura terrifying. This is a proud, bloodthirsty Red Count, a blood-sucking vampire with unparalleled power, once a legendary figure on par with Pirate King Roger. After submitting to WhiteBeard, he became more reserved and terrifying, and now, having drained the blood of countless members of the Beast Pirates, his strength has been restored to an incredibly formidable level. I, the old man, have been dominating the vast oceans for ages, you little brat. Where have you ever been suckling your mother's milk? Patrick Redfield soared into the air. Blood-red clouds filling the sky, bloodlust engulfing the entire battlefield. I'll slaughter you. Why would I need to lift a finger? I can handle it alone. Boom, boom, boom. When Redfield made his move, the battle against the Beast Pirates was a devastating blow. In an instant, the sky was filled with surging blood energy, and endless, blood-soaked wind howled, and terrifying, thunderous roars continuously echoed. The two engaged in a fierce battle, with blood mist swirling everywhere. One by one, the pirates of the Beast Pirates were killed on the spot by the aftermath of the battle, their corpses flying through the air. The more fresh blood fell like a torrential downpour, drenched in a rain of blood, the stronger Redfield became, his power unfathomably profound. Each strike aimed at the other end of the colossal creature sent a terrifying stream of blood flying. Redfield didn't care at all that he was getting more and more wounds. Covered in blood, Redfield suddenly let out a long scream. Now, you can go die. Remember that honor. I am WhiteBeard's subordinate, Captain Patrick Redfield, Count of the Reds. Patrick Redfield's voice echoed throughout the entire island, even reverberating across the vast ocean. WhiteBeard under the banner of the Null Squad. This is the first time we've officially announced it to the world. Behind the WhiteBeard pirates, the Beast Pirates, who had followed closely behind, were now utterly terrified. That's the legendary pirate Patrick Redfield, who has joined WhiteBeard's ranks. Golden Lion Shiki. Beardy World. Patrick Redfield. WhiteBeard has once again subdued a legendary pirate. How much domineering power does WhiteBeard possess to make these arrogant and unparalleled legendary pirates submit to his banner? Someone recognized Patrick. Redfield, in particular, was visibly shaken. Listening to these people's discussion, the remaining pirates felt as if their hearts were being tossed about by a raging storm, each one utterly terrified. Every powerful figure, every legend, all called upon Whitebeard as their subordinate, legendary pirates who had stirred up storms and unleashed countless bloody battles on this vast ocean, who had fought relentlessly against the 16 pirate kings, Roger, and were on equal footing as legendary pirates today. They all willingly became Whitebeard's followers. This is the charm of Whitebeard. No squad. Are every single one of them a legendary pirate? Every pirate crew member was utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. On the island, the sky was filled with swirling blood mist. Oh ha ha ha. Don't joke around. How could I possibly die at the hands of a weak little bat like you? This colossal creature, despite its serious injuries, still roared like thunder, each strike possessing the power to move mountains and erode the earth. Just bring the dead and enjoy the taste of their fresh blood. Why all the fuss? Count Han roared, his body flashing with a blood-red lightning bolt as he furiously attacked the colossal creature before him. This person is none other than Kadu of the Beasts under the banner of the three great calamities. Jack, Queen, King. With $1 billion reward, the incredibly powerful drought is a devastating threat. Jack, however, is just the weakest of the three major calamities. Right now, along with Patrick, Redfield is battling King, who possesses the strongest power. Patrick, Redfield, and King suffered injuries of almost the same terrifying magnitude. These two individuals, unafraid of pain and completely disregarding their profusely bleeding wounds, relentlessly engaged in a fierce battle of attacks using incredibly terrifying methods. At the same time, the vast island stretches out above, while the battle rages on the other side. Whitebeard, today I'm here to slaughter you. Jack's revenge. Let me bear the consequences. With each rumbling sound, an enormous green serpent swept in, with a human head and a snake body. It was a woman. The scales, a solid green color, gleamed with a dense, metallic sheen. These scales possessed unparalleled and terrifying defensive power, impervious to swords and spears, as solid as diamond. Not only that, the tough scales could simultaneously deploy during the snake's tail sweep, like countless sharp metal weapons following the snake's tail sweep, capable of cutting through Kazuichi's defenses. This is truly a case of unparalleled defensive and offensive prowess. Ancient Green Serpent, a Zoan-type demon fruit, truly possesses incredible abilities. This person is none other than Kadu of the Beasts, one of the three great calamities under the banner of Queen. Pink. With a long roar, Shiki the Golden Lion descended from the sky, his long, golden hair flying wildly, his whole being radiating a fierce and domineering aura. Just a mere green serpent, yet you dare challenge my father. Let me chop off your snake head. Chochu, Kogarashi, and O2, two renowned swords wielding the powerful Golden Lion Haki, unleashed their flying fruit abilities, slashing through the air in an instant, surpassing the speed of sound, and striking towards the queen. An extremely fierce battle ensued, unfolding in an instant. Across, Beardy World wields twin spears, unleashing a barrage of bullets 100 times faster, with unparalleled speed and devastating power, allowing Ivor to penetrate the beast pirates' ranks as easily as entering an uninhabited place. With a single thrust of the spear, a group of pirates were instantly blown away. Countless bodies were blown to pieces by direct hits from bullets hundreds of times stronger. Marco, Diamond George, and Flower Sword Vista, wielding immense power, relentlessly swept through countless pirates, heading east across the island. Relying solely on the Whitebeard Pirates' Null Squad and 16 squadrons, they achieved overwhelming superiority, sweeping away all obstacles. The Whitebeard Pirates are brimming with confidence. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, an extremely terrifying shock suddenly erupted, causing the earth to tremble, mountains to collapse, and ice and snow to swirl backward. The momentum was overwhelming, and the deafening roar was ear-splitting. The King of Beasts, the Yonko Kadu, has finally appeared. As Kadu, with his colossal, godlike physique, appeared, the entire beast pirates' aura suddenly surged. Kado's voice boomed like thunder in their ears. I am Kadu, the King of Beasts. Today, I will slaughter Whitebeard on this land. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound waves, like a kind of tremor that shook the entire small island, caused the pirates, who were relatively close to Kadu, to stagger and almost fall to the ground. The entire icy island was stirred up, creating a blizzard. Around the island on the sea surface, waves were stirred up in a similar manner. Even the pirates far out on the sea were struck by the deafening roar, instinctively covering their ears, unable to bear Kato's furious shouts. Ha ha ha! Kato, you snot-nosed little brat, you're surprisingly arrogant. Instead of getting angry, WhiteBeard laughed, his laughter shaking the heavens and earth, his heroic spirit soaring to the clouds, instantly shattering Kato's long cry into a wave of energy. Before the word had even fully fallen, the unparalleled, terrifying blade, hurled by WhiteBeard, roared and shot rapidly towards Kato. WhiteBeard's sword transformed into a long, blazing inferno, and with terrifying speed, ferociously thrust towards Kato. Wherever the blade passed, all members of the beast pirates were instantly blown away without exception. Not only that, the divine fire emanating from Shiranu's blade ignited the flames, engulfing every single member of the beast pirates. Boom, boom, boom. Before the terrifying shockwave even reached Kato's ears, the sword's foreshadowing sound pierced the sky, striking towards him. Hong! Kato, that godlike, colossal body, suddenly moved, unleashing a mountain-shattering punch that shattered everything in its path, striking the blade. Kato's enormous size doesn't affect his reaction time or speed in the slightest. With a sound like a thunderclap, Kato's ink-black hockey-infused fist, wielded ferociously, landed squarely on the sword. Descending from the sky, the fist, wielding the power of a falling blade, instantly pressed forward, pushing through the icy, snowy layers of the earth. In an instant, the ground exploded, sending ice, snow, and rocks flying through the air, and a deep crater appeared. The beast pirates, seeing Kato unarmed, throw WhiteBeard into the air with a falling sword, were instantly filled with rage. Each of them let out a frenzied roar and charged towards WhiteBeard, ready to kill him. They wanted to use a human wave tactic to block WhiteBeard, preventing him from approaching Kato. It's slow to say, but it happens very quickly. WhiteBeard, with his imposing and tall physique, moved swiftly along the path of his sword, striking with lightning speed. He launched a surprise attack from the middle, his long robe fluttering behind him, his crescent-shaped white beard rising, his aura soaring to the heavens. His god-demon body swept across, and those pirates who tried to stop WhiteBeard were instantly crushed by his god-demon body. They weren't just knocked flying, they were smashed to pieces on the spot. Each pirate was directly blasted apart by WhiteBeard's god-demon body, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. WhiteBeard launched a surprise attack, sweeping across with overwhelming power, leaving a bloody trail as he headed straight for Kato. WhiteBeard! Kato let out a long, earth-shattering roar, and as he screamed, the air vibrated with terrifying ripples. Kato, like an ancient beast, suddenly swung his arm, unleashing a powerful hockey-infused punch, instantly circling towards WhiteBeard. In a flash, the punch carried a roaring surge of energy, creating a powerful wave of air. WhiteBeard didn't waste any words. His body launched a surprise attack, his fist swinging backward, suddenly delivering a powerful punch. For a brief moment, the jet energy was like a thunderclap, the roar shaking the heavens and the earth. This battle, alongside Kato, was the first time WhiteBeard transformed his body into a god-demon form. WhiteBeard had no intention of using any external force whatsoever. This battle would be fought solely with the power of his divine, demonic body. It's also a test of the strength of the divine and demonic bodies, to see how they'll fare in a battle. This is the absolute tough guy approach, a direct, face-to-face confrontation. It's slow to say, but it happens very quickly. Two terrifying fists, in an instant, fell together. Own! As the fists collided in the blink of an eye, a terrifying wave of energy surged, threatening to explode the very air. Countless streams of energy swept backward, creating two terrifying storms that whipped up all the ice and snow behind them. For a moment, it felt like a blizzard was raging behind them. The scene was absolutely horrific. Ket. Kato and WhiteBeard, beneath the Earth's surface, sank almost simultaneously. As they sank, terrifyingly loud noises erupted, and numerous exaggerated cracks, like fissures, densely appeared. All of this, though described at length, actually happened in an extremely brief moment. The two exchanged blows, and almost simultaneously, with lightning-fast movements, they threw their second punches. This is one right. These two aren't fighting. Instead, they frantically aimed their weapons at the opponent's chest. This punch showed no sign of losing its momentum. In fact, it concentrated the combined strength of two individuals, unleashing a single blow in an instant. Just kill the enemy. No defense. This is the kind of tough guy, high-stakes competition you'd expect. Without exception, almost simultaneously, Whitebeard's fist, like a drumbeat, struck Kato's chest. Countless waves of energy, centered around Whitebeard's fist, instantly exploded, each wave a vibrating white light that continuously radiated outwards. And Kato, with his immense power, without exception, pressed down on Whitebeard's chest. East. Like a thunderclap, a deafening explosion instantly erupted from the chests of the two figures. Two terrifying voices, almost overlapping, indistinguishable from each other. The air surrounding the two figures was stirred up, vibrating and constantly pulsating, with swirling white streams of energy radiating outwards in all directions, centered around them. The ice and snow layers above Kia had long been blasted open, revealing the underlying strata, which were also riddled with terrifying, jagged cracks, a shocking sight. It's slow to say, but it happens very quickly. The two men countered each other with a punch, then followed up with another hand, almost simultaneously swinging backward, and two large fists suddenly slammed into each other. Almost instantly, both men unleashed their third punches. The middle fist was as hard as iron and steel. Of course. The two third-rank fighters clashed fiercely in one place, and in an instant, with their fists as the center, countless streams of energy threatened to explode. Dong dong dong. The third move against the Han, countless ice and snow swirled backward. Kato, whose body was as massive as a mountain, even larger than the giants, was still being forcefully pushed back by Whitebeard. Kato retreated dozens of steps before finally regaining his balance. Looking back at Whitebeard, he was as unwavering as Mount Tai. As Kato of the Beasts continuously retreated, the entire enormous island trembled, even the distant ice and snow were shaken, and the sea surrounding the island was stirred up with waves. It's noisy. In an instant, everyone became agitated. Even those who were standing in the midst of a bloody battle within the pirate group involuntarily stopped fighting, and everyone's eyes simultaneously turned towards Whitebeard and Kato. Captain! He was knocked back by Whitebeard's 3 punches. This scene was absolutely breathtaking. Whitebeard repelled Kato with 3 punches. You should know Kato, the king of beasts, is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, an immortal and terrifying figure. Everyone was terrified, especially the beast pirates. They never imagined that one day, someone could, relying solely on their physical strength, forcefully repel their beast pirates' captain, Kato. What is this concept? In the world of pirates, there are those with unparalleled martial arts skills, those who can compete in swordsmanship, and even more so, those with truly terrifying abilities and powers like demons. That year, Whitebeard, relying on the most powerful Paramecia type, caused a sensation, achieving the greatest legendary feat and creating the Whitebeard era. A legendary era. That's right. After Whitebeard lost his shockwave, Kato of the Beasts became known as the strongest being. Even with Whitebeard's powerful rebirth and domineering return, causing a stir and fear throughout the world, the Beast Pirates still believed that their captain, Kato, the king of beasts, was the strongest being. Because Whitebeard doesn't have the tremor fruit ability. That is it. Before their eyes, it was as if a ferocious hand had slapped the faces of the Beast Pirates present. Whitebeard relied solely on his physical strength, and with just 3 punches, he repelled Kato of the 100 Beasts. An unparalleled shock. It made everyone feel a little scared. Far out on the sea, those pirates who had followed were all utterly astonished. They all stared in astonishment at the breathtaking scene unfolding in the distance on the island to the east. Oh my God! Whitebeard repelled Kato with 3 punches. Is this the terrifying force that Whitebeard possessed? Deception. Deceiving people. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? This is the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Kato, the king of beasts. Everyone was shaken, violently thrown into turmoil, their hearts pounding like a tsunami, a shock that lasted for a long time and could not be calmed. My father is invincible. Nothing can stop him. Beat Kato to a pulp. Long live the Emperor. The entire Whitebeard pirates, from the captains of their respective squads to those without, cheered wildly in unison, their spirits soaring, their fighting spirit intensifying. According to Whitebeard, after repelling Kato with 3 powerful punches, the Whitebeard pirate's passion was completely ignited. Unleash a frenzied, bloodthirsty killing spree. Kill! Marco's body erupted with an incredibly dazzling blue flame, and with a sudden sweep, he instantly sent all the enemies who were attacking him flying. Bang! A blue flame-infused battle sword appeared in Marco's hand. He wielded the sword, instantly sending countless enemies flying with a single slash. Those enemies, having been thrown flying and with nowhere to gain leverage, simply had no way to escape such a fiercely blazing battle sword. Pop, pop, pop! Almost instantly, fresh blood gushed out, and the head was severed. Fresh flower bridge 0. Fresh blood rained down like a shower. Right now, everyone was burning with enthusiasm. Let the old man blow everything up. Sand. Crocodile, screaming wildly for the first time, suddenly pulled a massive desert sword from beneath her feet, an incredibly huge, destructive sand sword. Following the sand, Crocodile swung his greatsword, slashing through the air, sending each member of the beast pirates flying. There was no blood, but the bodies of the pirates struck by the desert sword were eerily transformed into dried corpses, their fluids dissolving and being absorbed by the desert. Extremely exaggerated. Sir Crocodile's daughter, a true master of her craft, with a finely crafted cigar in her mouth, displayed a cold and ruthless demeanor. What a great, confident pose! Shiki, the golden lion, let out a long roar. His opponent, one of the 3 great calamities, the queen of the azure serpent, had already lost many scales from her enormous body. The cold, gleaming metal inside reveals the deep crimson hue of fresh blood. Fierce fighting, full fire. Meanwhile, the battle on the Count's side had completely escalated into a fierce, intense, and relentless fight. He and King, one of the 3 great calamities, were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Any moment of carelessness would cost them their lives. But Patrick Redfield, bathed in fresh blood, appeared even more skilled and terrifying. Behind him, a swirling cloud of blood mist filled the air. With each strike, a deafening bat-like shriek erupted, creating an incredibly gruesome and bloody spectacle. The entire Whitebeard pirates, encouraged by Whitebeard's 3 powerful punches that repelled Kadu, were filled with fervent bloodlust and soaring fighting spirit. Kill! Kadu himself never imagined that he would be repelled by Whitebeard's direct, head-on confrontation. He had previously declared his intention to fight and defeat Whitebeard, but now, as if his face had been slapped, he looked utterly suffocated. Seeing his subordinates fighting fiercely, being crushed by the rising aura of the Whitebeard pirates, Kadu let out a roar, his voice like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Kill! How incredibly powerful and domineering is Kadu? How could I allow myself to be defeated in front of everyone? This is truly a slap in the face. Given Kado's impulsive nature, how could he possibly allow something like this to happen a second time? Kadu let out a deafening roar, his unparalleled ferocity echoing through Whitebeard's eyes. 197 charged forward recklessly, the endless blizzard behind Kadu stirring up chaos. At this moment, the earth shook, mountains trembled, ice and snow fell, the sea surged, and the raging wind howled. Facing Kado's overwhelming aura, Whitebeard showed no fear whatsoever. He conquered the world, never fearing anyone. What about Kadu? What about the king of beasts? What makes the strongest creatures on land and sea so special? As an enemy, we must crush them on the spot and seize control of the world. Whitebeard suddenly moved both hands, and in an instant, the sky was filled with swirling vortices of air, like a long, chaotic dance of howling wind, each vortex stirring in the air. With an incredibly powerful armament hockey roar, it swirled around Whitebeard's 2 fists. His supremely powerful, godlike body, further enhanced by the incredibly strong armament hockey, made those 2 terrifying fists capable of shattering any obstacle. Whitebeard didn't retreat. He advanced. Charging towards Kadu in a lightning-fast attack, Whitebeard charged headlong, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. With each step Whitebeard took, the ground cracked, ice and snow flew backward, and everything recoiled. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 exchanged 3 punches in an instant. These 3 powerful and domineering punches, unleashed, caused a momentary clash between the 2 combatants, leaving only the earth-shattering explosions of their battle. A fierce gale howled, whipping up snow and ice, a terrifying blizzard rising high, devastating the heavens and the island in between. Whitebeard, your era is over. You should just lie down properly and become a legend. Kado let out a furious, long roar, his extremely domineering words echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Even the pirate group far out at sea was experiencing eardrum ache from the shock. Let Whitebeard rest in peace, and he will become a legend. Such arrogant words. I doubt there are many in this world who would dare utter them outside of Kadu of the 100 Beasts. Lulelo. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his fists like iron and steel, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful punch towards Kadu. Today I return as king, and I will conquer the world. This era is destined to be called the Whitebeard era. Dong dong dong. Once again, 3 powerful blows clashed, like weapons of steel colliding, creating an earth-shattering roar, like the explosion of a nuclear warhead, extremely deafening. Whitebeard suddenly unleashed an incredibly powerful blow. With a single punch, the chaotic swirling energy instantly reversed, the air itself cracking and shattering like glass in an instant. The more Whitebeard fought, the more ferocious he became. His control over the divine and demonic bodies grew increasingly refined, and his strength increased exponentially. Every movement of his hands and feet possessed unparalleled destructive power. You want me to become a legend? Don't joke around. I am Whitebeard. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever Whitebeard's fist passed, the air was engulfed in black holes, devouring the swirling energy. Everything became dim and devoid of light, as if in the entire world, only Whitebeard's supremely powerful punch remained. Pink. Beast Kadu let out a long roar, and suddenly both his fists were extended simultaneously. Only by personally fighting Whitebeard against Kadu can one truly understand the terrifying power Whitebeard possesses, a power far beyond imagination. Even Kadu, upon witnessing Whitebeard unleash his most powerful punch, dared not underestimate him, throwing his hands up in full force to defend himself. East. Whitebeard's fist came down, Kadu held his arms horizontally in front of him to block it. In that instant, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Whitebeard's fist, like a vibration, swirling outwards in concentric circles. Tap, tap, tap. Kadu was repelled for the second time. This scene shocked quite a few people. It's possible Whitebeard won't give Kadu any chance to catch his breath. Bang! Whitebeard suddenly leapt up, his entire body soaring from the ground, soaring halfway through the air, following Whitebeard as he descended from the sky, throwing out a punch that struck Kadu directly. The divine and demonic bodies descended from the heavens. Countless swirling streams of air emanated from Whitebeard's back, swirling outwards. This punch, launched high into the sky, could shatter everything. The tyrant's heaven-shattering fist. Whitebeard descended from the sky, unleashing a punch towards Kadu. Struggling to stabilize himself, Kadu, without much thought, quickly raised both fists to block above his head, attempting to intercept Whitebeard's. And the ice-shattering, all-encompassing punch. That is it. The demonic body, now at level 3 or 4, displayed terrifying power, like a tyrannical king's punch tearing through the sky with devastating force, and yet it could casually block attacks. Boom! Whitebeard's godlike body unleashed a punch from the heavens, like Mount Tai crashing down, falling upon Kadu with overwhelming force, instantly overwhelming him. In this instant, the chaotic, violent vortex of energy scattered in all directions. Crack! Crack! Kado's legs were instantly pinned down, as if buried in the ground. Countless rocks and debris burst forth from beneath Kado's feet. Kado's legs kept coming down. Countless rocks and debris were constantly exploding and flying everywhere. Seeing such a shocking scene, all the pirates couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Whitebeard unleashed a single punch, sending Kadu, the king of beasts, plummeting into the depths of the earth. How incredibly powerful would it take to pull off such an extravagant stunt? Is this a lie? When did Whitebeard? Even his physical strength has reached such a terrifying level. This is Kadu, the king of beasts, one of the 4 emperors. Just by sheer force, he's pushed Kadu deep into the ground. Whitebeard is becoming even more terrifying. Each pirate was filled with admiration. They were all intimidated by Whitebeard's overwhelming power and ferocity. The beast pirates, with their large crew, were instantly devastated when they saw Captain Kadu being subdued and beaten up by Whitebeard. Looking back at the Whitebeard pirates, it was the spirit of the 11 members that soared, each one bravely charging into battle, risking their lives. The fierce battle between Whitebeard and Kadu, filled with blood and gore, infected everyone present. Once their passion was ignited, the fight could not possibly stop. Kado was forcefully pushed into the depths of the pit by Whitebeard's overwhelming power, which completely enraged Kado. Roar! A powerful explosion erupted from the deep pit, carrying with it Kado's frenzied, furious roar. A terrifying wave of sound burst forth, even shattering the clouds in the sky. Ken ket ket! With a long, piercing scream, the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless rocks and earth shot out from the earth's layers, flying through the air and emitting sharp, whistling sounds. Amidst the deafening roar, Kado burst out. He was assaulted and subdued by Whitebeard twice. He was twice subdued and hung up to be beaten by Whitebeard. Completely surrendered to Kado's rampage. For a brief moment, the earth shook and mountains trembled, Hainan roared, snow-capped mountains collapsed. Ice and snow swirled backward, and storms raged. The entire massive eastern army trembled. This is Kado's true power. Is the title of King of Beasts merely an empty name? If he only possessed his previous strength, how could he possibly withstand the countless pirate crews challenging him in the new world? How could he dare to be so arrogant and domineering in the treacherous and wild pirate world of the new world? He ordered his subordinates to massacre every island and every town. It makes people furious, bloodthirsty, and violent. This isn't just a display of brutality. It's a display of unparalleled power. Without sufficient strength, how could Kado dare to be so arrogant? How could he possibly dare to seek the world at the very top? Boom, boom, boom. Kado, with his godlike demonic body, shot up from the deep pit, continuously rising higher and higher. Whitebeard, you have beheaded the 100 Beasts pirate crew during the drought. Jack, this has ruined my chances of getting the real devilish artificial Joker. Now you dare to come to my eastern island, plotting to challenge my 100 Beasts pirate crew. That's crazy enough. That's awesome enough. However, today I will still kill you on this land and your era. Let Whitebeard become a thing of the past. Kado's voice, filled with boundless rage, roared incessantly, each shout like a thunderclap, shaking people's hearts beyond compare. Lulelo, I didn't come here to challenge your 100 Beasts pirate crew, but rather to destroy this place, to take the Adam's tree that I've set my sights on. Whitebeard laughed heartily, completely disregarding Kado's towering rage, and spoke without any restraint. You want to destroy my beast pirates. Take away the sacred tree. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, you're truly outrageous and arrogant. Kado, with his godlike, incredibly huge body, finally emerged completely from the abyss, acting with impunity. Originally, this word should have belonged to Kado. Maybe, in his eyes, he had become synonymous with Whitebeard. How is Kado supposed to tolerate this? Boom, boom, boom. Kado stopped talking nonsense, suppressing his anger and launching an attack. This attack contained his boundless rage. It could be said that he wanted to pour all his anger out on Whitebeard. He had to unleash all his anger, completely. You want to destroy my beast pirates. Whitebeard, you still have a long way to go. 537 inches Kado, with his fierce and domineering rage, furiously attacked Whitebeard. In his boundless anger, each attack he unleashed was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The sheer force of his ki alone sent countless snowflakes flying, stirring up terrifying storms. I will slaughter you. I will completely end your era. You want to kill me? Whitebeard fiercely confronted Kado, even though Kado's power was overwhelming, his attacks shattering the air and destroying everything in their path. Whitebeard was able to directly withstand them, each blow producing a sound like a violent explosion as they clashed. The battle was fierce, incredibly perilous, yet Whitebeard remained as steadfast as Mount Tai. Those who wanted to kill me, none have survived until now. Kado, you little brat, you will be no exception. Boom, boom, boom. The two strongest individuals in the world engaged in an incredibly perilous physical battle, each explosion resembling a terrifying nuclear warhead blast, sending waves of terrifying energy surging uncontrollably. The island's landmass is not broken or split open. Bang! Whitebeard unleashed a powerful and domineering attack, forcing Kado of the 100 Beasts to retreat. Kado, with his godlike, colossal figure, assumed a hand-pressing stance and slammed backward with a thunderous roar. Ken Chet. Kado, with both hands gripping the earth's crust, suddenly lifted an enormous chunk of it, raising it high with a resounding crash, and then slammed it towards Whitebeard. A massive mass of earth and rock, as large as a small mountain, suddenly slammed towards WhiteBeard, emitting a series of violent, deafening roars. Facing the overwhelming momentum and majestic aura of the massive rocks and earth crashing down, WhiteBeard showed no fear whatsoever. His expression remained calm and composed. As the rocks and earth struck, WhiteBeard suddenly unleashed a powerful punch that soared into the sky. Boom! With a single punch, it instantly shattered the rocks and earth. For a brief moment, the sky shattered, rocks and debris flying in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Kadu took the initiative to attack. His figure, resembling an ancient god or demon, unleashed an incredibly terrifying and ferocious aura, and with a thunderous roar, he crushed down upon WhiteBeard. Kill! WhiteBeard suddenly let out a long scream. For a brief moment, the earth and sky roared. Suddenly, in the middle of the sky, a layer of thunderclouds, as dark as the sun, gathered. Within the thunderclouds, flashes of lightning flickered, a sign that a heavy rain was about to fall. WhiteBeard was like a demon, striking with lightning speed. Crack! A bolt of lightning then followed WhiteBeard's fist and suddenly struck down from the sky. Boom! WhiteBeard's fist landed on Kadu in an instant, and a bolt of lightning struck him as well. As he charged towards Kadu, Kadu suddenly widened his enormous, bell-like eyes. Die for me! Enduring WhiteBeard's powerful blow, enduring Kado's thunderous strike descending from the heavens, yet showing no intention of stopping his attack. With a loud bang, Kado's divine seal, as large as a fist, slammed into WhiteBeard's body. Kadu is completely disregarding his own safety. Just kill the enemy. No defense. Boom, boom, boom. WhiteBeard's godlike body was sent flying outwards, creating a deep trench in the ground above, with countless rocks and earth swirling and scattering behind him. WhiteBeard sent the pirates flying backward, and they all instantly turned into a bloody mist. This is the true power of a divine demon's body. WhiteBeard withstood Kado's two powerful punches, flying backward, yet he remained unharmed. His god-demon body suffered no significant damage. Looking back at Kadu, there was suddenly a loud cracking sound, and his knees went weak, causing him to fall to his knees on the floor above. With a loud bang, rocks and earth scattered beneath Kado's knees, creating a deep crater. On Kado's body, there was a terrifying blood fist mark, a shocking sight. That's what WhiteBeard left behind. Next to the blood seal fist, a charred, horrifying wound, even more eye-catching and shocking to behold. Lightning from the sky caused injuries. Hong! Kadu let out two streams of energy from his nostrils, as if all his training had been in vain. With a loud bang, he stood up again, not even glancing at the shocking wounds on his body. This is Kadu, the fearless Kadu. Roar! Kadu didn't rush to launch an attack, but instead suddenly let out a long, furious roar, like a thunderclap, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Hainan roared, and the snow-covered land trembled. Crackling sounds! The sky was densely covered with thunderclouds, and suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning flashed in the middle. For a moment, the lightning illuminated the heavens and earth, the thunder rumbled, and Kado's roar echoed, creating some kind of reverberation. Roar, roar, roar. The entire island, which housed the beast pirates, suddenly erupted in a furious roar at Kadu. Each deafening roar of anger, a deafening explosion of sound, echoed throughout the entire island, reverberating across the sea. Even the pirates following from afar couldn't help but cover their ears. Kadu roared, igniting a furious roar from thousands, a deafening, earth-shattering sound. Kadu was like a king ruling the forest. With his single cry, all beasts descended in homage. Roar, roar, roar. That's not all. Deep within the vast, endless snow-covered mountains, amidst the ice and snow, suddenly came terrifying roars of anger. In response to Kadu, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, from deep within those numerous icebergs in the east, an extremely violent commotion erupted. Follow me! Everyone was utterly astonished. Suddenly, deep within the snow-covered mountains of the east, all the abnormally huge and ferocious beasts awoke from the ice and snow, breaking through the ice and snow, and simultaneously charging towards this side in a flash. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. All beasts come to pay homage. Listen to Kado's orders and concentrate. With a sudden, simultaneous attack, the entire island was engulfed in an incredibly violent tremor. These are all terrifying beasts, possessing absolute dominance and destructive power. As expected of the king of beasts, with a furious roar, he could instantly summon thousands of ferocious snow-capped beasts. Whitebeard, I swear by the honor of the king of beasts, in this battle, I will blow you to pieces. Kadu let out a long roar, having endured all humiliation. This time, he would lead his overwhelming beasts, charging forward with a desperate, suicidal attack to Lee's good beard. Extremely violent fluctuations. Like a crimson tsunami, a multitude of beasts surged forward, carrying boundless rage and a desperate, suicidal charge. Dust shook the sky, the earth trembled, and the sounds of slaughter filled the air. Whitebeard, standing alone and proudly, faced Kadu and the onslaught of beasts with unwavering composure, his presence commanding and intimidating. You beasts, all of you kneel. Kadu, you won't escape either. As Whitebeard's voice faded, an incredibly powerful surge of Conqueror's Haki suddenly erupted from his body. Ken Ket Ket. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki, once unleashed, can even cause the Earth's crust to crack. This had become the true essence of Conqueror's Haki, manifesting as massive, crimson, lightning-like particles that instantly swept outwards. In an instant, that invincible, powerful Conqueror's Haki, sweeping across an army, completely intimidated all those frenzied, suicidal charging beasts. Boom, boom, boom. With a single, skillful glance, possessing the ferocity and ruthlessness of a beast, the entire group trembled with fear, shaking uncontrollably, not even daring to look up at Whitebeard. Those who followed him felt their limbs turn to jelly, and they all knelt down before Whitebeard. The myriad beasts charged forward, but in an instant, the situation reversed, transforming into a myriad beasts paying homage and kneeling in submission. This is not a tribute to Kadu, the king of beasts. Instead, it was a tribute, a kneeling in reverence to Whitebeard. This was an unparalleled and awe-inspiring sight. The originally fierce and powerful army of thousands instantly ceased its suicidal charge and simultaneously knelt in reverence. Ken Ket Ket. This isn't finished yet. All the ferocious beasts knelt down, their limbs pressed even deeper into the ground, causing the entire surface to crack. Dong dong dong. Countless creatures, densely intertwined, knelt before the ferocious beasts, then simultaneously fell to the ground. Their skin and fur were covered in pearl-like drops of fresh blood. They were all dead. All of this happened so fast that no one could have imagined it. Whitebeard possessed such powerful Conqueror's Haki that it could inflict substantial damage. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard was able to control Conqueror's Haki. There was a special explanation of Conqueror's Haki in the previous chapters, probably during the fight against Mingo or that old woman. Even Kadu himself never imagined that Whitebeard would possess such terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Why didn't Kadu, the king of beasts, use Conqueror's Haki to fight Whitebeard? Because Kado's Conqueror's Haki control is still only at the dispersed level, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe, it will severely injure the entire Beast Pirates crew. Roar! Kadu, who resembled a god or demon, suddenly let out a long, piercing scream from within, the whistling sound shaking the entire island, scattering the clouds in the sky. The ones who died were all Kado's subordinates. Witnessing the scene of countless beasts perishing before his eyes, Kadu completely lost his temper. Roar! Kadu went berserk, his clothes burst apart, shattering into countless shreds of fabric that flew everywhere, revealing a terrifying and ferocious physique. His muscles, as massive as rocks, brimmed with explosive power, and the numerous large, winding, and ferocious scars on his chest, resembling large sauri, only added to his aggressive aura. His long hair cascaded down his head, and the pair of originally sharp white horns on top of his head had now turned a deep, abyss-like black. Kadu was completely enraged. East, Kadu unleashed his fist, and in an instant, a sky full of white energy filled the air. Following the powerful punch, it roared and shattered the very air. Whitebeard laughed heartily, remaining calm and fearless even when facing the enraged Kadu. Kia's godlike body moved with incredible speed and agility. Every movement of his arms and legs was filled with terrifying power as he unleashed a punch at Kadu. Own! In an instant, the two erupted into an unimaginably fierce and terrifying battle, the air shattering into countless fragments. The ground soon changed completely, with one fissure after another spreading out, their depths immeasurable. The entire island was thrown into a violent tremor from within. Around the island, countless waves were stirred up, roaring and wreaking havoc. Even the clouds in the sky suddenly cracked, the clouds swirling backward, as if the sky itself had split open. This battle was absolutely terrifying, a truly horrific showdown. However, what shocked everyone the most was that Kadu, originally known as the strongest Kadu in the world who could single-handedly fight, actually fought WhiteBeard to a draw. This is Kado's berserk state, like a madman, possessing a terrifying destructive power capable of shattering everything. Looking back, WhiteBeard, facing such a furious Kadu, remained calm, stable, and composed. Compared to the other two, WhiteBeard had the complete upper hand. You should know that WhiteBeard, relying solely on his physical strength, was already incredibly powerful. Boom! Suddenly, in the middle of it all, WhiteBeard unleashed an incredibly powerful and domineering attack, striking Kadu. In an instant, blood gushed out from Kado's body like a fountain, blooming like ice flowers. The two men were locked in a fierce duel, and in their first encounter, blood was spilled. Kadu, the king of beasts, has been bleeding blood for how long? Seeing this scene, even the pirates who had followed from afar were instantly filled with burning passion, their blood boiling with excitement. WhiteBeard suddenly threw a punch, sending Kadu reeling backward repeatedly. He now had the upper hand. WhiteBeard glared at Kadu, his eyes blazing red, the strongest in the whole world fighting alone. Who gave you the courage to call yourself that? WhiteBeard, don't be so arrogant. With his eyes blazing red, Kadu completely disregarded his own injuries and, with a thunderous roar, launched another surprise attack on WhiteBeard. The earth-shattering battle erupted for the second time. The fighting was already fierce, and fresh blood began to fly incessantly. A cluster of fresh blood, like an ice flower, burst forth with immense force, scattering across the snow and ice, staining the ground red, and filling the air with a horrifying, pungent smell of blood. Those who fought were filled with burning passion. They had long forgotten about their own safety and were completely focused on fighting, killing, and slaughtering. This kind of incredibly fierce battle absolutely cannot end easily, unless one side falls. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the entire island shook violently. This time, it was far more intense than any previous tremor. It was incredibly violent. Dong, dong, dong. Following closely behind, in the vicinity, appeared one gigantic pirate fleet after another. They were all members of the Beast Pirates, the WhiteBeard Pirates. 35 sabers have fallen into ruin. A fearsome pirate suddenly leapt from the shore. Before his voice could even reach them, his figure had transformed into lightning, hurtling forward at incredible speed. Once again, an enormous praying mantis, possessing unparalleled, terrifyingly sharp, side-like pincers, was approaching with lightning speed. This one being is comparable to the 3 greatest calamities in existence. I'll go deal with you. Marco suddenly erupted, slaying his enemies in battle, flapping his wings and soaring high into the air, engaging in a fierce fight with that enormous ancient praying mantis. The blue flames continuously erupted, like the azure color of the sun. This is a formidable opponent, no less formidable than Marco, and it's taken everyone by surprise. The Beast Pirates seem to possess other hidden forces. This individual was previously lurking in the underworld, involved in various underground bouquet dark world transactions conducted by the Beast Pirates. With Jack the Drought's help, this terrifying giant praying mantis lurking in the darkness is what allows the Beast Pirates to thrive in the underworld. Bang! Suddenly, in the middle of the sea, the waves began to surge violently, and enormous bubbles suddenly appeared from the surface of the water, gurgling and rumbling loudly. Bang! Suddenly, a massive surge of water shot up from the surface of the sea, roaring loudly. The seawater churned violently, followed by a terrifying, gigantic sea king-type creature that emerged from the water. This was a colossal, human-faced, Sauri-type sea king, its entire body covered in gleaming, metallic red scales. With a loud bang, this sea king-type creature emerged from the sea and landed on the island. This isn't a Neptune. This is a mutated mermaid. Oh my god! From afar, someone was expressing admiration. That gigantic, terrifying, blood-red, scale-covered Sauri. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Yes, the Hyder pirate crew, once thriving in the New World, was annihilated by a blood-red Sauri. But Kia is a notorious pirate crew in the New World. It's also the Beast Pirates. For a moment, the pirate crews in the distance were all thrown into a panic. Boom, boom, boom. Saori, with her enormous, blood-red head, joined the battlefield and immediately, with a sweeping attack, slaughtered every single pirate in the Whitebeard pirates. Obviously, this is yet another one that can rival the 3 equally terrifying great pirates. Let's have a fight. George, the diamond, suddenly unleashed a flashing strike, instantly shattering the enemy in front of him. In an instant, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a cloud of blood mist billowed as George moved, blocking Saori's path. I will tear you to shreds. I will feed you my flesh, blood, and bones. This strange creature, with a human face and a bizarre body, speaking in human language, followed the frenzied attack and rushed towards Diamond George. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, deep within the vast snow-capped mountains, 2 streaks of sword light suddenly shot out. This terrifying sword light, once it appeared, instantly cleaved the air into a vacuum. A swirling white vortex of energy then raged behind the sword light, emitting a deafening roar. It was incredibly terrifying. Slash! Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Vista immediately leapt forward. Vista's sword suddenly unleashed 2 dazzling sword blossoms, intercepting the 2 horizontal sword beams. Boom, boom, boom. Each sharp, swirling blast of energy instantly threatened to explode, the sword energy shattering into countless terrifying streams of energy, shooting rapidly in all directions. Almost in an instant, everything in the path of these shattered sword beams was pierced through. Absolutely terrifying. Great swordsman. Vista's eyes flashed with intense determination. This was an absolutely terrifying and formidable opponent. Not a single mistake could be made. Even the slightest carelessness would result in instant death. Indeed, following the sword's gleam, a blue lightning bolt suddenly shot forth. Upon clearly seeing the person who arrived, a wave of shock and disbelief suddenly erupted in HUAG in Vista's eyes. Just as he unleashed a terrifying sword strike, another creature, only the size of an arm, appeared. The green serpent's tail coiled around a slender, sharp, and gleaming long sword, the sword radiating a dazzling, icy light. It was incredibly sharp.